Chapter 1. The Night Squire. As the morning fog of Sherry Town lingered, the hurried sound of hoofbeats echoed from beyond the village, gradually growing clearer, yet slowing down. Inside the stone houses, residents instinctively curled up under their blankets, shielding their heads to block out the bothersome yet punctual clatter of hooves. "Blast it! Why can't he arrive a tad later?" a local grumbled, pulling the blanket tighter around his head. "I only wish that rascal would take a tumble and land hard on the ground." "Humph! That's impossible. He's been a night squire for 3 years now, and his riding skills are not any worse than those of the noble knights. It would take a battlefield calamity for him to fall off," the wife habitually retorted to her husband. As they spoke, the hoofbeats entered the town. She found herself counting automatically. 1, 2, 3, 4. There! The sound of hooves fainter as they rounded the corner, eventually fading. Only then did she cease her daydreaming, while the man beside her continued to strive to cultivate a daughter with all his efforts. Already burdened by 5 sons, the economic strain prompted him to consider a daughter as a means to alleviate the pressure. "Honorable knight, everything is prepared as you requested." 2 porters heaved a large sack and handed it to the arriving guest at the newly opened tavern in the town center. "I am merely a night squire, not yet a knight," the guest remarked calmly from his saddle, accepting the sack and hanging it on his warhorse. Reaching into a pocket on the saddle, he tossed another large sack to the 2 porters. "Add a pound of meat to tomorrow's rations." "All will be as you command, noble knight." One porter quickly caught the sack, his gaze lingering on the horse's powerful physique, and he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "It's only a matter of time before you become a knight. We might as well practice now to avoid any awkwardness later." "Ha!" The night squire laughed heartily. "You certainly know how to flatter, but I appreciate it." With that, he turned his warhorse and set off towards the outskirts of the town. The thick morning fog enveloped the squire's silhouette as the crisp sound of hooves quickened, though it gradually diminished. Inside the stone house, the woman reached a point of exasperation, while the 2 porters outside the tavern muttered curses. "Curse it! Compliment him just once, and he really thinks he's a noble knight. What a miser! He wouldn't part with a few coppers for us to enjoy a good drink." One porter vented after the hoofbeats faded, recalling the copper coins he had received from another squire at a nearby estate, which had granted him a lucrative night at the gambling table and enabled him to briefly woo a widow from the town. The memory left him harboring more ire for the current night. "Are you trying to get us killed? If anyone hears you complain, they might report us. What if we wind up with our heads on a pike? I can't just go out looking for a new companion." The second porter habitually tugged at his companion's clothing, then shivered as he continued, "Let's get inside and warm up for a bit. The other squires from nearby estates will show up soon enough." Muttering under his breath, the porter headed into the tavern, while the night squire, having left the town, kicked his spiked boots into the horse's belly, urging it to gallop swiftly toward the knight's estate. The powerful steed propelled the squire's hefty frame through the mist, galloping so fast that his hood was dislodged, revealing a bald head marred by several scars, the most severe one stretching from his forehead to the crown-recognizable scars that any wandering mercenary or powerful knight would attribute to the infamous bullhorn battle-axe of the Castuo region. It is well known that Castuo's bullhorn battle-axe is a top-tier weapon, highly regarded throughout the Latour dynasty for its formidable lethality. Those who wielded such an axe were often fearsome personalities, and anyone who survived its blows was undoubtedly strong. Following the recently paved flagstone road, the squire traversed through a small grove, crossed 3 streams, and skirted 5 low hills until his destination emerged before him. In a small clearing encircled by hills stood a modestly sized estate, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 individuals. The manor featured tall stone walls, complemented by a shallow ditch, just deep enough to deter rabble from charging through. Slowing his horse's pace, the squire twisted his neck a few times, producing a series of satisfying cracks. "Open the gate, and back," he bellowed, glancing down at the simple ditch before him. "The knight should heed my advice. Deepen this trench, and perhaps keep some venomous snakes to deter intruders." Not only would it dispose of some leftover scraps, but it would also instill fear in those ruffians. As he chuckled at the imagined scene of those unwilling to till the soil, struggling amidst a throng of serpents, his laughter caused a tremor of fear among the guards standing by the stone tower, lowering the drawbridge. His expression was decidedly unsettling. With his heavy frame, layered with unhealed scars and a gaze that radiated menace. The squire evoked a sense that he was constantly envisioning wielding his weapon to spill blood, and then licking the blade clean. The winch creaked as it turned, accompanied by a series of groans. Ropes as thick as a man's arms lowered the drawbridge slowly. Damn it! I knew those lazy fools wouldn't grease the winch. Huh! I can't wait to see their faces when it breaks down. The squire mused as his eyes followed the drawbridge's descent, calculating the distance needed for his steed to leap and sever the ropes quickly. With a loud thud, the drawbridge touched the ground, and the squire urged his horse forward. The guards atop the stone tower dared not show their badges of service, for the squire's fierce temperament coupled with his robust physique had left them with painful memories. Upon his arrival at the estate after leaving his village, a guard once had the audacity to challenge him, thus receiving a thrashing on the same night that also left several other aspiring guards in disarray. Since then, none had dared to confront the bald squire. As time passed, he convinced the noble knight to install this drawbridge in place of the old gate. The guards now treated him with the utmost caution, fully aware of his brutal nature and the esteem in which the knight held him. Once inside the estate, the squire tossed a flask of ale to the guard on duty. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't skimp on the beast oil. It won't cost you a copper coin. You need to grease the winch every 3 days. And this is the 4th. If I find you haven't done it after breakfast, be prepared for payback." The bald squire shouted, his voice echoing through the once peaceful estate, which quickly filled with activity. Servants rushed to prepare hot water and meals, chop wood, and tend to livestock. The staff had grown accustomed to being roused every morning by the squire's boisterous calls. After all, every time he returned with provisions, he would bellow at the entrance, admonishing a guard for not being dressed properly or cursing them for their lethargy. Bizarre phrases flowed from his lips, each more unpredictable than the last. After effectively rallying the estate, the squire galloped down the narrow road leading to the heart of the manor. Though weary from the 30 or so miles of travel, his mount quickened its pace beneath the spurred boots of its fierce master as they approached their destination, the kitchen. There, more than a dozen women mingled with a few men, bustling about in the kitchen. "Add a pound of meat to my rations, distributed in 3 portions," the squire commanded, flinging the sack onto a shelf outside the kitchen before steering his horse toward the stable across the way. The layout of the estate was well planned, with a broad path leading to the stables free of any clutter. After handing his horse over to the stable hands for care and grooming, the squire strode towards the center of the estate. There stood a spacious stone building, not only serving as the place where the knight issued his decrees, but also where the squires convened for their meals. Every morning, the estate's master, an elderly knight, awaited his 11 squires there to dine together, during which he would assign them various tasks and, if time permitted, impart some battlefield tactics, a remnant of days gone by, as he had long ceased to physically demonstrate them for the young squires. As he made his way, servants observed the bald squire passing by, quickly standing to the sides of the road to bow their heads. Playful children gazed curiously at his ample black cloak, his spiked riding boots, and his leather trousers. Pulling his cloak tightly around him, he shielded his frame, giving the illusion of heaviness. Nevertheless, the children were undeterred. They knew the fierce bald squire to be quite kind to children. Thus, whenever they encountered him, the innocent youngsters would skip alongside him for a stretch, attentively discussing the vibrant hues painted onto the spurs of his boots, captivated by the rhythmic sound of his footwear striking the cobblestones. Chapter 2. The manner of the old knight. The bald squire listened to the children's monotonous debates day after day, finding a peculiar comfort in their innocence. Only these naive youths could bring him solace. After navigating through several streets, the bald squire arrived before the central stone house, the largest edifice within the estate, measuring over 100 paces in width and more than 30 in depth. Inside, it housed not only a dining hall, but also a storeroom for weaponry and equipment, as well as ample quarters for the squires and their attendants, pushing open the grand wooden doors at the center. The bald squire stepped inside, allowing a beam of sunlight to pierce the dimness of the hall, illuminating it considerably. At the heart of the hall stood a long table facing the entrance. At the northernmost end was a solitary chair, with 6 flanking it on either side. The bald squire directly chose the first chair on his right, claiming his position in this chamber. Above him loomed the seat of the manor's master, the old knight. Leaning against the firm, high-backed chair, the squire's gaze fixated intently on the chair draped in white bear skin. Then he understood that whoever occupied that seat wielded dominion over the estate. Countless times in his dreams, he had envisioned himself seated there, issuing commands to his squires flanking him. After lingering on that vision for a while, he shifted his focus to the ancient long table before him. He recalled the pride with which the old knight had once informed him that this table had been crafted by his ancestor upon becoming a knight, that it was here that not only the old knight's forebears had issued edicts and reprimanded their squires, but also his own grandfather, father, and the old knight himself had done the same. 389 squires have sat at this table, of which 15 ascended to knighthood, and ultimately, 8 acquired their own estates. The bald squire reflected on the old knight's words from years past. In my youth, those knights frequently gathered here, yet it has been long since their last visit. Perhaps a knightly lineage is destined to decline in such a manner. Extending his robust fingers from beneath his cloak, the bald squire gently caressed the table before him. The polished surface evoked images of valiant knights, raising their goblets in toast to the master seated at the head. Silver chalices glided across the tabletop, and the thick parchment smoothed the wood splinters, while medals lay meticulously arranged for the admiration of the master and others. The bald squire sank into contemplation. The sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor to the right of the hall. Moments later, a small door in the wall swung open, and several tall, knightly squires emerged. Clad in well-tailored squire-esque robes, some bore long swords, while others wielded battle axes or short spears. Their heights ranged from 6 to 7 elbows. Yet when standing alongside the bald squire, they were at least a head shorter. According to the bald squire's reckoning, 1 elbow in this world equated to 30 centimeters in his previous life. He stood over 8 elbows tall, roughly 2 meters and 40 centimeters. Before these diminutive figures, he could easily topple them with a mere flick of a finger. However, this was merely the bald squire's subjective perception. Even the weakest among them could contend with him for a considerable duration before succumbing. Emerging from the small door were 10 formidable men, all squires of the old knight, who, like the bald squire, had prepared their own armor, steeds, weapons, and attendants to serve the old knight, obedient to his commands. They aspired to receive the old knight's guidance in hopes of becoming true knights, even dreaming of leveraging the connections left by the old knight's father or grandfather to acquire an estate. The 10 squires settled on either side of the table, making a total of 11, including the bald squire. According to imperial regulations, a knight possessing an estate could simultaneously train 12 squires, whereas those without estates were limited to 3. This disparity stemmed from the existence of the estate itself. Perhaps the old knight will never manage to gather 12 squires in his lifetime. It is unfortunate that all 3 of his sons perished while training under other knights. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. Reflecting on the vacant chair, the bald squire recalled the news from 2 years prior, when the old knight fell ill after losing his youngest son in combat against rebels, a condition from which he had yet to recover. According to the laws of the Latour Empire, a knight's offspring must seek training with other knights rather than under their father to foster skill exchange among knights, thereby enhancing their strength. Regrettably, this led to the old knight losing 3 sons. Silence enveloped the gathered squires as they sat in their chairs, not uttering a word. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, an elderly man dressed in the garb of a steward entered. He stood beside the foremost chair, trembling as he unfolded a piece of parchment made from animal hide and rasped, "From this day forth, Sir KuKas will oversee the patrols of the estate." Pausing briefly, the stewardess' gaze fell upon the bald squire. "All will comply with the knight's commands." The bald squire stood upright and performed the squire's salute, only resuming his seat after receiving a nod of approval from the steward. KuKas was the name the bald man bore in this world, while his name in his previous life was Li Song. Subsequently, the steward read aloud 10 additional appointments, each corresponding to the other 10 knightly squires. Among them were those tasked with defense, patrolling the estate, and safeguarding weapons and armor. After the series of appointments, apart from the steward managing the finances, the significant affairs of the estate were entrusted to the 11 squires. The knight holds reservations about you, but he has chosen to allow you the opportunity to gain experience by temporarily entrusting these responsibilities to you. I hope you can set aside your grievances and collaborate to maintain the knight's estate." After delivering all the appointments with a quavering voice, the steward squinted as he scrutinized the 11 knightly squires. "We shall fulfill the knight's assignments and will not disappoint his expectations." For the past 2 years, the steward had predominantly been the one to announce matters to the assembly, so they did not doubt his integrity that if necessary, they could collectively approach the old knight for clarification. The steward nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the squires to proceed to their meal before he wobbled away toward a courtyard behind the stone house. This was where the old knight recuperated, and unless there was an urgent matter, the squires typically refrained from disturbing him. The atmosphere remained silent as KuKas, the bald squire, and several others maintained their discontent, while the remaining squires similarly kept to themselves. Within the manor, unless required, squires seldom engaged in conversation with one another. Following the corridor of the stone house into the dining hall, KuKas found 12 long tables set within the spacious room, each capable of accommodating 5 diners. That he chose a table by the window, where he sat alone, lacking any attendants to assist him with his armor or care for his steed, while the other knightly squires were accompanied by 4 attendants each. However, those attendants did not dare join their masters for the meal, but waited until their lords had finished to consume the leftovers. KuKas's breakfast consisted of over 3 pounds of meat, 10 palm-sized loaves of bread, 2 thick hams measuring an elbow in length, a turkey, and a small barrel of milk. Casting aside the knives and forks laid before him, he seized a loaf of bread and began to devour it voraciously. In his massive hands, what appeared to be a normal piece of bread seemed diminutive. With one hand, he grasped the bread filled with meat, while with the other, he lifted the small barrel of milk, consuming heartily. Occasionally, he paused to tear meat from the turkey for easier consumption. Though it was winter, KuKas's voracious eating caused beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Unbothered, he wiped his brow with a cloth before returning to the feast before him. The other knightly squires displayed varying degrees of decorum, some elegantly using utensils to cut their food, while others, like KuKas, indulged with a complete disregard for knightly etiquette. No one mocked him, nor did any of the attendants exhibit disdain. KuKas consumed a third more food than the other squires, leaving not a single bone on the platter that had held the turkey. He cleared it entirely. "The food appears somewhat insufficient. Perhaps I should request the kitchen to increase the portions tomorrow." Licking the grease from around his mouth, KuKas stood contentedly and made his way outside. "KuKas, you should moderate your appetite. Otherwise, the women in the kitchen will believe you are increasing their workload and will complain about you," remarked a fair-haired knightly squire, elegantly setting down his utensils and delicately wiping his lips. The bald squire shot a scornful glance at his golden-haired counterpart, uninterested in the criticism, as since that night had observed him consuming far more than the others. He had often made such remarks. After forcefully closing the dining hall door behind him, KuKas, fuming, strode toward the stables that he intended to mount his steed and venture outside the estate to practice his knightly skills. "Damn it! According to the rules, you have been in this estate for 4.5 years. In another 6 months, regardless of whether you become a knight, you must leave the manor. The day you depart from the manor shall mark your day of demise," KuKas declared vehemently, striking his bald head with force that he harbored a profound disdain for that attendant. Yet the attendant's prowess was nearly equal to his own. Thus, the prospect of vanquishing him in direct confrontation was fraught with uncertainty. Consequently, he devised a plan to exploit the attendant's emotions, be it joy or sorrow, following the conclusion of the 5-year service term, aiming to expend the least effort necessary to eliminate his foe. Chapter 3. The knights training the stable, situated in the northeastern corner of the manor, housed over 100 war horses, occupying a full tenth of the old knight's estate, that a dozen or so servants meticulously tended to these steeds day and night, ensuring that not even the slightest discomfort befell them. It is no exaggeration to assert that the daily expenses for each warhorse surpassed that of a single servant by 3 to 5 times, if not more. Before heading to the stable, KuKas returned to his chamber to don the distinctive armor of the knight attendants. That he adorned himself with a helmet featuring a visor, half-plate armor, iron greaves, fingerless iron gloves, a bullhorn battle axe, and a horn shield. This entire ensemble weighed over 80 pounds, with the heaviest components being the bullhorn axe and the horn shield. Point 1 must note the horn shield, a weapon renowned in the Castor region, reserved exclusively for knight attendants. This oval-shaped shield weighed over 20 pounds and boasted two sharp horns, each measuring 7 to 8 inches in length, exceedingly sharper than ordinary spears. Knights wielding this shield could effortlessly pierce through wooden logs. Once clad in his attendant's gear, KuKas bore nearly 300 pounds of weight. The heavy boots clattered against the stone floor, and the servants in the stable spotted the formidable bald figure from a distance, hastily leading out his warhorse and preparing for his departure. The servants were well aware that this fierce attendant possessed not only a volatile temper, but also an exceedingly cruel disposition. In merely 3 years, 7 or 8 servants had met their end at KuKas's hands for failing to care for his mount adequately. Kajusha, the name of KuKas's warhorse. This magnificent steed had been procured by the old knight at the onset of spring. And due to KuKas's disinclination to bestow a new name, it inherited its predecessor's title. It bears mentioning that KuKas had replaced his warhorse 4 or 5 times over the past 3 years. Each one named Kajusha. Unlike other knight attendants, KuKas mounted his steed with ease. Gripping the shield in one hand and the battle axe in the other, he bellowed, "Onward, Kajusha!" The black warhorse neighed and galloped swiftly out of the manor, while KuKas, beneath his visor, relentlessly struck the shield with the axe handle, emitting a series of guttural roars. "Advance, knights! Advance, knights!" It appears that Master KuKas will not be transitioning to the rank of knight anytime soon, one servant remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "I dare say, should Master KuKas overhear your words, he would surely arm you with a bullhorn axe and prepare you with armor and a steed, to ascertain the validity of your statement in a most manly fashion." One servant discreetly pocketed a handful of yellow beans from the feed, intending to bring them home for his son. The servants continued their tasks, while knight attendant KuKas burst forth from the manor, heading towards a nearby hill to hone his knightly skills. Dozens of thick logs stood irregularly on a flat expanse, with an assortment of shorter logs scattered about as obstacles. 7 or 8 servants had arrived early, each wielding waxed rods, lazily leaning against the wooden posts in anticipation of the knight's arrival. "Advance, knights!" KuKas roared, thrusting the shield forward for piercing and swinging the axe for cleaving. His target was a servant standing before a log. The servant, unwilling to confront KuKas head-on, discarded his rod and rolled behind the log. Seizing the moment, the other servants swung their rods in an attempt to jab at KuKas. The warhorse whinnied as KuKas, employing his exceptional horsemanship, deftly dodged the 7 or 8 waxed rods, seizing the opportunity to charge at the next servant. The servants not only evaded KuKas's assault, but also hurriedly hurled logs in a disorganized manner to obstruct the knight attendant's charge. After a considerable duration of exertion, KuKas commanded the servants to halt and rest, dismounting to wield his axe and shield against a log. Although he aimed to chop the wood, each time his axe neared the log, it would abruptly stop. After a repetitive cycle lasting nearly an hour, he finally ceased. By then, the warhorse had recuperated, and KuKas mounted once more, engaging in feigned strikes against the log while the servants circled around, incessantly poking at KuKas with their waxed rods. That KuKas's sole focus was to evade these attacks, ensuring the rods did not land upon him. For the entirety of the morning, KuKas trained with the servants amidst the wooden pillars, until noon when one servant arrived bearing an abundance of food and fresh water. Prompting a temporary respite, the servants gathered, sharing hushed laughter, while KuKas pondered in silence. According to tradition, after lunch, KuKas mounted his warhorse and addressed the servants. "You may take a moment to rest and prepare for what lies ahead. I shall patrol the manor's territory." The servants nodded in agreement. This routine had been upheld for over 3 years since KuKas had arrived at the manor, though referred to as a patrol. It was merely a diversion for KuKas, who relished the solitude of practicing his horsemanship upon the hills. Since his arrival as a knight attendant, no bandits had dared to invade the estate, for all who set foot on its grounds met their end at the hands of the bloodthirsty and merciless KuKas. Even those who surrendered were not spared. He would bind them with sturdy ropes, forcing them to labor on the estate, clearing land, and constructing subterranean chambers. That it can be said that the current state of the old knight's manor is as much a result of the previous administration as it is the efforts of KuKas's enslaved laborers. Naturally, due to these slaves, other knight attendants often looked down upon KuKas, deeming his actions contrary to the principles of knighthood. However, the old knight had never reproached him, allowing KuKas to continue capturing bandits as slaves. The hills, merely 30 to 50 miles away, were traversed by the bald KuKas in the span of 2 hours, but he felt a twinge of disappointment that no bandits had ventured to the knight's manor. Otherwise, he would have apprehended another batch of slaves to aid in constructing the estate's granaries. With KuKas's guidance, the servants had improved their cultivation techniques, resulting in a bountiful harvest each season, yet they often lacked sufficient storage, leaving large quantities of grain abandoned for rodents to feast upon. After the uninteresting patrol concluded, KuKas returned to his training grounds, where the servants had prepared for the next session, discarding his armor. He donned only a pair of leather shorts in the frigid winter air, while a servant carefully applied a mixture of essential oils and ointment to every inch of KuKas's body, even those areas concealed by his trousers. Assuming a standard stance, 7 or 8 servants brandished their waxed rods, mercilessly jabbing at KuKas's body, his chest, back, neck, head, abdomen, and arms. These servants, towering at nearly 7 elbow lengths high and possessing robust musculature, appeared immensely powerful. As the rod struck KuKas, he felt a burning pain radiating from his body to his mind. When one servant misjudged his aim, KuKas erupted in anger. "Damn it! Must I mark special spots for you to strike accurately? Do not stop. Quicken your pace." The servants, startled and fearful, pressed on without hesitation. They exerted all their strength, feeling their wrists grow numb with each jab. This was the result of KuKas's training regimen, which harnessed muscle response for retaliation. This nightly training method resembles certain martial arts from my past life. Alas, those methods primarily develop specific areas rather than stimulating the entire body to unleash fighting spirit. Curse it! Why did I not practice the golden bell shield or iron cloth techniques in my previous existence? Had I mastered those, I might have awakened my fighting spirit and become a true knight by now. As he sensed his muscles tremble, he perceived a trickle of warmth emanating from the points of impact. However, he understood that this warmth was merely an illusion, not the fighting spirit itself. The servants diligently jabbed at every muscle and joint on KuKas's body, this endeavor lasting an entire hour. Having concluded this session of nightly training, KuKas did not relent. Instead, he instructed the servants to switch to a different tool. The servants brought forth sticks, striking KuKas with measured force, careful not to exert too much, for this was a method KuKas had painstakingly developed himself. Thus, gradual training posed minimal risk as the daylight dwindled and the cold wind howled from afar as it typically did. KuKas, with the assistance of his attendants, applied a generous amount of a special ointment infused with essential oils upon his skin before donning his armor. "This evening, upon your return, select the strongest of those slaves for me. I shall require him come morning," KuKas commanded. He twisted his neck, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from his thick neck, which was as robust as that of an ordinary man's thigh. The attendants nodded in compliance, too intimidated to meet the gaze of KuKas, now clad in his armor. "Tidy this place up and return." With that, KuKas mounted his steed and galloped towards the manor. In a short while, he arrived at the manor just in time for dinner. After engaging in customary debates with the other knights and their attendants, he retreated to his private quarters. The heavy armor was hung upon a wooden rack, while his sharp, horn battle-axe was meticulously anointed with a protective liquid, and a pristine cloth was used to polish it. Once he completed the maintenance of his weapons, KuKas disrobed and lay upon the stone bed, preparing for his ensuing training. He tugged at the iron chain at the head of the bed, and with a creaking sound, a fissure appeared in the ceiling above him, from which a long slab of blue stone slowly descended. This slab weighed over 100 pounds, tethered by several chains that gradually lowered it until it rested upon KuKas's chest. The immense weight made his breathing somewhat labored, yet he had grown accustomed to such trials. Employing a unique breathing technique, he swiftly adapted. Under this specialized breathing method, KuKas's muscles began to tremble subtly, the fibers undulating as they shifted the heavy stone slightly. The chains ensured it would not fall. With each muscular contraction, KuKas felt a series of minor stings radiate from within, a sensation that had persisted for quite some time. As the stings intensified, a warm sensation arose within him. Yet these heat waves dissipated almost as quickly as they materialized, repeating the cycle without any significant alteration apart from the escalating discomfort. Although the pain within was bothersome, it was merely a trifling issue for KuKas, not enough to elicit a cry. And indeed, it was similarly trivial for the other knights and attendants. They had embarked on this method of training from the moment they became knights attendants. And after years, they had grown accustomed to it. Approximately 3 magical hours later, KuKas once again pulled the chain at the head of the bed, hoisting the heavy stone upwards. After completing this endeavor, he leapt from the bed to consume some meat and honey to replenish his energy. The following morning, KuKas awoke early, donning a simple attendant-esque garb before draping a black cloak from his wardrobe over his shoulders. As the cloak concealed his figure, he suddenly realized, damn it, I no longer need to venture into town to procure food. That task has now been entrusted to that curly-haired attendant. What shall I do instead? It has been quite a while since I last read. Perhaps I should peruse the old knight-esque collection. KuKas raked his fingers through his hair, finding the abrupt end to years of labor somewhat disorienting. Nevertheless, it was a positive change, for it afforded him more time to enrich himself. Chapter 4. KuKas's dilemma upon donning his black cloak and stepping outside. KuKas observed 3 or 5 formidable guards encircling a robust slave, awaiting his arrival. Upon sighting the slave, KuKas recalled his command to the guards from the previous day. Take him to the training grounds, KuKas instructed succinctly. Everything at your command, great Lord KuKas. One of the guards stepped forward, bowing, before pulling the rope, with the assistance of his comrades, to escort the slave towards the training area. The slave cursed KuKas vehemently, decrying him as a villain who aided the malevolent nobility in tormenting the weak. The guards, witnessing the slave's impertinence, swiftly struck him to silence his protests. However, the slave, fully aware of his impending fate, refused to yield, glaring at KuKas with clenched teeth, hoping to awaken some semblance of conscience in the demon-like man before him. Respected Lord KuKas, it was all our mistake. I implore you not to hold it against us. One guard finally pulled a piece of white cloth from his waist to gag the slave. Despite the winter chill, beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, rolled down the slave's forehead, betraying his fear of KuKas's wrath. The slave appeared normal upon arrival. It seems he was overwhelmed upon seeing you and lost his composure. Hence his offense. Proceed. As per my instructions, provide him with the finest armor, shield, and battle axe, should he be capable of riding. Grant him a steed as well. KuKas dismissed the slave-esque curses with indifference, lacking the desire to engage further with the guards, merely gesturing for them to depart. The guards, elated by this rare display of leniency from KuKas, concealed their delight, maintaining their usual expressions of trepidation as they escorted the slave to the training grounds. Once the guards and slave were out of sight, KuKas ventured to the kitchen to procure some food before returning to his chamber to don his armor. The heavy armor was lined with a thin layer of wolf fur, providing warmth rather than the chill of steel against his skin. The armor-esque design evenly distributed its 30-plus pounds, allowing him to move comfortably. Grasping the single-bladed horn battle axe, he felt a profound sense of security as he traced the patterns along its surface and the fabric wrapped around its handle through the fingertips of his glove. In this world, it was only his armor, axe, and steed that bestowed upon him such a feeling. With the helmet donned, his fearsome visage was further obscured by a more terrifying mask, the green-faced mask. With its menacing fangs, was of KuKas's own design, which he had subsequently modified with a manner-esque blacksmith. I, KuKas, shall not only survive in this world, but shall do so with greater ease and joy than most. Whoever dares impede my existence shall find their own life forfeit. With a glint of ferocity in his eyes, KuKas murmured this mantra a few times as per his custom. After adjusting his equipment, he made his way to the stables to seek out his steed, Katyusha, that as he exited his chamber, he noticed a knight's attendant heading towards the door. But KuKas, disinterested, silently followed behind. KuKas, shall we have another bout when time permits? The knight's attendant suddenly turned to regard KuKas. Despite KuKas being clad in half armor and a mask, his towering stature of over 2 meters was the most imposing in the entire manor, making him easily recognizable even beneath the black cloak that, if memory serves, you have but a year remaining before departing from the manor. At that time, whether or not you have become a knight, we shall engage in battle. I have no time for a duel now, KuKas replied, shaking his head, that if you were so eager for a fight, seek out another. Do not trouble me. The sound of his iron-studded boots echoed in the corridor as the knight abruptly halted. Turning to face KuKas with a serious expression, I am on the verge of breaking through the limits to become a knight, that I do not wish to engage in an unequal battle with you post-ascension. I hope you can understand. On the battlefield, equality is a myth. Your adversaries will employ every means to slay you, just as you will do to them. Is that not so? KuKas laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat the comparatively shorter knight on the back, saying, Our aspirations align in becoming knights. Once that is achieved, the foes we face will not only be of equal rank, but also those stronger and weaker than ourselves to that point, who will still demand fairness as you wish. The heavy yet resonant cadence of footsteps once again reverberated through the corridor. Watching the knight's attendant recede into the distance, KuKas let out a cackling laugh and called out, What you ought to do now is pray to the deity you worship, beseeching your god to grant you the fortune of becoming a knight within the year, or even to elevate to a divine knight. Only then will you have a chance to defeat me. Otherwise, failure awaits you, that I shall become a knight. I swear by the name of the goddess of war whom I revere. The knight's attendant paused momentarily before resuming his march towards the exit. Beneath a knight, you have no rival, but you cannot withstand a knight, even one newly ascended. Only through experience will one understand. It is far too early to utter such words now. KuKas scoffed, estimating that within a year he would emerge as a formidable knight. That be why that time, even if the other became a knight, he would harbor no fear whatsoever. Having traversed the lengthy corridor, KuKas exited the grand chamber, mounted his steed Katyusha, and gradually urged the horse towards the training grounds. Throughout the journey, he pondered numerous thoughts, contemplating the chaotic and cruel nature of the world, reflecting on the events of his past life. Everything felt overwhelmingly disordered, and at times, the lengthy passage of time nearly made him forget his identity as a reincarnated being. The hooves of his steed trampled the accumulated snow, and flakes cascaded from the sky, melting swiftly upon contact with his armor, while some settled on the ground, concealing various impurities. No more overthinking, he mused. In this world, my sole priority is to survive. No one can thwart my resolve, neither in my previous life nor in this one. KuKas muttered to himself. Chapter 5. News from the old steward. The guards of the training grounds had already prepared everything KuKas required. Logs, boulders, and thorny brambles were strewn about, that a robust slave donned a half-suit of armor. Wielding a spiked mace, standing resolutely in the center of the arena, surrounded by over a dozen fierce guards brandishing waxen rods, wary of the slave, seizing the opportunity to escape once armed. All of you, disperse, KuKas commanded, gesturing towards the guards, then turning to the fully equipped slave with a sinister grin. Listen well, young man. I shall grant you an opportunity that if you can best me in combat, I will spare your life. Roar! The slave, witnessing the guards parting, did not wait for KuKas to finish speaking, that he bellowed and charged towards KuKas, who sat regally upon his warhorse. I will slay you and avenge my deceased sister. You lack the qualifications for that, KuKas retorted with a chilling laugh. He was still 100 paces away from the slave, a distance insufficient for his steed to charge, especially with the numerous obstacles littered across the ground. Yet this did not diminish his disdain for an untrained slave. The brutal conflicts of his previous life, compounded with the knightly training he had received in this world, led him to believe that no ordinary slave, no matter how strong, could inflict harm upon him. The outcome was all but predetermined. Guided by KuKas, his steed advanced gracefully, perhaps sensing the air of impending combat, whinnying with fervor. 50 paces, 40, 10. As the distance between them dwindled to mere 10 paces, KuKas unleashed a thunderous shout, magnitudes louder than the slave's earlier roar. Accompanying this formidable cry, his steed surged forward wildly. The sharp edge of his war axe sliced through the slave's neck. The last thing the slave heard was that deafening shout, followed by an overwhelming rush of wind, after which all sensation faded into oblivion. May the deity you worship bless you, granting you the chance to reincarnate in the region of Kastu. When that time comes, I hope you will emerge as a warrior or knight, so we may clash once more, KuKas reflected, removing his helmet and shaking his robust neck Dismounting, he discarded his armor and, after instructing the guards to dispose of the fallen body, he resumed honing his skills. With ample nourishment, KuKas practiced fervently, applying precious ointments to prevent muscular injuries. Thus, the tedious yet fulfilling days passed. Although the Castor region lay in the north, where winters lingered long, time gradually wore on, the snow dwindling, and the flurries in the sky becoming scarce. Verdant grasses pierced through the soil, striving to extend their stems and leaves, competing for sunlight. One morning, while engaged in combat training, a cavalryman galloped from the direction of the manor. "Estemed Lord KuKas, the knight has summoned you to return." The cavalryman dismounted and knelt before KuKas, bowing respectfully. Was it the knight himself who summoned me? Not quite. It was the steward who notified me. The cavalryman bowed his head, too intimidated to meet KuKas's gaze, overwhelmed by the aura of menace emanating from him. "Very well. Inform the steward that I shall arrive shortly," KuKas replied, nodding imperiously, signifying his acknowledgement. The cavalryman, sensing the urgency, departed hastily to inform the other knights. As each morning, knights would take their servants and either seek secluded spots for training or visit friends for respite, but he hoped to hasten his pace to fulfill the steward's directive promptly. After practicing a bit longer, KuKas donned his armor and made his way back to the manor. The hooves of his steed, Katyusha, thudded upon the dirt path, which had become muddy after enduring the prolonged winter snow. It is early spring. What business could require us knights? Are we to oversee the peasants in cultivating barren lands for crops? Damn it. If that is the case, I shall find a way to evade such duties. As he rode, KuKas's mind wandered. He contemplated the possibility of a squire breaking through limitations to become a knight, or the old knight recovering from illness, necessitating a gathering for a celebratory feast. He also pondered the grim notion of the old knight passing away alone in this early spring, prompting the steward to summon them for a funeral. Amidst these musings, KuKas returned to the grand estate. 11 knightly squires had already assembled, quietly seated at a long table, awaiting proceedings that a serving girl brought forth exquisite pastries and fine wines. Yet none dared to partake. KuKas, too, felt perplexed by the old steward's sudden summons. After a couple of hours, all 11 squires had gathered, and the old steward appeared before them. "Dear friends, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your leisure time, but I must regretfully inform you that the territory requires your assistance. The Castor region needs you, and the Latour Empire calls upon you. Poor children, you are about to embark upon the battlefield once more. And I hope this old man will still have the chance to witness your valor," the steward said, trembling as he retrieved a thick roll of parchment from his satchel, his voice grave. "A significant uprising has emerged in Castor. And amidst the throngs of rebels, the Empire has discerned the presence of our old adversary, the Steadfast Empire. To prevent unforeseen calamities, the governor has decided to summon all knights and squires to swiftly quell these insurrections." "Old man, last autumn you claimed that the rebels were linked to the Steadfast Empire, yet we never encountered a single soldier of theirs. Now you assert their involvement again. Do you derive pleasure from deceiving us?" KuKas exclaimed. Rising abruptly, his hands pressed against the table, his fierce gaze locked onto the steward as he raged, but he harbored no tolerance for being misled, even in the slightest. "That is the governor's command, not my own," the steward replied, coughing and gesturing for KuKas to sit and listen. "This uprising was entirely unforeseen. While I understand it has encroached upon your freedom, I implore you to assist in quelling these rebels to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon our territory." The steward extended the parchment to the nearby squires for their review. Chapter 6. Preparations underway as squires. The ability to read and write was essential. The parchment swiftly made its rounds among the 11 squires. "Steward, we wish to understand what unforeseen circumstances led to this uprising. We do not wish to blindly serve the governor." A blond squire scoffed, the last to receive the parchment. After reading, he furiously thrust it back at the steward. The governor merely raised taxes slightly in preparation for a gift to the emperor, which discontented some citizens, inciting them to revolt, further fueled by the Steadfast Empire behind the scenes. Hence, we find ourselves in this predicament, the steward explained, coughing laboriously, that he then rapped his knuckles against the long table, declaring loudly, Regardless of your thoughts, we must dispatch personnel to quell this insurrection. The manor requires guards. The common folk need reassurance. The estate must remain operational, and we need to send enough personnel to suppress the uprising, the steward emphasized, striking the table firmly. I hope you treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Allow me to lead a contingent to quell the rebels. KuKas declared, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. My reputation is confined to a few nearby towns. I yearn for my name to echo throughout the Casta region, not just in the vicinity of Sheely. KuKas's words aimed to showcase his strength. Only by demonstrating his might could he feel secure, earn respect from others, and avoid humiliation from the unwise. The bloody butcher, the blonde squire, remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at KuKas before turning away to converse with another squire quietly. Is there anyone else willing to partake in this conflict? The steward inquired once more, rapping the table to quell the murmurs among the squires. As a squire to a knight, you must possess the virtue of bravery. I believe that during your future promotion to knighthood, you will certainly be assessed in this regard. As a squire, I would never engage in combat with the defenseless or slay the weak, including women and children. The golden-haired squire abruptly rose and performed a knightly salute before the old steward. You are not yet a knight. There is no need to adhere to the so-called 8 virtues. Nearby, KuKas scoffed at this, deeming the other's character cowardly and unworthy of becoming a formidable knight. Though I am not yet a knight, I have been diligently striving towards that goal, that I shall etch the spirit of knighthood deeply into my soul, so that it may never fade. The golden-haired squire turned with a serious expression and addressed KuKas loudly. I cannot bring myself to harm those who are defenseless, nor do I possess the strength to pierce their unprotected chests with my lance. My enemies are not these, nor are they the common folk driven to rebellion. You, a traditionalist, should venture to the southern empires, where knights still uphold the 8 virtues. Here in the Casta region, amidst the entire Latour Empire, we are the least concerned with knightly virtues. Speaking of such matters here invites mockery. KuKas forcefully pushed the table aside, standing up to point at the other and shout, "Do not make excuses for your cowardice. I alone shall participate in this war. You will remain here to guard the estate and comfort the weary commoners. Spring has arrived. I hope you manage the estate well and gather enough provisions to withstand a harsh winter." In the spacious room, only KuKas's loud voice echoed, while the 10 squires sat in silence. The old steward handed a parchment to KuKas with a sigh, then hunched over and left alone, watching the old steward depart. KuKas could only scoff. After tucking the parchment into his cloak, he grasped his helmet and turned to leave. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated in the room, and the other 10 squires remained silent. They were not timid. Rather, they simply did not wish to slay the weak, nor did they desire to thrust their spears or axes into the chests of their foes, since arriving in this world. KuKas had witnessed too much bloodshed to ensure his own safety. He had to relentlessly hone his combat skills, striving to survive in this realm. Whether in this life or the last, he believed solely in personal strength as the cornerstone of his existence. Though such thoughts were perhaps obsessive and mad, he had never wavered. Upon returning to his chamber, KuKas began preparing for the impending conflict. That he applied a special oil to his armor. Thanks to this salve, the heavy armor would neither rust nor be worn down by rain. That he polished his sharp and hefty horned axe repeatedly before finally storing it away. The 2-meter-long knight's lance was merely wiped down and cast aside, for he specialized in the horned axe, not the lance. Without a shield, KuKas deemed his own strength and armor sufficient for protection, that a shield was meant for defense. Wielding one would slow his attack speed. He believed that by decapitating his enemies with his axe, they would lack the capacity to strike back to him. A shield was merely a burden. That was his custom. When night fell, KuKas once again engaged in nightly training. Feeling the increasing sharp pain within him, he recognized that he was nearing the path of knighthood. With dawn breaking, servants had already brought a sack of gold coins and ample provisions to KuKas's doorstep. A lavish breakfast was swiftly prepared by the cooks and delivered to his chamber. Large cuts of beef, white bread, a generous goblet of wine, a small jar of honey and cream, and several rolls of meat pie. This was KuKas's breakfast. Observing the meal laid before him, the bald giant smiled with satisfaction. According to custom, only a squire going into battle would partake of one final breakfast in his chamber. Even upon becoming a knight, this tradition would endure. Is this meant to mask the trepidation of the ones setting forth? I, KuKas, yearn for war. Only through battle can I grow stronger. Grasping the large goblet of wine, the bald giant downed it in one gulp. Yet his hand trembled slightly, revealing a glimmer of helplessness and sorrow in his eyes. Chapter 7. The beginning of everything. After breakfast, KuKas donned his heavy armor. And after putting on his iron gloves and grasping the horned axe, he opened the door to find the elderly steward standing outside. The old steward, clad in a black suit, held a parchment with both hands, standing straight before the door with his eyes closed in anticipation. KuKas. Upon hearing the door creak, the old steward abruptly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the bald giant's face. What is your command? KuKas was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the steward to be here. After all, he had participated in quelling the rebels several times, and the steward had never come to him alone before. This is a message from the lord of the estate. The knight to be delivered to you, the old steward said gravely, extending the scroll towards KuKas and indicating for him to take it. Within this scroll lies the knightly training methods passed down from the old knight's family. Once you successfully ascend to knighthood, if you cannot find a suitable training method in a short time, it would be wise to practice this instead. Remember, you can only open this scroll once you become a true knight, the steward added, his tone growing more serious. How could the knight entrust such a precious item to me? KuKas was momentarily stunned, but then reached out to accept the scroll. Upon touching it, he felt a warmth emanating from within. He glanced down to observe that the scroll was approximately 1 foot long and as thick as an infant's arm, adorned with intricate patterns and peculiar characters. Staring too long made his vision blur, rendering the script unclear. Be warned, you must become a knight before you can open this scroll, the steward said, seeing KuKas's dazed expression, and promptly tapped on his armor. The sound of fingers striking metal rang out, snapping KuKas from his reverie. Though the knight no longer instructs you, he observes you privately at intervals, that he believes that after this trial by blood, you will surely become a knight, that he has already instructed me to prepare what is needed for your knighting ceremony. Trust in the knight and me. Your return will exceed your wildest imagination. The steward's expression softened into a smile as he noted KuKas regaining his composure. Among the 11 squires, the knight holds you in the highest regard. None other can surpass you. In that case, I shall comply with the knight's wishes. KuKas carefully tucked the scroll into a hidden pouch within his armor and politely inquired if the steward had any additional instructions. Be mindful. I have heard that some minor complications have arisen with the governor. So this time the execution of the rebels differs somewhat from previous occasions. Therefore, both the knight and I hope you can temper your fiery temper and avoid provoking trouble. As he spoke, the steward's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of resignation. The knight is quite old now. He cannot handle certain troubles, so I hope you remain cautious and prevent any harm from coming to this estate. The steward's words left KuKas feeling embarrassed. Just as the steward had said, each time he had gone out to slay the rebels, conflicts had arisen with other squires, causing considerable trouble for the estate. This time, I will absolutely rein in my temper and not disappoint the knight. Recalling the old knight's past kindness and tolerance towards him, KuKas nodded vigorously in assurance that as the steward had noted, the old knight had grown too frail. When facing certain troubles, he had little standing in discussions with other knights and nobles, whether in terms of martial strength or otherwise. I await your return, the steward said, a flicker of joy appearing on his face upon hearing KuKas's promise. He stood on tiptoe, attempting to pat KuKas on the shoulder, but alas, his frail form failed to reach far enough. More importantly, KuKas was so tall, nearly 8 elbows high, that even the steward's outstretched arms could only graze the shoulder plate of KuKas's armor. I will return as swiftly as possible, KuKas assured, nodding earnestly as he slightly bent his knees to allow the steward's hand to touch his shoulder. After completing this gesture, the steward nodded, sighed, and turned to depart. KuKas remained in place for a long moment before finally leaving the spacious room that I in this cold season. He mounted his warhorse and set forth toward the gathering of troops. Along the way, he encountered little of note. Over the course of several days, he saw only the impoverished common folk and the wandering destitute, along with a smattering of merchants and the occasional fellow squires. The knight's retainers from other estates were accompanied by ample servants and soldiers, while KuKas found himself utterly alone. Consequently, those retainers were utterly disinclined to advance alongside KuKas, regarding him with disdainful glances and peculiar tones that effectively isolated him from their company. Were it not for the old steward's instructions, I would have cleaved you worthless wretches in twain with a single stroke. KuKas spat vehemently, casting a contemptuous gaze toward the jovial group ahead that in truth, it was not long after departing from the old knight's estate that he began to regret his recklessness. Each time he found himself without a village to shelter him at night, forced to spend the evening in the wilderness, he reminisced about those less formidable yet remarkably capable soldiers and guards. If only they were here, I would not have to endure the discomfort of hiding in the underbrush. KuKas pondered repeatedly. Hey there, lad. Are you all alone? As dusk descended, KuKas had just managed to establish a makeshift camp by the side of the rudimentary road, digging a hearth with a small spade when the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached from behind. The horse's gallop slowed and eventually halted just short of KuKas that a young man, adorned with a mocking expression, sat upon his steed, gesturing toward KuKas with derision. Why not relinquish this camp to us? I could allow you to join my company, sparing you the fate of being slaughtered by those vagrants or mobs on your own. Are you jesting, boy? KuKas retorted, rising abruptly and brandishing the nearly 3-foot-long iron spade as he bellowed. This camp belongs to me, and I shall never yield it to you. Depart from here at once. With that declaration, he swung the spade with renewed fervor. Crafted by the old blacksmith of the estate in collaboration with his son, the spade was forged entirely of tempered iron, and at KuKas's behest, its edges were sharpened to rival that of any common hand axe. Is this how you speak to a knight's retainer who commands 100 soldiers? Who granted you such audacity? The young knight's retainer, appearing to be in his early 20s, bore a youthful countenance with a fine layer of fuzz on his lips that he was rather handsome, yet his words were laced with bitterness. I am a distinguished knight's retainer. You wretched mercenary, vacate this place at once, for you have no right to be here. Are you addressing me, child? KuKas sneered at the remark, stepping forward with the intention of cleaving the young man's head in two. However, at that moment, the words of the old steward echoed in his mind. I advise you to discern the identity of those you speak to, lest you offend someone beyond your means to confront. With a sinister grin, KuKas hurled the spade at the knight's horse. Startled by the sudden appearance of the spade before its hooves, the steed recoiled, nearly unseating its young rider. A knight's retainer, you say? I never would have guessed your steed possesses less courage than a common mutt. Do you ride such a creature in a battle, hoping for a swifter demise? KuKas disregarded the soldiers who had instantly assumed a defensive posture, pointing derisively at the flustered knight's retainer and laughing uproariously. My lord, my young master is still inexperienced and has not traversed the world, that I beg you to show leniency, implored the captain of the guard situated beside the young knight, upon noticing the armor beneath KuKas's cloak and the spade embedded into the earth. He felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Moreover, the sight of the intricately carved half-foot-long horn emerging from KuKas's waist caused him to gasp in alarm. Those who served as guards like him might not be seasoned warriors, but they possessed an acute awareness and discerning capability. Having roamed the Castor region for several years, he recognized that anyone wielding a horn axe was not to be trifled with, that he had encountered many professionals, mercenaries and rogue thugs, yet few bore the formidable horn axe. Recalling a warrior he had encountered years prior, who had wielded a horn axe and had cleaved through 10 heavily armored soldiers trained by a viscount, he shuddered at the memory. Although that warrior ultimately fell to a sorcerer, the gruesome spectacle of that battle had remained etched in his memory. The horn axe was one of the most powerful battle axes of the Latour Empire and the most formidable in the Castor region. Even the weakest individual wielding such an axe would be beyond the capacity of their 100-strong contingent, devoid of heavy armor or professionals, to withstand. After all, a 36-pound axe was no weapon that an ordinary individual, let alone a common professional, could wield for an extended duration. Moreover, those who possessed such axes were renowned for their unparalleled combat prowess. Indeed, even if he were merely a knight's retainer at present. Chapter 8. A sudden dispute. My lord, he is also a knight's retainer. The captain of the guards turned to whisper to his master, we have no need to engage in conflict with a knight's retainer, especially since this is a direct order from the baron himself. Damn it, he is merely a fallen knight's retainer, lacking even his own servants. What do we have to fear? The young knight's retainer exclaimed, yanking his sword from his waist and pointing it at KuKas with enthusiasm. Draw your weapon, and let us settle this through a fair duel between knights. With that proclamation, he arrogantly raised his chin, signaling for KuKas to retrieve his spade for the duel. Do not give me excuses about not fighting due to orders. Today, whether you wish it or not, you shall duel me, should you take the initiative. It will be a one-on-one duel. If I take the initiative, you will face 100 soldiers. What a fool! KuKas, upon hearing the knight's retainer's words and witnessing his eagerness, realized that this confrontation was unavoidable. With a feral grin, he unhooked the horn axe from his waist. Without a word, he hefted the axe, eschewing the horse, and charged toward the young knight's retainer still mounted on his steed. Protect the master, the captain of the guards bellowed. Under his command, a soldier raised a hefty wooden shield to obstruct KuKas's path, hoping to impede his charge or force him to alter his course, thereby granting their master ample time to prepare. You disregard the rules. A duel between knights is not conducted this way, the young knight's retainer exclaimed, brandishing his long sword, momentarily caught off guard, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he shouted that KuKas's actions were improper. I have never adhered to rules with others. KuKas internally scorned the retainer. Yet his movements remained swift, the distance of merely a dozen meters, which would take an ordinary soldier several breaths to traverse. KuKas covered in just 1 or 2 breaths that he did not alter his course nor cleave through the wooden shield with his horn axe. Instead, he lunged forward shoulder first, delivering a powerful blow. The resounding thud echoed as the soldier wielding the shield was sent flying, as though he were a flimsy sheet of paper caught in a tempest. The shield splintering upon impact. The soldier was left on the ground, gasping for breath, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to rise, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and lying still, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. With his lung punctured by shattered bone, he faced a grim fate in the absence of a priest or healer. After sending the soldier flying, KuKas's momentum only intensified. Another soldier attempted to obstruct his path, although he too was knocked aside. The effort did rouse the young knight's retainer to awareness. I will kill you, he shouted, swinging his sword viciously toward KuKas's head. No one can kill me. KuKas roared, his blood now boiling with exhilaration. Having already dispatched 2 soldiers, he shouted in excitement as his horn axe cut through the air like lightning, arcing toward the young knight's retainer's midsection. The knight's retainer, still mounted, could hardly fathom the speed of KuKas's formidable frame. Before he could react, KuKas's horn axe struck him mercilessly at the waist. The weighty armor of the retainer offered no protection against the brutal assault, and in an instant, it was torn asunder. The sharp and heavy horn axe, propelled by KuKas's tremendous strength, not only rent the armor, but also bisected the knight's retainer in two. That the technique of decapitation, honed under the guidance of the old knight, was one KuKas had mastered. The old knight had once asserted that no one of equal rank could effectively block KuKas's decapitation. This strike summoned forth all of KuKas's power, and even the mightiest of armor would falter before his lethal blow. The knight's retainer fell beneath the horse, moaning in agony, desperately crawling on the ground in search of his severed limbs to reassemble himself. Quick, summon the physician. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to perish. The desolate wails sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers, causing some new recruits to drop their weapons and flee frantically into the distance. That as a new recruit turned to escape, the captain of the guards commanded dozens of cavalry to pursue him and execute him without hesitation. Meanwhile, KuKas pressed his foot firmly on the chest of the knight's attendant, gripping his horned battle axe tightly. Tell me, do you still wish to duel with me? KuKas sneered menacingly. Unfortunately for the knight's attendant, he had already been cleaved in half, leaving only endless pain and terror occupying his mind. There was no time to respond to the victor's inquiry. I forgot to mention, every single individual who has dueled with me has met their demise. Not one has survived. With that, KuKas exerted force, and with a sickening crunch, he caved in the attendant's chest. The heart, protected by the rib cage, was crushed into a bloody pulp. The body convulsed weakly a few times, then fell still, while other onlookers watched in horror. "You have slain the son of a baron, the only heir to his family." At that moment, the captain of the guards led dozens of soldiers to encircle KuKas tightly. Their long spears raised, swords and shields in hand, eyes fixed on him with trepidation. "If given the chance, I would gladly kill that baron and his entire family." KuKas scoffed disdainfully, kicking the half-corpse toward the captain. According to imperial law, when a guard's master dies, the guard is left with two choices. The first is to return to the master's home to deliver the news of their death, allowing the master's friends and family to decide their fate, be it slavery or execution. Without any resistance, the second choice is to fight to the death in vengeance for their master. Tell me, which choice will you make? KuKas nonchalantly toyed with his battle axe, weighing over 30 pounds. The axe felt as light as a mere stick in his grasp, wielded effortlessly. The captain, observing the towering figure cloaked in black, watched the axe whirl through the air and the scarred skin exposed beneath the armor. Gave a resigned smile. "Actually, there is a third option. I could become a robber, a marauding thug, or even a wandering mercenary. What do you think?" "That is indeed an intriguing choice." I did not expect you to have such clever ideas." KuKas laughed heartily, gesturing towards the surrounding soldiers with authority. "But with so many of you becoming robbers and marauding thugs, it would likely attract quite a bit of attention. Moreover, there are too few dead here. No one to accompany a noble son into the afterlife. Surely that would be inappropriate. Those without horses should be buried with him." Upon hearing KuKas's words, the captain shouted loudly, signaling to the cavalry to swiftly break away from the main group, encircling the infantry and KuKas. Some cavalry galloped towards the distance, taking positions hundreds of meters away, their long spears poised for an imminent charge. "Kill!" KuKas roared madly, charging into the midst of the infantry, initiating a gruesome slaughter. The battle axe swung, and none could withstand its might. Wooden shields crumbled like parchment before the axe, while inferior leather armor offered no protection whatsoever. Some soldiers banded together to attack KuKas, while others fled in panic. Those fortunate enough to land a wound on him were met with the grim fate of being cleaved in two. While the fleeing soldiers fell victim to the surrounding cavalry's spears and blades, one soldier, under the threat of death, desperately lunged his spear toward KuKas's chest. Disregarding the axe's deadly arc, KuKas did not evade. He allowed the spear to pierce him. The weapon struck his chest, but was thwarted by the heavy iron plates of his half-armor. The soldier, however, met his end as KuKas's axe split open his skull. In a mere moment, over 30 infantrymen lay dead. And the injuries inflicted upon KuKas were but a few shallow wounds. "If you charge, I assure you, I will not withstand it." After cleaving the last infantryman in two, he raised his axe and laughed uproariously. "What a thrill! Why do you not charge? With these soldiers obstructing you, you certainly have the capability to organize a powerful assault." KuKas licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile twisted with savagery. "It has been far too long since I have experienced such exhilarating slaughter. My blood is boiling. Come forth, as cavalrymen, you should not be so cowardly. Raise your long spears, wield your swords, and charge." Observing KuKas, who despite his wounds, still wielded the horned battle axe with ease, the captain of the guards could only bitterly smile. He felt a sense of relief for his earlier wisdom. "I apologize. We are merely trying to make a living, and there is no need to die for the dead." With that, the captain turned his horse and led the remaining 40 or so cavalrymen away from KuKas, galloping in the opposite direction. Chapter 9. The Mage's Attendant. How dull. As the cavalry departed, KuKas spat in disinterest. The corpses strewn across the ground extinguished any desire he had to camp there, fearing discovery. He called for his resting warhorse from afar, quickly packed his belongings, and set off towards his destination once more. After a journey of 7 or 8 days, he encountered no trouble as KuKas neared his destination. He overheard conversations among passers-by that reminded him of the recent slaughter of the knight's attendant. It appeared that since his last visit, many knightly retinues sent to report to the governor had encountered troubles. Some fortunate ones had merely suffered losses before reaching the gathering point, while the unfortunate had been utterly annihilated, with one or more knightly attendants brutally slain. I never expected the Casta region to descend into such chaos. Upon hearing these rumors, KuKas's first thought was one of unease, that he speculated that other forces from different regions sought to take advantage of the situation to undermine the governor of Casta by targeting the knightly attendants to weaken his power. In the Latur Empire, the strength of a region was not determined by the number of formidable professionals it possessed, nor by the size of its military, but rather by how many individuals were on the verge of becoming professionals. The foundational support ultimately dictated the strength of a region or a ruler. This endeavor to suppress the rabble appears far from simple. They claim the involvement of the Steadfast Empire. I believe this incident is likely a covert confrontation among the powerful within the empire, with us serving as mere cannon fodder. While resting in a tavern in a small town, KuKas overheard someone nearby whisper this sentiment. What difference does it make to us, knowing we are to be cannon fodder? Do we possess the strength to resist? Let us not forget that we are knightly attendants. We must obey the orders of the knights, unless we can be certain of escaping their pursuit or that of the imperial forces. A young knightly attendant beside him tugged at his sparse beard, speaking gloomily. The tavern was filled with discussions about the recent rabble incident, enough to quickly wear on KuKas's nerves that he had the server prepare ample provisions before hastily consuming his meal, eager to resume his journey and reach the gathering place as soon as possible. The weeks of travel had deprived him of the opportunity to train. The sharp pain within him gradually lessened, but he knew that if he could not resume his training or engage in combat promptly, his strength would continue to wane, delaying his aspirations of becoming a true knight. But he forcefully shoved the last piece of beef into his mouth, the sound of coins clinking as they fell onto the table. The server, perceptive, hurriedly approached to settle the bill. After paying the requisite amount, KuKas gathered his supplies and headed for the door. Just as he stood up, the heavy wooden door of the tavern was thrust open once more. The door crashed against the wall with a loud thud. However, this time, the newcomers were not brutish mercenaries, savage warriors, or ruthless, inhumane rabble, but rather a group of young men clad in the attire of knightly attendants. These attendants wore heavy full-body armor, with only their heads exposed, while the rest of their bodies were enveloped in thick armor. They draped themselves in dark gray half-cloaks that covered their right chests and wrapped around their waists. Serving as skirts, an intricate and exquisite pattern was emblazoned on the cloak. Mage attendants. Upon seeing these familiar yet foreign garments, KuKas's mind raced, quickly retrieving the information he sought. These knightly attendants were specifically trained to guard mages, hence their distinctive attire. They were not required to possess overwhelming offensive capabilities, but were instead expected to demonstrate formidable defensive strength, which was why they donned such heavy armor. Gentlemen, might any of you have seen this young man? The leader of the mage attendants held up a scroll of parchment, which he unfurled to reveal a portrait. As KuKas's gaze fell upon the image, his eyes narrowed instantly that if his memory served him correctly, the figure in the portrait was indeed the young, arrogant squire whom he had slain a few days prior. The patrons in the tavern conversed in hushed tones, all shaking their heads in unison, claiming they had never seen him. Similarly, recalling the words of the old steward, KuKas followed suit, shaking his head while feigning curiosity as he scrutinized the mage's retainers. The retainers, relieved that no one had witnessed the individual in question, exchanged glances and one stepped forward, raising his voice. If anyone lays eyes on this man, please relay the information to the Mercenary Guild. I assure you, a bountiful reward awaits you there. With that, the mage's retainers swiftly turned and departed, leaving behind a group of bewildered patrons in the tavern, who continued their quiet discussions. KuKas paid them no mind, opting instead to order another glass of potent white wine, which he savored slowly. Once he estimated that the mage's retainers had vacated the premises, he paid a sufficient sum and exited the tavern, heading once more towards the gathering point. Initially, his steed advanced at a leisurely pace, but soon quickened its tempo, eventually breaking into a steady gallop. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed in his ears as the spring breeze invigorated KuKas, filling him with a sense of elation. The closer he drew to the meeting point, the more groups he encountered along the route. Among them were solitary knightly retainers, mercenaries, and a multitude of soldiers led by knightly retainers. However, the largest contingent comprised various merchant caravans. They transported vast quantities of goods via ox-drawn or horse-drawn carts, and whenever mercenaries or knightly retainers passed by, they would loudly hawk their wares. Naturally, this was the behavior of solitary traders and small merchant caravans. The larger caravans had their goods directly purchased by the governor, reaping substantial profits. Though the speed of his steed was not particularly swift, it still stirred up clouds of dust along the dry road. Some merchants muttered curses at KuKas, skillfully shielding their goods with oilcloth to prevent them from becoming too dusty and unsellable. Paying them no heed, KuKas expertly maneuvered his steed through the throngs of merchants and mercenaries. Chapter 10. Tulip Manor. Just ahead lies Tulip Manor, where you can rest well. Other readers can proceed as normal. As KuKas swiftly overtook a group of mercenaries, he overheard their conversation. Tulip Manor? KuKas furrowed his brow in contemplation that if his memory served him well, this was indeed the gathering point the old steward had mentioned. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved a map from his satchel. After a brief examination, he confirmed that he was indeed quite close to Tulip Manor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would arrive before dinner. The prospect of reaching his destination, securing a comfortable sleeping environment, and resuming his training spurred KuKas to urge his steed onward, further quickening its pace. The sound of hooves echoed rhythmically, and aside from allowing his steed brief rests when necessary, he consumed his lunch atop the horse. As twilight descended, KuKas finally reached his destination, the governor's designated Tulip Manor. Although he had heard much about this manor along the way, the sight of it took his breath away. This estate was extraordinarily vast, far exceeding the size of Shirai town, which housed over 10,000 residents and could accommodate more than 20,000 travelers. It was evident that Tulip Manor could house even more as he approached within a few hundred meters. Several mounted soldiers rode forth to greet him. The leader, though of average appearance, bore a balanced physique and an air of lethal intent, unmistakable signs of a seasoned warrior. This is Tulip Manor, catering exclusively to select merchants, mercenary bands, and the knights of the manor. May I inquire your identity? The cavalryman, spear held upright, regarded KuKas with a vigilant gaze that in recent days, the influx of mercenary groups, merchants, and knights from the Castor region had rendered Tulip Manor chaotic. Skirmishes often broke out, prompting the manor's owner to dispatch these soldiers to maintain order and receive guests. I am a retainer from Shirai Night Manor, following the orders of the governor, here to gather and eradicate those rabble-rousers. KuKas shook his head, the thick muscles of his neck cracking audibly, his facial scar twitching menacingly. Here is my proof. He produced the parchment given to him by the old steward and presented it to the cavalryman. Having undergone this procedure 3 or 4 times already, he was well aware of the purpose behind it. The verification of his credentials was swift. The cavalryman scrutinized the text and seal before nodding amicably at KuKas. You may accompany him. Arrangements for your lodging and sustenance will be made within the manor. I must remain here on duty and cannot escort you further. Ha! Understood. KuKas replied with hearty laughter, and he realized that among the cavalrymen, only this one possessed the ability to read. The others were incapable. Thus delegating the task of guiding him to someone else. One of the cavalrymen, having received the order, turned his horse's head and led KuKas toward the manor. The closer they drew, the more individuals they encountered. Numerous small vendors displayed their carts and wares, inviting patrons to select from their offerings. Groups of mercenaries perused the goods, seeking items for sustenance or arms. Additionally, many knightly retainers accompanied their servants as they meandered through the stalls, either purchasing trinkets to please the women of the manor or seeking equipment to enhance their training and prowess. Currently, over 20,000 individuals have gathered here. You must exercise caution and avoid conflicts, as some of the attendees have volatile tempers and often engage in brawls over trivial matters. The guiding cavalryman lowered his voice to inform KuKas of the manor's circumstances. Initially, he had no intention of addressing KuKas, but upon observing KuKas's fierce demeanor and scarred visage, he recalled the orders issued by the manor's owner, compelling him to share this information. In this manner, no matter which side suffers casualties, there will be no authority to intervene. How long must I remain here before I can join the battlefield? KuKas snarled. his dissatisfaction with the manor's owner evident in his tone. I do not know. There is currently no definitive timeline. However, I suspect it will not be long. Rumor has it that the rabble has incited the marauders from the northern wastelands, who are advancing toward this location. The cavalryman furrowed his brow, realizing that KuKas was not easy to deal with, further solidifying his resolve to adhere to the manor owner's orders that they conversed. They turned down several streets, arriving at the northernmost part of the manor. Here, the streets were devoid of the numerous vendors found in other areas, and there were no clusters of mercenary bands, only the occasional passerby. Some bearing fierce expressions, others appearing anxious and alarmed. It is quite tranquil here, KuKas remarked, leisurely surveying the nearly identical two-story stone houses surrounding him. Indeed, the other areas are fully occupied. This section remains vacant. Here, you will have an entire house to yourself. In other areas, you would be confined to a single room, possibly sharing with others. The cavalryman chuckled as he guided KuKas through several alleys, swiftly arriving at another street. The buildings here rose 3 stories high, constructed of the sturdiest black stone in the Casta region. Row upon row of houses stood closely together, while 3 to 5 rugged knightly retainers ambled about the street in boredom. Upon noticing KuKas' arrival, their eyes brightened, and they instinctively gravitated toward him. This will be your residence. I hope you find it comfortable. The cavalryman indicated a house to KuKas. Food will be delivered to you daily. If you do not mind the trouble, you may inform me of your desired meals and quantities, and I will relay your requests to the servants. KuKas nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly enumerating his food preferences while narrowing his eyes, scrutinizing the 3 to 5 knightly retainers approaching on foot. With only these few formidable retainers visible along the 100-meter-long street, KuKas' wariness heightened. If you have the time, I would appreciate an explanation as to why it is so quiet here. Casting a glance at the cavalryman, he noticed the soldier was attentively listening, prompting KuKas to abruptly change the subject. Well, the patrons here can be rather temperamental. They enjoy fighting, and many cannot tolerate it, opting to leave for other places to reside. If you too cannot endure it, I can arrange a different accommodation for you, though the environment there may not compare favorably to this one. The cavalryman secretly worried, fearing that this visitor might take offense at his words. Certainly, had it not been for the master's explicit instructions, he would never have brought KuKas here. Even if he had, such a response would not have escaped his lips. If there is nothing else, you may leave. KuKas turned his head once more, dismounted from his steed, and tore off his cloak, casting it onto the ground. I believe I still have some matters to attend to. There is no time for you to linger idly here. Then I shall take my leave. The cavalryman, upon noticing the approach of 3 knights in the distance, forced a few chuckles before turning his horse away to gallop into the distance. My memory is not particularly sharp. I must quickly inform the servants to avoid forgetting the quantity of food you require. Bah! I didn't expect this coward to deliver yet another corpse. Splendid that it seems there is more fun to be had. Among the approaching attendants was a knightly retainer, towering at 2 meters 12, with a mane of fiery red hair, his temperament as fiery as his locks. Are you referring to me, child? Do not frivolously label me as a dead man. I have no intention of meeting my end just yet. KuKas roared with laughter at the remark. Drawing the horned battle axe from his waist and weighing it in his hands, the axe cutting through the air with a menacing gust. You call me child? How amusing that someone dares to call me child. It has been years. Let me ponder just how many years it has been since anyone referred to me as such. The red-haired knightly retainer clutched his head and cackled maniacally, tearing at his own hair. Tears of laughter streaming down his face as he paced frantically like a madman. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? KuKas performed a flourish, stepping forward to point at one of the retainers, a dark-haired man with piercing black eyes, and barked, If you seek to fight me, do not waste time. Go, retrieve your weapons, that I have never relied on my fists in battle. KuKas narrowed his eyes and bellowed, I crave blood. Only the blood brought forth by weapons in sufficient quantity can satisfy my thirst. His thunderous roar reverberated through the desolate street. And in the next breath, the sound of doors creaking echoed, and dozens of fierce retainers surged onto the street. These retainers were a motley crew. Some donned armor and wielded weapons, while others were barehanded and unadorned. Even the smallest among them stood a towering 2 meters tall, with some matching KuKas in stature. The most colossal among them was a massive, rotund figure, completely bald, clad only in a short leather skirt. His enormous frame towered over KuKas by a head and a half, nearly reaching 3 meters in height. Were it not for his ample flesh, one might easily mistake him for a savage giant from the barren ice plains. Chapter 11. The Young Servant. All of you pathetic cowards, step aside. I too thirst for blood, and only blood can sate my desires. The hefty retainer hefted a flail, its chain measuring 7 or 8 feet in length, with an iron ball at its end larger than an adult's head. The ball was adorned with spikes over an inch long, and from a distance, one could see dark stains of blood lingering upon it, a faint whiff of bloodlust emanating from its surface. The Gothic flail? KuKas's face twisted into a grimace of surprise upon seeing the hefty retainer wield such a weapon, though he quickly suppressed it. The Gothic flail was famed not only throughout the Latour Empire, but was also widely recognized across other realms. It was a weapon designed by the Gothic tribe from the desolate ice plains. Initially, many dismissed it as merely a larger version of a standard flail, with little distinction beyond a slightly larger head and a longer chain. However, after someone assassinated over a dozen emperors with it, the weapon gained immense popularity. Countless sought to wield it, yet after some training, they all abandoned the endeavor, for utilizing this flail required not just skill, but also immense strength. The 72-pound Gothic flail was not a tool that an ordinary person could swing for long. As the hefty retainer appeared, those surrounding him either scoffed dismissively or stepped back in fear, yet none dared to impede his advance. Without uttering a word, the two faced each other momentarily before both unleashed a mighty roar and charged. Weapons became mere ornaments. The sharp battle axe dragged along the ground while the fearsome flail coiled around their arms. The two bodies collided with a resounding thud, sending them both reeling backward. KuKas staggered back 7 or 8 paces before regaining his footing, while the hefty retainer only retreated 4 or 5 steps before halting. The flail swung, its long spikes slicing through the air with a strange sound. The battle axe met it, drawing bizarre arcs in the air. Upon the fierce clash of the weapons, the flail's head soared upward, and KuKas sidestepped a slash at the hefty retainer's waist, the technique of severing one's opponent. A display of KuKas's formidable combat prowess was executed once more. "Do not think you can kill me," the hefty retainer screeched, his wrist flicking as the heavy flail transformed into a pliable club in his grasp. Thrusting straight at KuKas's head once more, he paid no mind to the axe aimed at his waist, even as it approached perilously close. His eyes were fixed intently on KuKas, intent on crushing him. "What ferocity!" KuKas laughed heartily. Lowering his body, he swung the axe backward, the horn back of the axe landing precisely on the flail, pushing it away once more, again and again, regardless of KuKas's attacks. The hefty retainer remained unfazed. Persistently swinging the flail toward KuKas's head, "Did I end this manner?" KuKas was forced to resort to raw strength, unable to utilize his full arsenal of techniques. After several clashes, even though KuKas believed his strength was ample, he felt his arms tingle, a trickle of blood seeping from his palms. Had it not been for the fact that his horned battle axe was forged from fine iron, it would have been reduced to mere scrap metal after such collisions. As the cycle continued, KuKas's fury ignited. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped, spinning around to strike the hefty retainer from behind. The axe traced a peculiar arc as it descended toward the hefty retainer's head. The flail swung backward, the iron ball spikes glinting dangerously, but the hefty retainer did not turn to retaliate. Instead, he fled, sprinting away. The axe missed its target, the horns grazing past the hefty retainer's neck. And KuKas wasted no time, swinging the axe again, rapidly pursuing. "Boy, did you not wish to fight me? Have you not proclaimed a life for a life? If you possess the courage, do not run. Return and continue the battle. I am eager to see who among us is fiercer." As he spoke, KuKas swung his axe relentlessly, slashing and stabbing, creating a whirlwind of glinting motion as he closed in on the hefty retainer. This time, the retainer merely wielded the flail to defend himself, lacking the opportunity to counterattack KuKas. I believe our skirmish should come to an end. I acknowledge your prowess. The hefty retainer shouted, increasingly aware of the mounting difficulty in facing KuKas. Initially, he had the upper hand in strength, but now, confronted with KuKas's finesse, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Helplessly, he swung the flail in a circular motion to counter the tempest of attacks. The clang of metal rang out, and KuKas grew ever more exhilarated, his axe carving through the air in arcs. Upward, downward, forward, backward, left and right, slicing, cleaving, curling, shearing, stabbing, smashing, and slapping, showcasing a plethora of techniques. You acknowledge my strength, yet I have yet to recognize yours. KuKas grinned wickedly, exhilaration radiating from him as he clashed with a hefty retainer. In previous encounters, he had relied solely on the simplest techniques against the rabble and other knights. However, in this fierce exchange, he unleashed the intricate maneuvers he had learned from seasoned knights. Moreover, as the battle raged on, he felt a familiar sting within him, reminiscent of his training sessions. This sensation coursed from his muscles, spreading to his bones. As the sting intensified, his excitement grew. Perhaps this time I can achieve a breakthrough. Who knows, I might seize this opportunity to become a knight. KuKas mused inwardly. The hefty retainer, witnessing KuKas's unwillingness to relent, felt a surge of anger and, gritting his teeth, snatched a nearby iron shield from another retainer, raising his flail as he let out a fierce battle cry, turning to engage KuKas once more. The two clashed fiercely, their metallic exchanges resonating as they fought from dusk until nightfall. Eventually, both were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Boy, one day, I shall crush your skull. The hefty retainer glared menacingly at KuKas before laboriously hoisting the flail and trudging back to his abode. KuKas disdainfully spat to express his contempt towards him. Speak to me again when you have become a knight. He laughed heartily, his thick neck swiveling as he surveyed the other knights and their attendants gathered nearby. So, is there anyone among you who dares to challenge me? By the gods, you are no more than a beast. Yet you have managed to battle alongside the bloody butcher for so long. The bold attendant with short hair, who had initially provoked KuKas, felt the weight of KuKas's fierce gaze upon him. Struggling to swallow, he muttered, It's not that I fear to contest with you, but I refuse to triumph over you while you are in such a weakened state. With that, he turned and vanished into the shadows of a nearby building before anyone could react. KuKas spat once more, holding the other attendant in utter disdain, that he regarded the man's words as nothing but a display of cowardice. Indeed, as the earlier attendant had remarked, no one dared to confront KuKas anymore. Naturally, they had no desire to engage in a battle with him at this moment, for such a hollow victory would be a source of humiliation for them. As dozens of attendants dispersed from the streets, the hidden servants, trembling, emerged from their concealment. They had long arrived, but had hidden in fear upon witnessing the conflict. Only after the skirmish concluded did they venture forth to deliver meals to their respective knights. A middle-aged servant, glancing at his quaking young companion, said nonchalantly, Do not be swayed by their ferocity, that as long as you do not err in their presence or provoke them, their wrath shall not be directed at you. All right. Smile a little, yes, just like that. The middle-aged servant attentively instructed the young servant on what to be mindful of. This young servant was his nephew, whom he had managed to secure a position in the manor through various connections, hoping to earn more coin to support his family, and eventually amass enough wealth to purchase a servant from the manor's lord to establish a new household and ensure the continuation of his lineage. The knights here do not have servants, despite their fierce demeanor. They would never stoop to squabble with insignificant folk like us. The middle-aged servant reiterated his counsel. Be cautious, maintain a smile. These individuals are generally not well-liked, and thus they yearn for the smiles of others. It matters not whether it is a genuine smile or one of flattery. As long as your face is not set in a scowl, you shall be fine. I understand, uncle. The young servant, anxious on his first day delivering food, found himself even more nervous after witnessing the fierce altercation between KuKas and the burly attendant. Fortunately, he had his uncle to guide him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed with his duties. Chapter 12. The servant's assault. The middle-aged servant watched as his nephew knocked on a heavy wooden door, rhythmically tapping 3 to 5 times before he pushed the door open and entered. The door creaked shut behind him with a heavy thud. The middle-aged servant took a deep breath, silently wishing his nephew a favorable start. Since becoming a servant, he had become adept at observing his surroundings. After the fight concluded, he noticed the fierce attendant with a menacing visage entering the room where his nephew had gone. Now he could do little but pray to the deity he revered for his nephew's safety. There was no other recourse available to him. Not to dwell on the servant's thoughts, let us return to KuKas. After locating his residence, he ascended the sturdy stone staircase to the second floor. There, he swiftly found his bedroom, training room, and dining area. Upon entering his bedroom, KuKas felt a great sense of satisfaction with the decor. The walls were adorned with 7 or 8 sconces, each holding a honey-colored candle as thick as an arm. While the surrounding walls were bare, the floor was covered with a thick layer of woolen carpet. Facing the street was a window, albeit obscured by heavy black velvet drapes. Beside the window stood a stone bed, layered with a thick mattress, and at the head of the bed was a chain as thick as a finger, controlling a mechanism above that could drop a massive stone to crush him during training. In one corner of the room rested a large wooden tub, and even though it was sealed, KuKas could still catch a familiar herbal scent wafting from it. This was the ointment essential for the knight's training. Without these salves, one could scarcely endure a few days of practice before succumbing to exhaustion, making the prospect of becoming a knight seem unattainable. In another corner near the door stood a large iron rack designed to hang the half-armor and weapons of the knights. Of course, there was no stable within the room. The knight's steeds were tended to by the servants that KuKas took in the room with satisfaction. He was suddenly interrupted by a knocking sound from below. He drew back the curtain to see a young servant anxiously rapping at his door before pushing it open. Upon witnessing this, KuKas frowned slightly. Displeased with the servant's approach, he resolved to reprimand the servant once he appeared before him. The sound of the servant's footsteps indicated that he had not lingered upon entering, but was hastily making his way up the stairs. From the cadence of those footsteps, KuKas sensed anxiety and uncertainty. What an amusing little lad! Just like the newly arrived servants in the manor. KuKas mused, a grim smirk forming on his lips, his white teeth glinting in the candlelight. The footsteps drew nearer, halting at the entrance to the training room. After a series of rhythmic knocks, the sound moved to the dining area, and then finally to the bedroom door. "Come in. I am here." KuKas had taken a high-backed chair by the window, donned half of his armor, and sat poised with his battle axe and great sword. Outside, the sound of breath momentarily ceased before quickening once more. The door creaked open, and a timid servant, head bowed, slipped inside with a meal box. Under KuKas's watchful gaze, the servant's frail form trembled uncontrollably. "Tell me, what brings you here?" KuKas glanced at the meal box, swallowing hard before feigning curiosity. "Esteemed knight, your humble servant has brought you dinner." The frail servant extended the meal box, his hands quaking. Stealing a glance at KuKas, he quickly lowered his gaze again. "Place it on the table. You may leave now." KuKas frowned slightly. He sensed that while the young servant's breath was rapid, his heartbeat was not particularly frantic. Moreover, as he drew closer, KuKas perceived an unsettling aura emanating from the servant, one that filled him with distaste and discomfort. Confusion washed over KuKas, prompting him to grip his battle axe tightly, feeling its chilling touch bring him some semblance of calm. KuKas, believe that since leaving the manor, aside from slaying an ill-fated knight attendant, I have had no conflict with anyone else. Why have you come to confront me?" Just as the young, frail servant placed the meal box on the long table and turned to leave, KuKas called out loudly, "Tell me, boy, do not deceive a knight attendant. The price of deceit is one you cannot bear." KuKas squinted at the servant, his expression fierce. His voice echoed loudly in the still night, likely reaching the ears of attendants in nearby houses. "Esteemed lord, your humble servant does not intend to target you. It is merely a coincidence that we cross paths." Upon hearing KuKas's loud inquiry, the servant's breathing steadied, though his frail form seemed to shrink even further. "Obey the call of your master. You must die tonight." As the servant spoke, his hand trembled slightly. This minuscule movement was keenly perceived by KuKas, who saw a red scroll reveal itself from the servant's grasp. The scroll, crimson throughout, was adorned with intricate patterns and bizarre curves, emanating a strange and ominous aura. What is this? Why does it bring such a sense of danger? KuKas narrowed his eyes, his body tensing as he leapt from the chair like a ferocious tiger, charging at the servant. The sharp axe cut through the air towards the scroll, while his shoulder, aided by the shoulder guard, aimed to collide with the servant. The servant had not anticipated KuKas's swiftness. He merely saw the massive figure at the chair sway, before a fierce gust swept over him, rendering him dizzy and devoid of thought. Once he regained consciousness, he discovered that the menacing Knight Squire stood resolutely in the position he had initially occupied. He attempted to turn his head to ascertain his surroundings, but no matter how he twisted and turned, he sensed no movement from his neck. Perhaps I have succeeded, or perhaps I have failed. This cursed assassination mission. Perhaps I should not have accepted this last job, that I ought to have taken my silver and retreated to a secluded town or village, where beautiful and innocent maidens reside, whose elders would surely welcome the idea of marrying them to me. Damn it, to squander such a precious scroll on the random assassination of a Knight Squire is an outrageous waste. As the consciousness of the assassin in servant's attire began to fade, he recalled the peculiar nature of this task, the substantial bounty associated with it, and the priceless scroll. Yet, all of it had become irrelevant to him. Under the impact from KuKas, he was hurled away, his body crashing against the solid wooden door, shattering it before colliding with the wall opposite. His bones, subjected to the relentless force, were nearly all shattered. Fractured bones pierced his heart and lungs, and without the aid of a priest, death awaited him. After sending the peculiar squire flying, KuKas did not linger. With a swift twist of his body, he leaped outside that the moment his battle axe struck the strange scroll, a crimson light burst forth, spreading in all directions. This sanguine glow instilled within KuKas a profound sense of danger, prompting him to shatter the wooden shutters and leap outside without giving it a second thought that a violent explosion erupted within his room, followed by a fiery conflagration that engulfed the entire second floor of the house. KuKas landed heavily on the ground. Having undergone such training, he sustained no injuries from the fall. Instead, he quickly rolled away, evading any potential follow-up attacks. After rolling several times, KuKas finally managed to rise to his feet. Why this time, the Knight Squires residing on this street, having heard the unusual commotion, rushed out of their homes. Each squire was fully armored, some wielding knightly swords, while others brandished battle axes or wore blades that a few squires, hefting enormous heavy shields, quickly encircled KuKas, shielding him beneath their protection. The stout squire who had just battled KuKas, wielding a chain mace, paced anxiously in the street, roaring, "Who is it? Who dares to attack us? The Lord of the Tulip Manor, come forth and explain why we are under attack here." This enraged stout squire bellowed amidst the flames, his chain mace swinging rapidly, stirring up gusts of wind around him. This moment, KuKas managed to steady his breath, pushing aside those guarding him to survey the surroundings. Faces filled with fury swirled before him, and some irate squires had already rushed to the stables to mount their war horses, brandishing their weapons and roaring in defiance against their assailants. After all, it was common knowledge that anyone daring to ambush KuKas today would embolden others to do the same tomorrow. They did not wish to be caught off guard while sleeping or training, risking their very lives. This splendid world in their eyes had only just begun to unfurl its myriad possibilities. They had no desire to perish so early. The collective roar of dozens of knightly squires soon incited chaos throughout the entire Tulip Manor. Not long after, a squadron of cavalry charged down the street from afar, faced with the furious squires. They dared not intervene, instead cautiously guarding the street's sides to prevent any possible hidden assailants from striking again. KuKas paid them little mind. He squinted his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the burning house. According to his estimates, there was hardly any wooden furniture within that could sustain such a prolonged blaze. However, time had passed, and while the flames had diminished somewhat, they showed no signs of extinguishing. Upon closer inspection, he even noticed some stones on the windowsill were ablaze. What a powerful force! Who seeks my demise? Who wishes to kill me? KuKas pondered uneasily, his thoughts flitting between past conflicts with individuals from other knightly manors and memories from a previous life, causing his mind to become unusually chaotic. This overwhelming turmoil was disorienting. He shook his head in frustration and then swung his battle axe down forcefully against the nearby house's door. The heavy wooden door splintered effortlessly in two. "Who seeks my death?" KuKas bellowed as he brandished his axe, challenging the surroundings. "Squires, silence yourselves and remain calm." A deep voice resonated from the north end of the street. The cavalrymen guarding the street parted to make way for a towering man clad in heavy armor. This man stood approximately 6 feet tall, his robust frame encased in armor, a helmet cradled in his left arm, and a sheathed knight's sword gripped in his right hand. The weighty footsteps he made on the street drowned out the cacophony of the squire's roars. "Return to your quarters. I shall handle the matter here." KuKas sensed a formidable threat emanating from the newcomer. This was a feeling he had only previously experienced with seasoned knights. As the party involved, "I believe I have the right to know what has transpired. I demand to understand why. Under the protection of your Tulip Manor, we have come under attack." KuKas scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "Moreover, I doubt the squires residing here would endorse your words. Who among you does not acknowledge my authority? Step forward, so I may see you clearly." The armored knight replied slowly, donning his helmet with deliberate slowness before executing a gentle flourish with his knight's sword. A shimmering light flickered momentarily along the blade before vanishing without a trace. "I do not recognize your authority," declared a red-haired knight squire, fully armored and already mounted upon his steed from the stables, brandishing a knight's lance while glaring fiercely at those belonging to the Tulip Manor. "We have traveled great distances to assist the governor in quelling the rabble, yet before we could even commence, we were ambushed here. Now, allow us to depart. Do you intend to conceal something in this farce?" The other knightly squires also stepped forward, glaring menacingly at the heavily armored warrior. The squires residing here were known for their volatile temperaments. Those capable of residing here for an extended period possessed skills surpassing those of the average knightly squire. Under the relentless scrutiny of dozens of fierce squires, the armored warrior felt a mix of fury and trepidation. He was incensed that these squires regarded him with such disdain, yet apprehensive that their interference might compromise his plans. "Damn it," the heavy armored warrior thought, unable to withstand the mounting tension any longer. Each of the squires had taken lives, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The pressure he felt from their gazes surpassed that of the most formidable warriors that a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, blurring his vision, yet he dared not wipe it away. Instead, he tightened his grip on the knight's sword and swung it forcefully once more till he understood that if he successfully resolved this situation, he could secure the assistance of a mysterious figure and ascend to knighthood, rather than merely wielding a knight's sword while enduring the scorn and disdain of the knights within the manor. "Leave now, or you shall be executed for endangering the Tulip Manor. I trust you will deliberate carefully. As a warrior, I shall handle this matter with fairness and justice." The heavily armored warrior tightened his grip on his knight's sword, feeling the sweat pooling in his palm, dampening the metal gauntlet. Fairness and justice, how laughable. KuKas interjected with a derisive chuckle, stepping forward with his horned battle axe. In the Castor region, even knights do not entertain notions of fairness or justice, let alone a mere warrior like yourself that do not presume to threaten us. I assure you, if the lord of the Tulip Manor were to learn of your behavior, he would be enraged enough to have you hanged, your neck ensnared by a noose, dangling in midair. "Enough, cease your bickering." A voice suddenly called from above. Yes, the voice rang out. A gaunt man swathed in a black robe descended from the rooftop. He tossed a tulip insignia to the crowd for their inspection, and once the insignia returned to his grasp, the cloaked figure sneered. "The matter has been clarified. The explosion was caused by a scroll crafted by mages, and the squire who wielded it has been switched out by a thief. Prepare yourselves, for in 3 days you shall be departing for battle, that I hope you still possess the vigor you exhibit today when you reach the battlefield." The man in the black robe rasped. "You are KuKas, correct? Excellent. The lord of the manor has relegated the entire family of that servant to slavery, which can be considered a modicum of compensation for you, did I ask for the true culprit. I regret to inform you that, in light of the governor's recent directives, we currently lack the capacity to apprehend them, that if you remain unsatisfied, you may seek out a member of the so-called Hand of Glory for retribution in the future." They orchestrated this assault. The Hand of Glory. Upon hearing this name, KuKas instinctively touched his bald head, entirely unfamiliar with what it represented. Just as he was about to inquire further, the man in the black robe leaped onto the roof, swiftly traversing the rooftops before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the cavalry, led by the heavily armored warrior, departed rapidly. Observing the warrior's eyes filled with resentment as he left, KuKas couldn't help but chuckle. Is he harboring resentment towards me? Haha. Damn it, is this how it ends? Is this the outcome of the assassination? Curse it, I want to smash that fellow's head, roared the stout man wielding a Gothic mace. He was not content with such a resolution. He wished to know if he would encounter this perilous threat again in the days to come. If you can leap down from this roof without altering your stance, and if you can easily jump onto the roof, then you may proceed to shatter his skull with your mace. That if not, refrain from further comments, for if others overhear you, they may be displeased and sweat you dead. KuKas laughed heartily at this. Deep down, he felt equally frustrated, yet he understood that the black-robed man was far more formidable than they were, which deterred him from speaking further. As for the heavily armored warrior, he could likely handle the opponent alone in a true clash. Hence the bravado in his words. Under the guidance of the servants, KuKas found himself a new abode, perhaps as a form of recompense, or perhaps due to the circumstances here. The manor servants brought KuKas double the food he required: beef, dairy products, fine wine, honey, and even a small portion of beast meat, paired with a tiny jar of bone broth made from monster bones. I never expected such exquisite provisions to be offered here. After swallowing a piece of beast meat, KuKas smiled with immense satisfaction. Through the teachings of the old knight, he understood the significant benefits of beast meat for knights. Prolonged consumption of such meat not only gradually improved their physique, but also aided in the slow healing of the hidden injuries inflicted by their grueling training. 3 days passed swiftly, and each meal, KuKas received a small piece of beast meat and a jar of bone broth. With the aid of these precious foods, he steadily enhanced his training intensity, striving to become a knight as soon as possible. Only then could he attain a greater sense of security than on the 4th morning. After having breakfast, KuKas donned his half-armor and left his quarters. Outside, a servant held a horse at his door, awaiting the arrival of its master. Once KuKas mounted his steed, he noticed that other knightly attendants were also emerging in scattered groups. When the last attendant climbed onto his warhorse, a knightly attendant clad in half-armor stepped out from a corner of a building. His armor bore the depiction of a white tulip, signifying his allegiance to the Rose Manor. Everyone, the army is gathering outside the manor. In accordance with orders, I will lead you to the assembly point, said the young attendant, bowing slightly before turning his horse northward towards the manor. The people of Tulip Manor certainly speak with authority, spat a nearby knightly attendant, urging his warhorse to follow the young man. After a bout of loud mockery, the other attendants also hastened to follow. KuKas lingered at the rear, gripping his battle axe as he awaited the impending conflict. The place where these knightly attendants resided was on the manor's outskirts. Merely a few kilometers northward, they would exit the estate. Upon leaving the gates of the manor, they were greeted by a regiment of neatly arranged cavalry. This force consisted entirely of knightly attendants, with one true knight leading every 100 attendants, amounting to dozens of such formations. Lord Charlo, your subordinates have arrived, announced the leading knightly attendant as he brought KuKas and the others to the edge of the cavalry formation. There, a burly man stood atop a massive rock, gazing into the distance. Beside him stood a horned warhorse, reminiscent of a beast. This steed towered nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with formidable horns and sharp hooves. Such mounts were rare and exceptionally temperamental, typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The man known as Lord Charlo nodded upon hearing the announcement, then turned to regard KuKas and his companions. Satisfied by the sight of the robust knightly attendants, he nodded approvingly. As Lord Charlo surveyed the group, KuKas and the others scrutinized their future leader. The man stood approximately 2.12 meters tall, without armor, his physique rippling with muscles that rivaled KuKas. His face, neck, and chest bore various scars, some deep, others shallow, visible even from several meters away. KuKas and his companions could sense a palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from him. "Youngsters, welcome to serve under my command," he spoke, his rough and fierce appearance contrasting sharply with the gentleness of his voice. I must inform you in advance that within my ranks, you have but two responsibilities. The first is to obey my commands, be they right or wrong, issued at any time, regardless of how absurd they may seem. The second is to slay all adversaries before you. Anyone not under our banner is to be executed without mercy. I trust you understand my intent. His tone was soft, yet the underlying message was brutally merciless. This declaration left KuKas and his companions momentarily stunned. I apologize, but I do not believe I am so foolish as to follow erroneous commands blindly. I believe I have the right to refuse such orders, one knightly attendant retorted with a scoff, expressing his unwillingness to remain that he attempted to turn away. Refusing to execute orders. Do you truly consider yourself a knight? A knight who can reject another's commands? Very well. Leave if you wish. It may spare you from losing your life on the battlefield, Lord Charlot replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as a wave of murderous intent washed over the defiant knightly attendant. Do not let me encounter you on the battlefield, or I shall surely claim your head as a trophy. The defector attempted to protest further, but he was restrained by the guiding attendant, who even covered his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, 3 or 5 more knightly attendants chose to withdraw. Though they relished violence and bloodshed, they were unwilling to execute another's erroneous commands, even if the orders were merely spoken in passing. Watching the 7 or 8 knightly attendants depart, KuKas felt a rush of confusion. Since arriving in this world, his aspirations had undergone numerous transformations. Initially, he merely wished to live peacefully, but after witnessing the martial prowess and the prevailing power dynamics, he developed new ambitions that he yearned to thrive in this realm, surpassing others. Upon becoming a knightly attendant, he grew increasingly fascinated with the strength of knights and subsequently devoted himself to mastering their skills, seeking to possess their power to satiate his desires. Later, as he bore witness to the brutality and bloodshed of this world, he sought means to instill fear in others, preventing them from inflicting harm upon him. Thus, he diligently trained in knightly arts, striving to seize control over his own life and desires. To remain and struggle in the harsh battlefield is one of the most effective ways to ascend to knighthood, a nearby knightly attendant whispered to his companion. Upon hearing this, KuKas's turbulent heart found tranquility. Indeed, as the other had stated, advancing to knighthood through combat was far more potent than through conventional means. That it could be said that 2 individuals who rose to knighthood through battle could easily vanquish 3 or even 4 who achieved it through ordinary methods. Only by becoming a powerful knight can one command their own destiny and acquire what they truly desire. Reflecting on the high-ranking individuals of his past life and the present, KuKas gritted his teeth and resolved to remain. Without sacrifice, how can one expect to reap rewards? In this world, to rise above others without sufficient backing, one must wager their very life in the struggle. After waiting for a considerable span of breaths, no additional knightly attendants departed the ranks. Those who remained chose to heed the knight's commands, and after thoroughly counting KuKas and his companions, the knight nodded with satisfaction. As my subordinates, I believe it is time for you to don new armor. The gear you currently wear is utterly unfit for your capabilities. With that, the knight suddenly leapt from the massive stone, landing deftly beside the still-standing warhorse. Come, let us examine your new equipment. I am certain you will come to adore it. New equipment? KuKas glanced at the battle axe in his hand, a smirk curling his lips that he held little faith that the standardized gear prepared by the knight could rival the bespoke equipment crafted for him by his retainers. Nevertheless, under the knight's command, KuKas turned his horse's head and followed suit, unwilling to defy orders so soon after joining the ranks that, of course, should the knight truly insist on forcing them to wear subpar gear, he would waste no time in turning away. Dozens of warhorses galloped like a tempest, guiding their riders around the clustered cavalrymen. Under the knight's leadership, they swiftly arrived at a colossal tent. Guarding the entrance were 18 heavily armored warriors, brandishing shields, battle swords, and axes, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings like ravenous wolves. The moment a shadow crossed their line of sight, they would alertly approach to interrogate. The knight instructed KuKas and the others to halt 100 meters from the tent, while he alone approached the heavily armored warriors for a discussion. That it was not long before Knight Charo returned to stand before KuKas and his companions. Wait patiently. They shall soon transport the items you require. Trust me, upon seeing them, you shall feel ashamed of all that you possess." At these words, KuKas merely nodded, harboring skepticism in his heart. The other knights' retainers exhibited a similar lack of enthusiasm, merely standing idly by, restraining their horses from moving restlessly. "I have procured war horses for you, and I hope you will all switch to these steeds for the battlefield. It will take us 7 days to reach the battlefield from here, and I am confident you will adapt to these horses during our journey. What say you?" Knight Charo regarded KuKas and the others with a peculiar expression. "Rest assured, we shall certainly acclimate to these war horses," one of the retainers exclaimed joyfully. Although their current steeds were of high quality, they paled in comparison to the war horses that, of course, unless they were willing to part with a significant sum to acquire noble-blooded horses, they would find it impossible to match the prowess of the war horses. KuKas, listening intently, felt an exhilaration swell within him. His current steed, Katiuska, was merely an ordinary horse. While it possessed great strength, its explosive power and charging speed were disappointingly sluggish, far from ideal for a knight. He had long desired to change horses, but financial constraints had held him back. Now, after hearing Knight Charo's words, he could hardly contain his excitement as he twirled his battle axe in his hands. "If I could possess a war horse as my mount, my combat prowess would surely increase by more than half. Such explosive force, formidable strength, frenzied speed, and fierce temperament, everything I need." As visions of gallant battles on a war horse flickered in his mind, a commotion erupted among the retainers surrounding him. The tent flaps opened, and dozens of sturdy soldiers emerged, their bare upper bodies straining under the weight of enormous wooden crates as they approached the group. Knight Charo commanded KuKas to step forward and open the crates. "I believe I owe you a surprise, and you shall be the one to uncover it," he said with a smile directed at KuKas. "All in accordance with your command, my lord knight," KuKas replied, momentarily taken aback before dismounting and eagerly selecting a crate to open. The box measured over 2 yards in length, and as he pried it open, a magnificent knight's lance, measuring 18 feet long, revealed itself. Each lance was coated in oil and wrapped in leather paper. Upon tearing away the packaging of one lance, KuKas was utterly astonished. These lances were unlike the typical knight's lances. They maintained a consistent thickness from front to back, reminiscent of the lances he had seen in his past life. Though these were slightly longer, simple patterns and unfamiliar inscriptions adorned the lance shafts, while a blank space at the tail bore neither decoration nor engraving, lending an odd appearance. The lance heads were fused with the shafts, measuring an impressive 2 feet 1 inch in length, with a triangular tip featuring deep blood grooves. Noticing KuKas's confusion, Knight Charo chuckled beside him. "That area is reserved for the user. Engrave your name or title upon it, should it be lost on the battlefield. It will be easily identified that, of course, this is contingent upon our ultimate victory." KuKas nodded, but remained silent, driven by impatience to open the remaining crates. These boxes contained armor, gloves, and an array of peculiar weapons: siege hammers, meteor hammers, knightly longswords, solar battle knives, horned axes, and Gothic chain hammers. Over a dozen varieties of close combat arms. Finally, KuKas discovered a crate filled with javelins, each as thick as his finger. "All of this is available for your selection. Equip yourselves and follow me into battle. Your war horses should be arriving shortly. I hope you will have replaced your outdated gear by then," Knight Charo declared, raising his voice. "Are we truly allowed to don this equipment? It is all designed for knights to wield such exquisite gear against those rabble. Oh, the thought alone fills me with sorrow for these armaments," one retainer muttered, yet his hands moved with haste, swiftly discarding his armor as he lunged toward the crates to choose suitable gear. KuKas, even quicker, tossed aside his armor after opening the last crate, beginning to select armor that rightfully belonged to knights, that he cared not for the propriety of wearing such items or the potential consequences. He knew that their protective qualities far surpassed those of his half-armor. The intricately designed armor embraced his form, a complete suit comprising a visored helmet, gloves, knee-high boots, a war skirt, shoulder guards, and leg protectors, crafted entirely of fine iron. The full suit weighed over 100 pounds, complemented by a 36-pound battle axe and a 40-pound knight's lance, bringing the total burden close to 200 pounds. This was without considering the heavier protective gear: A full suit of such armor would weigh upwards of 300 pounds. Only those who had become professionals, honing their bodies daily through rigorous training, could wield such weight. Many of the knightly retainers hesitated at the daunting heaviness of the armor, though they had undergone intensely rigorous training. Possessing the physical capability to don a full suit, they could not guarantee how long they could endure in such a state during fierce combat. To maintain their stamina, they would have to relinquish some equipment to lighten their load. Among the retainers, the most delighted was a portly knight. Typically, standard armor would have been ill-fitting for his frame, yet at Knight Charo's behest, the soldiers had scoured the tent for some time before finally producing a suit that accommodated him. This armor was defensive in nature, omitting the knight's lance in favor of a nearly 2-meter-tall heavy shield. The entire suit weighed over 300 pounds, nearing 400. "Only this way can I feel secure," he exclaimed, triumphantly swinging a chain hammer, leaping from one spot to another as he showcased his armored all. Meanwhile, KuKas, now fully armored, stood silently to the side with his newly selected knight's lance and his former horned axe. Observing the choices of the other retainers, knightly armor was categorized into 3 types: defensive armor, which was the heaviest; offensive armor, which was lighter and suited for those with lesser strength or who prioritized speed; and finally, the type KuKas wore, which was balanced and the most commonly used by knights. The bustling selection process was still in full swing when the distant sound of hooves echoed that a knightly retainer led 100 warhorses into view. Each warhorse was adorned with thick plate armor over an inch in thickness, providing extensive coverage. Every part of the horse, save for its legs and tail, was protected. Even the belly was shielded by chain mail, preventing soldiers from slipping beneath and injuring the horse. Upon witnessing the arrival of the wildebeests, KuKas mounted his steed, straightening his posture to scrutinize the creatures, seeking to select the most suitable among them based on their galloping. The moment KuKas leaped onto his warhorse, he felt the agonized groan of KuKas, evidently unaccustomed to such weight, as it restlessly paced on the ground. Fortunately, KuKas was an exceptionally skilled rider, quickly managing to steady the horse. Poor KuKas stood there laboriously, occasionally emitting whinnies to express its discontent. Within mere moments, KuKas identified his target, a wildebeest of average size, which frequently collided with others in the herd, causing those struck to stumble, had they not been well trained. These creatures might have already descended into chaos due to the persistent impacts. Once this group of wildebeests arrived, KuKas was the first to make a selection. Following him was the portly squire, who chose the tallest wildebeest to serve as his mount. Soon, dozens of wildebeests had been claimed, and the equipped squires swiftly gathered under the command of Knight Charo. The wildebeests fidgeted uneasily, while KuKas grasped the reins with one hand and patted the horse's neck with the other, applying pressure with his legs to calm it. "Gentlemen, now that you have chosen to become my subordinates, we shall set forth that I hope you will cultivate a rapport with your new steeds along the journey. Those rabble-rousers will serve as your finest training targets. I trust you will not disappoint me." At this juncture, the knight donned his armor, though it was of an offensive type, rendering him somewhat leaner than the other squires. Yet none dared to underestimate him, for he had become a true knight, one brimming with martial spirit. After a brief reorganization, KuKas and his companions formed 3 columns, proceeding northward under the knight's leadership. They journeyed. The number of cavalry dwindled, until eventually KuKas's group was the sole presence on the thoroughfare, while the surrounding rabble began to increase gradually. At the knight's command, any rabble that appeared within their sight was ruthlessly slaughtered by the squires. In just 7 days, the number of rabble slain by their company reached several hundred. "My lord knight, has the front line already collapsed?" KuKas inquired perplexedly after decapitating a rabble member, glancing at Knight Charo, who smiled in response. If the front line had collapsed, we would be facing not merely a handful of rabble, but rather thousands. Throughout their advance, Knight Charo had not engaged in the slaughter, allowing KuKas and the other squires to do so. Thus his armor remained pristine, devoid of any bloodstains. "I hope so," KuKas thought, sensing the increasing presence of rabble, harboring doubts about Charo's words that to him. Skirmishes involving dozens or even hundreds of combatants constituted significant engagements. After all, in his previous life, Wars with hundreds involved were already deemed grand affairs that if thousands were involved, it would surely escalate into a large-scale battle. After another day's journey, KuKas observed that the towns and villages they passed had fallen into desolation. With numerous imperial cavalry and mercenaries roving the abandoned settlements, searching for rabble or resting. They displayed neither goodwill nor malice towards KuKas's group, merely casting indifferent glances before hastily disappearing from sight. As night fell, Knight Charo unfurled a map by the campfire for all to see. "Gentlemen, tomorrow we shall traverse this canyon, after which we will reach the front lines that I hope that when the battle concludes, you will gather here with me to drink, tally your exploits, and revel in glory." Following the movement of Charo's finger across the map, KuKas diligently committed various markings to memory that he understood that regardless of the battlefield, familiarity with the terrain could facilitate an escape, even in defeat. Conversely, ignorance of the landscape posed significant challenges, regardless of victory or loss. Thus, he strained to memorize these uninteresting details. The crackling firewood emitted a series of popping sounds as embers occasionally burst forth. One squire rummaged through a satchel, retrieving a small hand drum to play. The unique melodies of the Castor region filled the air at his behest. Listening to the song, KuKas felt the overwhelming urge to sleep, while some knights delved into their reflections. "Enough, cease this mournful tune. Such matters are the domain of minstrels. As a knight squire, your focus should be on how to become a knight and survive the war," Knight Charo interjected, disrupting the repetitive song. "I hear hoofbeats and disordered footsteps," a vigilant squire suddenly exclaimed, springing up from the ground and dashing towards his steed. "Mount up, prepare for battle." Knight Charo calmly rose, adjusting his armor before grasping his lance and leaping onto his wildebeest. "Damn it, I suspect we are facing those rabble. Such footsteps are not indicative of regular troops, who are far more disciplined." As the knight raised the alarm, KuKas hastily donned his helmet, firmly securing it in place. Then seized his battle axe and mounted his horse. Once his axe was positioned for easy access, he readied his lance for immediate combat. The spring knight held a lingering chill, despite a thin layer of animal hide lining his heavy armor. KuKas still felt the bite of the cold, that if all went as expected, this would be the first instance of encountering an active ambush in the ongoing war against the rabble. Though he had participated in numerous operations against them, they had always been conducted from a position of overwhelming advantage. Now, under the cover of night, they were oblivious to the number of foes lying in wait, and a creeping dread began to take hold of his heart. Following their training, the knight squires swiftly formed ranks under Knight Charo's direction, not in a defensive formation, but rather a triangular assault arrangement. KuKas occupied the northernmost apex, flanked by the stout squire wielding a flail and another fierce squire armed with a spiked club at the other 2 points. "Tell me, from which direction do we face the greatest number of enemies?" Knight Charo boomed, addressing the vigilant squire once their formation was complete. The squire held a half-cylinder to his ear, intently listening, upon hearing the knight's inquiry. He promptly replied, "My lord, the greatest number of enemies is to the north. You three, move to the northernmost point. We shall charge," Knight Charo declared with mirth. Undeterred by the unknown adversaries, the stout squire and the other robust squire moved to flank KuKas. They roared with excitement, preparing for the imminent clash. "There are over 300 foes to the north, all mounted cavalry," the vigilant squire reported, listening closely to the half-cylinder before relaying the enemy's numbers and distance. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. 800 meters. Knights, charge forth. Let those scoundrels witness your might," Knight Charo commanded, drawing his sword with fervor before issuing the order. Without hesitation, KuKas spurred his steed into a frenzied gallop toward the north. Followed closely by the other knight squires, drawing upon their experience, they dismissed the threat posed by the 300 mounted foes, confident that a single charge would create a significant breach in their ranks. The horses neighed, hooves thundered, and dozens of knight squires lowered their visors, brandishing their lances as they charged forth. Fortunately, the terrain was level, alleviating concerns about negative impacts from the landscape. KuKas led the charge, with the stout squire wielding a flail and the robust squire with a spiked club trailing closely behind. The spring breeze flowed through the tiny holes in KuKas's visor, causing beads of sweat to emerge from his pores. Either absorbed by his undergarments or trickling down his neck, as a blur of figures materialized in his line of sight, KuKas could no longer contain his mounting anxiety and let out a series of primal shouts. These meaningless cries served to alleviate some of his fear, and his rapid breathing gradually steadied. "Raise your lances!" Knight Charo's voice rang out. KuKas leveled his lance, accustomed to this standard starting position, although it was the most commonplace stance. Lacking optimal piercing power, it allowed for a swift drop of the lance after piercing through sufficient foes without injuring himself or his comrades behind him, as the distance between them closed. The silhouettes became discernible in the dim light. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters collision. With no embellishments, the two cavalry formations crashed violently into one another. The thunderous clash of steel reverberated through the air. As some cavalrymen were violently propelled by the immense force of the impact, unfortunate souls crushed into a pulpy mass beneath their own steeds, while the fortunate managed to evade the carnage. KuKas held his lance steadily before him, confronting an oncoming cavalryman clad in only a half-armor, the most rudimentary leather garb. The cavalryman wielded a lance as well, his trembling grip betraying either fear or exhilaration. To KuKas, the incessantly quivering weapon posed no genuine threat. With a slight shift of his body, the enemy's lance grazed beneath KuKas's ribs, while his own lance plunged forcefully into the cavalryman's chest, piercing through with the ease of a knife through fresh tofu. The cavalryman gasped, blood pouring forth as he extended a feeble hand toward KuKas, grasping at something, perhaps attempting to cling to life itself. KuKas, unable to pause to dislodge the corpse from his lance, pressed forward, continuing his charge. The clash resumed, his lance once more piercing a body, and then he broke away from the enemy's ranks, followed closely by his robust retainer and others. "Slay them. Leave not a single one alive," commanded the Knight Charo from behind. KuKas turned to see the enemy's cavalry disintegrating in the wake of their assault. Countless figures scattering in a frantic bid to escape the encroaching knight, a panicked cavalryman dashed toward KuKas's direction. And just as he flung the body from his lance, his hefty retainer, brandishing a Gothic mace, charged ahead. The mace swung down with a ferocious gust, crashing onto the cavalryman's shoulder, reducing much of his frame to a bloody pulp with a single strike. The retainer, exhilarated, howled as he searched for further targets, swinging the mace wildly. Without hesitation, KuKas hung his lance on a hook and drew forth his horned battle-axe to pursue his own quarry. The other knights and retainers joined in the cacophony, their cries echoing as they hunted down the fleeing enemies. The sounds of clashing weapons were scarce, overshadowed by the whinnies of warhorses and the mournful wails of the dying. Accompanied by the thud of bodies falling to the ground, in a moment of panic, a rabid cavalryman turned and fled toward KuKas, shouting nonsensical words as he frantically waved his weapon, intent on cleaving through any who obstructed him. Observing the man's frantic demeanor, KuKas grinned, bearing a vicious smile. "Madness. In such dire straits, perhaps madness may grant you escape, or perhaps hasten your demise." KuKas spurred his steed toward the frenzied cavalryman. The battle axe traced an arc through the air, akin to a crescent moon soaring through the night, cleaving through the man's neck. Blood gushed forth like a spring, the cavalryman dropping his weapon, clutching at the gaping wound in a futile attempt to stem the flow. But despite his desperate efforts, it proved utterly ineffective. The corpse crumpled to the ground, soon trampled by the cavalrymen surging forth behind. KuKas, casting not a backward glance, continued his relentless assault, the grimace on his face a mask of determination as he swung the battle axe repeatedly. The slaughter unfolding methodically yet unhurriedly. Just as he cleaved through a cavalryman's skull, a piercing whistle broke through the din. "Archers!" In an instant, KuKas recognized the source of the sound. Through the slits of his helmet, he beheld a throng of figures gathering on the northern plains, some kneeling, others standing. The sharp cries emanated from their midst. "Charge!" A knight's voice rang out, prompting all retainers to instinctively cluster around Knight Charo. "Unsheathe your swords. Brandish them. Let the blood stain your honorable garments." Knight Charo, drenched in blood, brandished a knight's sword, rallying his comrades. KuKas, undaunted, hastened back to Charo's side as if a fledgling returning to its nest. After gathering a dozen retainers, Charo led them toward the archers, 100 meters distant. The arrows clanged against their armor, creating a symphony of metallic sounds, and KuKas, at the forefront, found himself besieged by a barrage of arrows. Yet, rather than instilling fear of becoming a pincushion, the sounds invigorated him, prompting him to roar, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle axe arced gracefully through the air, the bizarre patterns on his iron gloves intertwining with the peculiar designs on the axe handle, ensuring that no matter how he swung, the axe would not slip from his grasp. The warhorses neighed as the distance of 100 meters proved trivial for the retainers. After enduring 2 volleys of arrows, they plunged into the throng of archers. The massive form of his steed collided with an unprepared rabbit archer, sending him sprawling. Chapter 17. The dawn of the town. These archers, armed only with bows and a scant layer of leather armor, bore but a short knife at their waist. Such meager weapons posed no threat to the retainers. The arrows merely left faint marks on their armor, while the short knives clanged harmlessly against their mail. In mere moments, the scant dozen knights had dispersed the 100 or so archers, wielding their weapons with wild cries, swiftly reaping the lives of the rabble with an ease akin to butchers dispatching poultry. The clamor of the battlefield dwindled, the swift-footed having already vanished, while the slower were systematically slain. As the last rabble fell to a retainer's blade, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks. Amidst the frenzy of battle, they had appeared almost frenzied themselves. Yet once the fighting ceased, they sat exhausted upon their mounts, unwilling to stir. Particularly KuKas, who, having fought with unparalleled ferocity, despite his considerable strength, felt wearied after a relentless series of strikes against over a dozen foes. The primary reason lay in the sheer weight of his armor, which felt far heavier than the half-armor he had previously donned, while his former attire weighed merely a few dozen pounds. This new armor approached 200, a staggering difference that left him struggling to adjust. Knight Charo dispatched several retainers to stand guard, allowing KuKas and the others to dismount and rest. Removing his helmet, he inhaled deeply the air tinged with the scent of blood, chuckling to himself. Though the odor was far from pleasant, it served as a reminder that he was alive. Yes, as long as he drew breath. He would find a reason to smile, even amidst adversity. The hefty retainer plopped down beside KuKas, motionless, having discarded his mace, helmet, and gloves, gasping for breath. "How do you feel?" "Nothing much. It seems no different from the times I've dispatched rabble before." KuKas shrugged nonchalantly, as if he were merely seeking a smoke to alleviate his fatigue, regrettably having yet to encounter the cigarettes of his past life in this world. I too once participated in the slaughter of rabble, back when their only weapons were clubs and rudimentary harpoon axes. Yet this time, they wielded steeds and lances, not to mention bows and arrows. Thankfully, I had upgraded my armor. Had I still worn that initial half-armor, I dare not speculate on whether I would have survived. The hefty retainer chuckled, taking a deep breath. "Is that so? I never noticed these things before." KuKas shrugged, recalling how, in his previous encounters with rabble, he had merely led the estate's soldiers in a battle, cleaving through any who impeded his path, never paying much heed to the details. That they exchanged casual banter. Time slipped away, and after a little over an hour spent resting amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, they resumed their journey on Charo's command. Although night had fallen and visibility was poor, the retainers' horsemanship remained impeccable, allowing them to traverse without error. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed along the path, and the retainers were largely silent. KuKas, managing his still fidgety steed, contemplated the sudden aggression of the rabble, that a flurry of thoughts surged and faded within his mind, leaving him agitated. KuKas, at dawn, take 7 or 8 men to search that small town. If you discover any rabble, eliminate them immediately. Is there a problem? Just as KuKas was deep in thought, Knight Charo approached him, map in hand, swiftly indicating the location of a small town. "No issues whatsoever, my lord knight," KuKas replied without hesitation. "After searching the town, proceed toward the desolate ice plains. I will await your arrival there," Knight Charo instructed, tossing the map to KuKas before seeking out the hefty retainer and a few other formidable retainers, providing them with maps as well. This signified their distinct assignments. Gazing at the location marked on the map, KuKas couldn't help but smile wryly. According to their current location, it would take at least a span of over 10 magical hours to reach that small town. In his view, the fleeing rabble would certainly not be hiding there. However, under the knight's command, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. 8 formidable attendants were selected from the ranks by KuKas, who, without so much as a word to the others, veered off the path and hastened towards the distant town. Damn it, I am certain that night is toying with us. One of the attendants could not help but grumble during the tedious journey. And what of it? Do you wish to defy his orders? We are but attendants, not knights, that if you were a knight, would he dare to mock you so? KuKas replied with a cold smirk. Though he harbored resentment, he could not express it, for he understood that it was his own inadequacy that had led to this situation. Had he been a knight himself, such menial tasks would never have been assigned to him. Bah! The attendant removed his helmet and spat contemptuously before donning it again, falling silent as he followed KuKas at a brisk pace. The other attendants chuckled softly, but soon quieted down. The road became increasingly difficult to traverse. Typically, there were well-maintained paths connecting the various towns within KuKas's domain. While these paths could not accommodate large armies, they were sufficient for dozens, even hundreds of cavalry. Yet, following the emergence of the rabble, the roads had become strewn with massive boulders and thick logs, with some having been deliberately excavated to create deep ravines. The attendants dared not let their steeds gallop freely, instead navigating cautiously. Perhaps due to the exasperatingly slow pace, the steeds beneath them began to exhibit signs of restlessness, occasionally snorting loudly or whinnying softly. As dawn approached, the weary attendants, having traveled through the night, sought a suitable campsite under KuKas's guidance to rest. The heavy armor was cast aside, and even the saddles on the steeds were removed by the attendants. Freed from the constraints of armor, KuKas felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He had not noticed the weight during their march, but in this sudden respite, every joint in his body ached painfully, particularly his arms, which had wielded the battle axe. Who among you has brought salve? Damn it, my body aches all over, KuKas exclaimed after massaging his sore spots using a special technique. I did not bring that accursed item. Damn it. How can one feel so fatigued? One attendant exclaimed, yanking off his gloves and tossing them to the ground. I swear, I shall never wear these wretched gloves for battle again. They are merely a waste of strength, adding unnecessary weight, serving no purpose beyond aesthetics. He stepped forward and forcefully trampled the gloves into the mud. However, after a brief moment of rest, he reached down and unearthed them, casting them aside in silence. Those gloves are worth 10 gold coins. With our current pay, it would take 3 to 5 years to afford a new pair, a nearby attendant remarked, carefully polishing his armor with a soft cloth, treating it as tenderly as one would a beloved's fair skin. Enough of the bickering. Let us eat something quickly. We still have a journey ahead. Ugh. We have only covered half the distance thus far, that I hope we can reach that small town before nightfall, KuKas muttered as he rummaged through his pack for some provisions, hastily stuffing food into his mouth while also gathering soybeans to feed the steeds, ensuring they regained their peak condition. I wonder why that knight has sent us to search that town. And with so few of us that if the townsfolk have turned to rabble, we shall be unable to escape, one attendant murmured softly before lying down and falling into a deep slumber. After consuming a sufficient meal, KuKas allowed the others to rest while he took on the duty of watchman. They did not set out again until noon. Although the attendants did not inquire about KuKas's intentions, they understood that he acted in their best interest. After covering another half of the distance in the afternoon, they found themselves merely 7 or 8 miles from the small town as night fell. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, we shall enter the town. I hope everyone rests well tonight. I fear we may encounter some grim events there, KuKas pondered with concern. However, the other attendants did not share his apprehensions. After consuming their scant provisions and feeding their steeds, they wrapped themselves in thin blankets and fell into a deep sleep. Gazing at the flickering campfire before him, KuKas contemplated what kind of training he should undertake to become a knight swiftly, as well as the contents of the scroll entrusted to him by the old steward, which detailed the methods of knightly cultivation. KuKas, you should rest for a while. Leave the rest to me, one attendant, awakening from slumber, said softly as he lifted a knight's sword and placed a hand on KuKas's shoulder. You have had little time to rest these past few days. Take this opportunity to recuperate. Don't worry, I will call you later. Chapter 18. The attack. Be cautious. I sense danger approaching us, KuKas said, his brow furrowed as he shifted slightly, distancing himself from the attendant. Remember, I hope you do not make any mistakes. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch, the attendant replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as he settled beside the campfire, occasionally tossing in more wood as KuKas observed the attendant's grip tightening around the sword's hilt. He felt a sense of reassurance wash over him and lay down to sleep that a sudden cacophony jolted KuKas from his slumber. He rolled over, grasped his horn battle axe, and scanned the surroundings. He saw one attendant frantically brandishing his weapon and shouting, while the others, similarly roused, held their weapons in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. "He*s dead. Damn it, last night we were ambushed in our camp," the attendant with the sword pointed towards the extinguished campfire. Following his gesture, the others beheld the figure of the night watch attendant, seated motionless by the cold ashes of the fire, his hands gripping the sword. "Mount up, stay alert," KuKas commanded, refusing to succumb to panic as he grabbed his axe and leaped onto his steed without donning his armor. The other attendants, shrieking in alarm, dashed towards their mounts. Just as one attendant mounted his horse, a piercing howl erupted from the nearby thicket. Before anyone could react, the attendant, clutching his neck, tumbled from his steed. In KuKas's line of sight, he saw an ebony arrow protruding from the attendant's throat, a shaft over a foot long, having pierced his neck with lethal precision. "Stay alert," KuKas snarled, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how such a formidable attendant had perished not on the battlefield, but under the cloak of night. The flames of fury ignited within him, threatening to consume his reason. After instructing the remaining attendants to remain vigilant, he bolted in pursuit of the arrow's origin. The well-rested steeds, fueled by their nocturnal respite, galloped forth under KuKas's skilled riding, leaping over bushes taller than a man and maneuvering around boulders with the swiftness of a gale. They had chased for 3 to 5 miles without sighting a soul, not even the small creatures that typically frolicked in the underbrush. Damn it! Realizing the gravity of the situation, KuKas turned his horse back towards the camp. Throughout the ride, he felt a foreboding presence drawing near and receding, the danger oscillating in intensity, urging him to maintain utmost vigilance. Upon safely returning to the camp, he found the remaining 6 attendants clad in armor, perched atop their steeds, on guard, while the 2 corpses remained in their initial positions. Frozen in death at that moment, KuKas could no longer sense the strange danger that had once surrounded them. Not a drop of blood spilled, a single arrow sealing their fate. Such a formidable tactic. KuKas meticulously examined the 2 bodies, noting the identical wounds not only in their positioning, but also in the arrows themselves. They are coated with a substance. Only those who lie in wait would possess such arrows, an attendant whispered cautiously. "Are you suggesting there are infiltrators among the rabble?" "Surely you jest." KuKas trembled at the thought. He was acutely aware of the prowess of these infiltrators. They could not withstand a knight's assault in open combat, nor could even the strongest knightly attendant hope to overcome them. Yet in the shadows, even the most inept infiltrator could effortlessly slay a knight or powerful mage, but he had never anticipated that his party would encounter such a threat. "Bury the bodies. We must leave this place." KuKas dismounted from his steed, casting not a single glance at the 2 lifeless bodies, and proceeded to don his armor with deliberate slowness. Only after adorning himself with iron gloves did he once again leap atop his horse, setting forth towards the distant village. I have heard whispers of certain infiltrators who, upon their ascension, select individuals to hunt down in order to gain the favor of their mentors, that I fear we may have caught the attention of such lurking predators. The retainer, pallid and anxious, scanned the surroundings, his battle knife swaying slightly in his grip. Any rustle in the grass would prompt him to unleash it upon whatever threat may loom. "Is that so?" KuKas muset, briefly glancing at the 2 corpses before securing their armor to his mount, then proceeding at a measured pace towards the village. "I hope that when next we encounter him, we can apprehend him." The other retainers remained silent, their spirits dampened as they followed KuKas towards the town, particularly the one aware of the infiltrators, who had long since lost his will to survive, that I in his understanding, Anyone targeted by such infiltrators inevitably met with death. As they neared the village, KuKas retrieved a voluminous cloak from his satchel and instructed the other retainers to do the same. Beneath the ample fabric of the cloak, they removed the armor of their steeds. "Gentlemen, we are no longer knights in service to the governor, executing the rabble. We are mercenaries, a band willing to barter away anything for coin," KuKas declared, pulling the cloak around himself with vigor. Addressing his companions, "Damn it, why must we wear this absurd garment? Should we come under attack, this wretched cloak would hinder our ability to fight. Did I refuse to don such a thing?" one retainer retorted angrily. Shaking his head in defiance, intent on using his fearsome armor to intimidate any rabble lurking in the village, did I end his view? The common folk were timid, shrinking away at the sight of formidable figures, striving to conceal themselves to survive. The earlier ambush by the rabble had long since been cast from the mind of this irate retainer. "Obey my command. I am now your leader," KuKas asserted, urging his steed forward to confront the retainer, seizing him by the neck and shaking him vigorously. "Remember, if you refuse to wear the cloak, then you are free to depart from my company and walk your own path." KuKas's voice boomed. "Obey your command. Good heavens, surely I misheard. How dare you demand my obedience? Do you fancy yourself a knight?" The retainer forcefully shoved KuKas's arm aside and turned his horse away, departing from KuKas's company without a backward glance. "Blast it! Do you seek your own demise?" KuKas squinted, gripping his battle axe tightly. Had it not been for a sliver of restraint, he would have charged forth to slay the insolent retainer. "I, too, will not wear such a cloak," another retainer scoffed derisively, pointing out the long spear and the distinctive features of the steed that the cloak would fail to conceal. "Unless you can devise a means to hide these two items, do not expect me to heed your instructions. I must protect myself, and my steed requires safeguarding as well." With that, the dissenting retainer departed, followed by several others, leaving KuKas alone. Fine, it's better this way. I can handle these troubles alone." KuKas glared at the departing figures, then adjusted his cloak and strode towards the village alone. As he drew nearer, an unsettling sensation enveloped him that in a settlement capable of housing over 20,000 residents, an eerie silence prevailed that a gentle breeze stirred, causing only a few wild grasses to sway from the corners, while occasional passers-by hurried along the streets, their expressions a mask of urgency. These townsfolk remained mute, casting not a single glance towards KuKas's arrival. "Pray tell, child, where might I find the liveliest spot in this village?" Turning a corner, KuKas spotted a filthy child huddled against the wall, basking in the sunlight. That he dismounted and approached the child, speaking softly. "The tavern at the town's center, alongside the mayor's grand estate, boasts the most exquisite red mansion. Would you care to guide me? A mere copper coin will suffice, and I can show you every nook of this village." The child scrutinized KuKas intently, his eyes gleaming with a brightness seldom seen in adults. "Certainly, my good sir. You shall receive not just a copper coin, but a silver piece," KuKas replied, rummaging through his satchel to produce a silver coin. Twirling it in his hand, the coin spun swiftly against the iron glove, emitting a series of rapid friction sounds. "Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." The filthy child swallowed hard, reaching for the silver coin. Yet upon contact with KuKas's glove, he swiftly withdrew his hand, leaving the coin still spinning in KuKas's grasp. "Pray tell, why are there so few inhabitants in this village? I recall it once teeming with tens of thousands." KuKas smiled, his imposing figure and scarred visage causing the child to instinctively shrink back. "Not long ago, some individuals arrived here, forcibly taking many away, claiming to save the impoverished. They spoke of land redistribution, of toppling tyrants, and of a future free from taxes. Thus, the population dwindled." The child gestured towards the houses behind him, grinning. "This is my home. Would you care to come inside and rest for a spell? I can share more details. I, too, listen to their grand proclamations." Chapter 19. The Eerie Place. "No need for that. Simply lead me to the most bustling location," KuKas replied dismissively, shaking his head with a smile. "As you wish, my lord," said the child, his face lighting up at the prospect of such an easy task, knowing a silver coin would grant him access to many things he previously could not obtain, enabling him to thrive in this world. Under the child's guidance, KuKas swiftly arrived at his desired destination, a somewhat dilapidated tavern. Beside it stood an opulent mansion, where ragged individuals shuffled in and out of the tavern, muttering grievances, occasionally glancing at the lavish estate before hastily turning away. A drunken man lay sprawled on the tavern steps, some swearing loudly in dialect, while others boasted recklessly that a few women entered the tavern, dragging a man out with them in a hurried manner. "Take this and leave here. Return to your room to rest. Do not emerge unless necessary," KuKas said, tossing the spinning silver coin to the young boy with a smile. The child, eyes wide with trepidation at KuKas's fierce grin, snatched the coin and dashed away, leaving KuKas alone, quietly mounted at the tavern's entrance. The townsfolk, merely curious, cast fleeting glances at him before shaking their heads and moving on, observing the scene before him. KuKas felt like an outsider, as though he were watching a documentary, the black and white imagery flowing rapidly before his eyes. Confusion clouded his mind, battering his spirit. Murder! Outsiders have slain the blacksmith. A wretched scream echoed from afar. A figure stumbled and rolled down the street towards the tavern, barefoot and his garments caked in mud and dust. KuKas even spotted a smudge of blood on his arm. The once boisterous tavern fell silent. And within 3 breaths, chaos erupted anew. Slay those outsiders. Let them repent in the abyss. Avenge the blacksmith. The frenzied cries rang out within the tavern, the unexpected turn of events jolting KuKas back to reality. He surveyed his surroundings, noting some individuals emerging from the tavern, brandishing clubs, their faces flushed with fury. "He is also an outsider. Kill him," a voice rang out from the crowd, followed by a stone hurtling towards KuKas's head. He merely swayed slightly, and the stone zipped past, striking a townsman instead. The man cried out in pain. "This outsider is also responsible for the deaths of our people. Slay him." The earlier voice echoed again. But KuKas noted that it had shifted position, fueling his anger. "Kill this outsider." Townsfolk advanced towards KuKas, wielding clubs with deliberate slowness. KuKas regarded them with calm detachment, noting their flushed faces and the way their knuckles turned pale from gripping their weapons so tightly. "I am a knightly retainer. If you believe yourselves capable of slaying me, then step forth." KuKas scoffed. Removing his cloak's hood and donning his helmet, he refrained from lowering his spear, for he did not wish for bloodshed to stain this nameless little town over such trivial matters, especially the blood of ordinary townsfolk. "Disperse and return to your homes, that do not heed the incitements of others that would lead you to cast away your lives. Think of your wives and children at home. You ought not to act blindly under the influence of antiquated sentiments." KuKas gestured towards the crowd, indicating the very direction where the loudest shouts had originated. "I do not comprehend the hopes that some of you harbor in urging one another towards death, that I merely wish for you to understand that, as a knight squire, my duty is to protect the citizens of the empire. The weapons I wield are intended solely for those ruffians and my adversaries that I do not consider you to be my enemies. Nor do I see you as ruffians. You outsider, do you think your sweet words can deceive us? My wife was brutally assaulted by you damned knights, that do you know the depths of my rage. I long to slay every one of you knights in retribution for my wife." A burly man brandished a harpoon, his voice echoing with fury. "My wife begged for mercy, yet you did not relent, ultimately leading to her brutal death. That my child, barely born, perished from hunger, devoid of anything." The man's anger intensified with each word, and in a fit of madness, he lunged at KuKas with the harpoon, without evasion. The harpoon pierced KuKas's chest with a sharp crack, snapping in two as the man fell to the ground. He stared blankly at KuKas, seeing through the tattered cloak the gleam of dark armor worn by his foe. "I will kill you, for my wife and my child." The deranged man, losing his sanity, once more charged at KuKas with the broken harpoon that he attempted to stab the horned horse's skull, but the creature merely sidestepped, its massive head colliding forcefully with the man. A pained scream escaped him as the horse's horn impaled his chest, and with a violent shake of its head, the creature flung him aside. The man was hurled several paces before collapsing, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Blood flowed from his chest, staining the harpoon he clutched. "Murder!" An anguished voice cried out, piercing the air with a chilling lament. The townsfolk, once in chaos, fell into a sudden hush. "Kill him! Avenge our deceased kin!" An elderly man, supported by a child, trembled as he approached KuKas, wielding his cane as an instrument of vengeance to shatter the enemy's skull, hoping to offer the blood of his foe as a tribute to his slain family. "Oh, you ignorant souls! Why do you entertain such thoughts? It is not I who has slain your loved ones, but others. Why do you seek vengeance upon me instead of pursuing those who have wrought this carnage?" KuKas vehemently shook his head, casting aside his cloak and seizing his knightly lance. "Depart or face death. This is the most merciful choice I can offer you." As he gazed upon the increasingly ferocious expressions of the townsfolk, a wave of sorrow washed over KuKas that if even one among them were a seasoned warrior, he would not so easily underestimate them. Alas, they were but powerless commoners, their fates resting not in their own hands, but in those of their adversaries. "Death!" A voice emerged from a nearby house, and with it, arrows flew from the window like lightning, aimed at KuKas' steed. KuKas squinted, dismissing the assault as mere folly that a few arrows from a hunting bow posed no threat to him, but he arced his lance, intending to knock the arrows down, but suddenly they altered their trajectory, curving towards another location. A curved shot? KuKas was taken aback to encounter such skill in this humble town. To master such techniques with naught but a hunting bow is truly remarkable. Impressed with the archer, he continued his actions undeterred, his lance once more sweeping in an arc to deflect the incoming arrows. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the arrows fell to the ground. Their appearance heralded the commencement of conflict, and dozens of townsfolk surged forward, emboldened, brandishing makeshift weapons against KuKas. "Leave this place, cursed one. As long as you do not attack us, I shall not retaliate." KuKas suppressed his rage, fixing a cold, bloodthirsty glare upon the advancing townsfolk. The accumulated bloodlust from countless battles erupted within him, and he could not fathom why these townspeople were so fervently assaulting him, considering he had never set foot in this town, nor had any prior dealings with its inhabitants. No one heeded his words, continuing their relentless advance, chanting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Once more, arrows flew from the adjacent houses, this time a volley of more than a dozen. KuKas spun his lance, creating a flurry of movements to deflect the arrows to the ground. Fury consumed him. He had never committed indiscriminate slaughter since arriving in this world. All who had perished by his hand had been those who attacked him or enemies on the battlefield. Yet, here he was beset by ordinary civilians. How absurd! The bald giant laughed heartily, turning his steed, driving it forward with a fierce kick that sent the horned horse charging towards a nearby house. The impact knocked several townsfolk to the ground. And as the horse approached the structure, KuKas commanded it to rear back and smash its hooves against the wall. With a resounding crash, the house trembled as if it were a withered tree struck by a boulder. Before ultimately collapsing under the assault, the horse continued its rampage, trampling several more houses, leaving only the one well-maintained standing, while the others crumbled. The cries of hunters hidden within the fallen structures echoed in despair. Some struggled to dislodge the heavy timber pinning them, while others succumbed to injuries inflicted by the debris. That a young hunter emerged from the wreckage, his face a mask of anguish as he drew his bow to fire at KuKas. "You demon! You killed my sister! I will see you dead!" As he spoke, arrows flew from his bow like a torrential storm, arcing unpredictably through the air. "You are indeed gifted, but alas, today you shall perish by my hand." KuKas sneered, easily deflecting the arrows aimed at him while disregarding those that struck his armor, the impacts ringing out like chimes. Though some arrows pierced the joints of his armor, they lacked the force to penetrate deeply. After all, hunting arrows were far too feeble to breach the defenses of knightly armor. Only a master archer wielding specialized arrows could hope to harm one encased in such protection. As KuKas charged, a trembling townsman brandished a kitchen knife in a futile attempt to obstruct his path, only to be met with KuKas' cold, murderous gaze. The lance swept through the air, and the townsman collapsed. His throat slit rather than his heart pierced, blood sprang forth like a fountain. The young hunter drew closer, his face a blend of fury and terror, but he sensed a massive shadow barreling towards him. The scent of blood assaulting his senses in that moment. He was surrounded by corpses, some smiling, others grimacing, a nightmarish sight. Am I dead? Is this my blood? What is this afterlife? Why am I so unwilling to accept this fate? No, I am not dead, and I shall survive. The young hunter suddenly cried out, flailing his bow in a desperate attempt to fend off the approaching dark figure. KuKas, observing the young man's madness, could not suppress a chuckle. Such a pity you lacked proper education. Otherwise, you might have become a master archer. Farewell. With a swift motion, KuKas's lance found the opening in the young hunter's defenses, driving deeply into his chest. In an instant, KuKas twirled his spear, executing one of his few long spear techniques, the plum blossom spear art. The young hunter's chest was instantly rent asunder, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, from which a copious amount of blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground and forming a distorted blossom. Witnessing the demise of a potential master archer at his hands filled KuKas with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Without so much as a glance at the lifeless body, he deftly flicked his spear, employing the skills he had acquired, and effortlessly hurled the corpse aside. That very moment, a dark, gleaming projectile shot forth from the collapsed building. This shadowy light moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, heading straight for KuKas' most vulnerable spot, his faceplate. Shocked by the sudden appearance of this formidable attack, KuKas felt his composure waver. He could not fathom encountering such a fierce assault in this moment. In his experience, ordinary individuals could never unleash such speed. Only professionals could deliver such rapid strikes. Damn it! KuKas bellowed in fury. With no time to mount a defense, he twisted his head with all his might and crouched down in a desperate attempt to evade the dark light. Despite the hurried maneuver, KuKas managed to escape the clutches of death. The shadowy light grazed his head before shooting past, embedding itself in the wall of a nearby building. Upon piercing the wall, it left a hole the size of an adult's head. Although he had evaded the attack, KuKas sustained injuries. The edge of the dark light had violently torn a thin fissure in his helmet, leaving a similar cut on his cheek beneath the protection. Blood flowed from the gash, trickling down his neck and onto his body. Realizing he was wounded, KuKas dared not raise his voice again. Feeling the muscle on his cheek had been partially ripped, fearing that any outcry might exacerbate his injuries and lead to his demise due to lack of treatment. The fray did not cease with KuKas' injury. The ordinary townsfolk, oblivious to the fact that this demonic retainer had been wounded, continued to assault him with their crude weapons. Rage, endless rage. KuKas had never anticipated that a professional would lurk among these people to ambush a mere knight's retainer. I will kill you, no matter where you flee. I shall hunt you down, he repeatedly told himself. He sheathed his knightly spear and grasped his bullhorn battle-axe, spurring his mount towards the remnants of a nearby building. The townspeople in his path were either trampled by his steed or cleaved in half by the sharp axe. The warhorse charged, swiftly reaching the ruins. KuKas crouched low, swinging his axe towards the corner from which the dark light had emerged. The battle-axe effortlessly split the fallen logs and cleaved a stone. Yet no figure appeared. As KuKas stood up, another dark light burst forth from the rubble. This shadowy projectile was swifter than the arrows shot by the master archer. Prepared, KuKas grunted as he swung his axe to counter the dark light. Clang! The axe struck the shadow, dispersing it and causing a twisted, serpent-like spike to fall to the ground. Gripping his axe tightly, KuKas felt a tingling numbness in his arm, as if he had collided with another force multiple times. Such a powerful impact. I doubt even defensive knight armor could withstand it. Only upon becoming a professional could one hope to endure such force. After casting a casual glance at the spike, KuKas resumed his assault on the ruins. Yet no figure emerged, no matter how vigorously he struck. The ordinary townsfolk were utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Seeing the knight's retainer wildly hacking at the ruins, they assumed he had gone mad. Their excitement surged, akin to beasts sensing blood. As they charged towards KuKas, kill him, seize his armor and weapons, and I shall become the mightiest in the entire town. Who would dare to bully me then? Damn it, I shall usurp the genius hunter's place and become the strongest in this town. Even the adventurers will have to heed my will. A scrawny young man, clutching a rusted sword he had scavenged, hid among the debris, dreaming of a future. He had followed the townsfolk here, but did not join in their frenzy. This frail youth remained composed, seeking an opportunity to reap the final rewards as the axe danced. Heads adorned with expressions of shock, fear, rage, and malice flew into the air, blood staining the knight's form, turning his black armor a vivid crimson. The scrawny young man tightened his grip on the iron sword, convinced that the knight's prowess was solely due to his armor, that he had witnessed weapons strike the armor without leaving a mark. As KuKas drew nearer, the young man knew that with a single leap, he could plunge into the midst of the crowd. With a swift roll, he could slip beneath the horse and eviscerate its belly with his iron sword. A knight's retainer without his steed is scarcely stronger than a farmer, echoed the words he had heard from the adventurers in the tavern. In his fervor, the scrawny young man leaped from the ground, vaulting over the oblivious townsfolk before landing with a thud. He rolled, envisioning the villagers cheering for his triumph, and imagined the terrified visage of the bloodied knight's retainer. In his mind's eye, he saw his ragged boot planted upon the knight's face, the iron sword piercing his throat while the surrounding maidens cheered for him. After cleaving a townsman, KuKas noticed a frail figure springing forth from the ruins. The figure did not leap high, colliding with several townsfolk before landing before KuKas' steed. Blood stained the faceplate, obscuring the figure's features, but the sword in hand left no room for hesitation. KuKas gently kicked his mount's belly, prompting a fierce neigh as the beast reared up, delivering a powerful kick. The figure was precisely beneath the hooves. Chapter 21. The arrival of the mage, another mournful wail echoed in KuKas' ears. Yet he paid it no heed. He continued to swing his axe, cleaving through the frenzied townsfolk. The carnage was relentless. Dozens of townspeople fell like grass beneath his might. Corpses littered the ground, the stench of blood permeating the air. Onlookers in the distance could only scream in terror and flee, their courage shattered, unwilling to confront KuKas. Shaking his head, KuKas removed his helmet to wipe away the bloodstains. Cautiously, he touched his cheek, discovering a long but shallow wound, one that posed no threat to the muscle beneath. Relieved, he proceeded to don his steed's protective gear, applying some medicinal ointment before securing his helmet and racing towards the blacksmith's location in the town. The sound of hooves echoed, the only chaos amid the eerie silence enveloping the town, save for the blacksmith's vicinity. Such strangeness would have unnerved any ordinary person, yet KuKas seemed impervious to the atmosphere as he galloped on. Drawing ever closer to the source of the clamor, he rounded a corner to find a throng of townsfolk amassed in a street. Their eyes were wild, as if possessed, as they brandished makeshift weapons. Converging upon a lone horseman in the center, from the surrounding buildings, individuals hurled pots, pans, and other implements at the solitary knight. They gave no thought to whether these objects would harm the armored knight or their fellow townsfolk. "Kill!" KuKas roared, raising his battle axe high. With a single swing, he severed the head of a civilian. The warhorse charged, and the masses were powerless to resist. They were either trampled underfoot or impaled by the spikes on the armor. "Where are the others?" KuKas shouted as he plunged into the crowd. Yet before he could reach the knight's retainer, he was met with a throng of enraged civilians. Their eyes ablaze, they uttered nonsensical phrases, wielding clubs and knives in a frenzied assault upon KuKas. "They're dead, every last one of them." The knight's retainer swung his sword, repeatedly cleaving through the surrounding civilians. Lacking any combat skills, each strike resulted in another life extinguished. Around him lay a sea of bodies, and nearby, several retainers' corpses lay on the ground, their armor stripped and broken, trampled beyond recognition. "Be cautious. There are hidden assailants among us," the knight's retainer warned KuKas. But before he could finish, 3 dark projectiles suddenly shot out from the crowd. These shadowy figures darted through the air, striking him with the precision of venomous serpents. The heavy armor was torn asunder, as if it were mere parchment by the 3 streaks of black light. The knight's squire let out a thunderous roar, wielding his battle blade to cleave through 3 or 5 civilians before finally tumbling from his steed, only to be instantly enveloped by a throng of frenzied townsfolk. A trial of the infiltrators? Or a premeditated slaughter? Upon witnessing the squire's demise, KuKas felt a profound loss of resolve to continue the fray. He discerned the 3 black lights, surmising that 3 infiltrators were concealed in the vicinity. which sparked within him the desire to flee. With a mighty swing of his battle axe, he cleaved through the encircling mob, giving no thought to why these civilians had devolved into such madness, nor considering how many more infiltrators might lurk nearby. His sole aim was to escape this cursed town as swiftly as possible. The townsfolk posed little obstacle to KuKas's flight, for most were congregated at the far end of the street, and he did not charge into their midst. Thus, the mere dozens of civilians on the periphery were insufficient to thwart his escape, that as he surged forth like a tempest, breaking free from their grasp. KuKas turned to scrutinize the crowd that moment. He locked eyes with an individual cloaked in black, who had caught his attention amidst the chaos. This figure, draped in a mantle, brandished a twisted black wooden staff, the tip of which bore a pale blue gem. Even from a distance, KuKas felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from the cloaked figure. A mage! Cursed be it, a mage! KuKas trembled involuntarily, for it was his first encounter with a mysterious sorcerer. Recalling the myriad tales surrounding mages, fear gripped him. He had no desire to engage the sorcerer, at least not until he had truly earned the title of knight, KuKas turned to observe again. The cloaked figure suddenly extended a hand, revealing a remarkably pale and delicate appendage. In the palm rested two elongated, glistening black needles that resembled venomous serpents. A burst of blue light erupted from the gem, swirling before the dark cloaked figure, who then cast the two serpent-like needles into the luminous orb. Without a sound, the blue radiance vanished, and KuKas beheld two streaks of black light hurtling towards him. Damn it, not infiltrators, but a mage! Cursed be it! KuKas crouched low, relying on his adept horsemanship to narrowly evade the oncoming black beams. However, when he turned again to search the tumultuous crowd, he could no longer discern the whereabouts of the black-clad sorcerer. A mage has appeared here, commanding such a multitude of civilians to slaughter the knightly squires. Could he be an envoy from the Steadfast Empire? Yet, how could he manifest in such a remote town? As he observed the two black lights collide with a building, creating two gaping holes, KuKas was struck with astonishment. The warhorse galloped forth, and amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, he soon burst free from the bizarre town. I must depart and seek out Sir Charo to report this incident. Cursed be it, a mage! One day, I shall sever your head with my own hands. KuKas cursed repeatedly, using the outburst to vent his growing fear. Once he escaped the town, he did not linger, hastening towards the rendezvous point with Sir Charo. In the mere span of 10 days, he had encountered skilled archers, ambushes by infiltrators, and sudden assaults, driving him to the brink of madness. Cursed be the mages! I have wronged you not, so why trouble me? KuKas, seated upon his steed, gripped his horned axe tightly, addressing the dark figure before him with a fierce voice. Tell me, who instructed you to thwart me and pursue my demise? This was the 9th day after KuKas's departure from the town, having just slain a group of ragged brigands in a forest when he encountered an obstruction that a cloaked figure emerged from the woods, blocking his path. Recognizing the staff and the strange aura radiating from the figure, KuKas quickly identified his adversary. This is a game of hunting. Should you prevail, all shall be revealed. If you fail, then even my words now hold no weight, for the dead know not these truths. A peculiar voice emanated from beneath the hood, its tone flat and raspy, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against one another. What game? KuKas inhaled deeply, once more tightening his grip on the axe, lowering his battered visor to shield his face, and bracing his legs against the horse's belly, prepared to attack at any moment. The game of death, replied the cloaked mage. Accompanying this declaration was a fireball the size of an adult's head. The black-cloaked sorcerer murmured incantations, causing a swirling flame to materialize at the tip of his staff, which then transformed into a fiery sphere, trailing a comet-like tail as it shot towards KuKas. Dodge! KuKas immediately dismissed the notion of evasion. He had already endured 3 or 5 attacks from this mage along the way, and their monotonous exchanges had played out similarly. Past encounters had taught him that evasion was futile. The fireball could alter its trajectory mid-flight, relentlessly pursuing him no matter where he fled. With a swing of his axe, he clamped his legs tightly around the horse, urging it forward like a gale towards the mage's position. The clash was thunderous as the axe met the fireball, resulting in a violent explosion. KuKas felt an intense heat surge through him, as if he were cast into a furnace. Scalding air rushed into his lungs through his nostrils, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. In the eyes of the mage, KuKas had cleaved through the fireball, some flames clinging to his armor. Fortunately, due to some unknown circumstance, the flames inflicted minimal damage, merely singeing the armor before extinguishing. Had the true fireball spell struck, even his protective gear would have crumbled into a twisted mass of iron. Rather than sustaining the minimal harm it did as KuKas neared the mage, the black-cloaked sorcerer remained unperturbed, extending his left hand, concealed beneath the robe, and pointed sharply at KuKas. That a cascade of multicolored light erupted from his fingertips, resembling a waterfall, extending over 10 feet in length. Under the mage's control, it crashed heavily into KuKas's chest. The corners of the mage's mouth lifted slightly as he watched KuKas tumble from his mount. This outcome had been anticipated. According to plan, he was to deliver a crushing blow to the knightly Squire KuKas today. For only then could he claim fulfillment of his mission. Upon being struck in the chest by the radiant light, KuKas felt as if a colossal boulder had slammed into him, the intense pain eliciting a muffled groan and causing a spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. Chapter 22. A choice within a choice. Although he had fallen from his steed, he remained but a mere 10 meters from the black-cloaked sorcerer. Having anticipated this, he had already drawn his knightly lance from his mount. With a throw, the lance, measuring over 5 meters long, hurtled forth with a piercing whistle, akin to a venomous serpent, aimed squarely at the dark-cloaked mage. The sorcerer, hidden beneath his black cloak, expressed a modicum of surprise at KuKas's audacity, yet remained indifferent. With a deft flick of his staff, a burst of green light erupted from beneath the cloak. This emerald radiance enveloped him, and as KuKas's lance approached, the verdant glow swiftly twisted, effortlessly halting the full-force projectile. The lance fell harmlessly to the ground, a mere 3 feet from the black-cloaked mage. Refusing to concede defeat, KuKas shouted in defiance, suppressing the agony in his chest, and leaped from the ground, hurling his axe at the mage. Again, the green light flared to life, and the horned axe landed just as the lance had, a mere 3 feet from the sorcerer, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Cursed be the enigmatic mage, though he had suffered repeated ambushes from the dark-cloaked sorcerer over the past days. This was his first instance of direct confrontation, though he had not anticipated the mage's methods to be so insidious, reminding him of certain tales from his past life, that in a bygone era, some had fantasized about mages possessing protective spells against arrows. Today, he found himself in a similar predicament. Despite being disarmed, KuKas refused to abandon the fight. He would not allow this black-cloaked sorcerer to take his life without leaving a mark upon him, or even exacting his own vengeance. I refuse to die alone. At the very least, I shall not face death in solitude. Someone must accompany me. KuKas's thoughts roared within him, his body racked with excruciating pain, akin to the torment he experienced during his training. The agony in his bones and muscles compelled him to roar in anguish as he struggled to rise once more, drawing forth the iron spade previously secured against his back. He brandished the sharp implement and charged at the mage. I shall see just how long your defenses can endure and how many powerful strikes they can withstand. KuKas roared with a fierce grimace, intent on cleaving through his opponent's defenses with the iron shovel in his grasp. Seeking to vanquish his foe, the distance between them narrowed to merely 3 or 5 paces from the dark-robed wizard. KuKas leapt into the air with a sudden vigor. Twisting his body mid-flight, he exerted every ounce of strength to bring his weapon crashing down upon the wizard's crown. That a peculiar incantation echoed in KuKas's ears. And as the last syllable faded, a luminous white ring emanated from the wizard, expanding outward. The ring collided with KuKas, enveloping him in an overwhelming chill. The armor upon his body shattered under the impact, and even the iron shovel he wielded was rendered to fragments. The force of the blow sent him sprawling several paces away, leaving him rigid and unable to rise, crashing heavily to the ground. A fresh torrent of blood erupted from his lips, pooling upon the earth and instantly crystallizing into a layer of crimson frost. "You have survived. I hope to see you again in the future," the dark-robed wizard remarked. Opting not to finish KuKas off, Instead, he rummaged through his ample cloak and tossed a small vial beside him. "Consume the pill within, and you shall recover." The vial landed squarely on KuKas's chest, conveniently positioned for his use. "Why do you not slay me?" KuKas struggled to rise from the ground, exerting all his might, yet found himself utterly incapable. The frigid aura coursed through him, as if he were frozen solid. "Why would I wish to kill you?" "Huh!" The wizard chuckled hoarsely before turning and vanishing into the woods, leaving KuKas alone to ponder in silence. "Cursed be it, whatever the reason, do not let our paths cross again. When I have gained strength, I shall ensure you experience the torment of true suffering, to know what it is to endure excruciating pain." KuKas's mind was consumed with visions of his ascent to power, cursing the wizard as he laboriously maneuvered his arms to open the vial and ingest the pill within. After swallowing the pill, he felt the icy sensation dissipate rapidly. Within mere breaths, not only had the chill vanished, but the pain in his chest had also subsided. The potency of the pill was undeniably formidable. Although his armor lay in ruins, his knightly lance and horned axe remained unscathed. After retrieving these weapons, he once more mounted his steed, draping a black cloak around himself for concealment. Thus he set forth on his journey anew. As he rode, KuKas noted that while the chill had departed, the sharp pain in his muscles and bones had intensified rather than diminished. According to the old knight's teachings, this pain is merely a precursor to the imminent eruption of battle energy. Little did I expect not only to survive, but to hasten the onset of this power. Quite unexpectedly, it seems the old knight was indeed correct. Those who tread upon the battlefield are most prone to breakthroughs. Upon recognizing the peculiar changes within himself, KuKas felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, despite his excitement, he dared not squander time and urged his steed onward toward the destination indicated by the knight Charlo. After 3 or 4 days of travel, guided by the map's markings, KuKas finally arrived at the site described by Charlo. Throughout the journey, the persistent prickling pain had never left him. Under its relentless stimulation, his strength burgeoned rapidly. This increase in power rendered the execution of combat techniques increasingly effortless, thereby augmenting his chances for survival in this world. The gathering place described by Charlo lay at the northernmost edge of the Castor region, the very pinnacle of the empire. This area bordered the desolate ice fields, perpetually cloaked in snow, in response to the threats posed by the barren expanse. Some nobles of the Castor region had erected a colossal fortress designed to fend off incursions from the icy wasteland. Indeed, a fortress constructed of massive stones weighing thousands of pounds. Spanning over 70 acres, it housed countless chambers and towering spires, with the empire dispatching soldiers to garrison the site and assist the nobles in repelling attacks from the desolation. Each year, battles erupted here. Thousands of imperial criminals were dispatched to the ice fields, and conspirators from other regions infiltrated the fortress to sow discord. As KuKas approached the immense fortress, he gazed upon its grand scale. Feeling no excitement akin to that of others beholding such a sight for the first time, in his previous life, he had encountered numerous monumental structures, and a fortress spanning 70 acres failed to ignite his awe. Instead, he observed the fortress's design with curiosity, assessing its advantages in repelling enemy assaults. Surrounding the fortress lay a sprawling military encampment, interspersed with chaotic mercenary tents. Mercenaries donned in diverse garb emerged from the barracks to accept their assignments, hastily departing, while others stained with blood and weariness returned to collect their recompense. KuKas skillfully maneuvered his steed through the disarray of mercenary tents, casting glances at the individuals within. Contrary to his expectations, the majority of mercenaries were not mere commoners but a myriad of professionals. Indeed, the Castor region, known for its scarcity of such skilled individuals, now appeared teeming with them. Rugged warriors, composed archers, stealthy infiltrators lurking in shadows. Mages accompanied by retainers, knights, and even priests serving the temples could all be found in abundance. With alchemists and healers in even greater numbers, as he scrutinized these professionals, KuKas would flash a grin whenever one of them met his gaze. Yet his fierce visage, marred by scars and his imposing stature, could hardly convey an impression of amiability. "Hey there, brother. Where are you headed? Need any assistance?" A warrior clad in mercenary garb approached KuKas with a friendly smile. "If you have a moment, Why not share a drink with me? I seek entry into the fortress to rendezvous with Sir Charlo and convey a mission. KuKas inhaled deeply, shaking his head with a smile. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly treat you to a drink. Sir Charlo? Oh, that scoundrel. I hadn't anticipated this. If I am not mistaken, you must be one of his subordinates. The warrior regarded KuKas with a peculiar expression. May the goddess of war protect you. I hope you can survive the clutches of that madman. Huh. My apologies. I must confess that I do not worship the goddess of war. KuKas shrugged, letting out a hearty laugh. A mere goddess cannot shield me. Ah, I was not referring to the goddess of war, Isel, but rather the goddess of war, Roland Montparnasse. She is the one I revere. The warrior shrugged nonchalantly. Regardless of which goddess, I sincerely hope you can endure the madness of that man. Why do you label Sir Charlo as a madman? Having heard negative remarks about Charlo twice from this warrior, felt a growing unease. You are unaware of this? Huh. Most knights and retainers under his command meet their demise through various bizarre tasks. However, those who survive eventually emerge incredibly powerful. Indeed, that kind of power is something you cannot yet comprehend, but I suspect you will come to realize it in due time. The warrior stepped aside to clear the path. Should we meet again, do not forget to share that drink. With that, the warrior turned away, quickly disappearing among the chaotic tents. Chapter 23. The serene commencement having gleaned no further insights into Sir Charlo from the warrior. KuKas felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his cloak and hastened toward the fortress. The steed whinnied as he rode, drawing curious glances from the mercenaries, perhaps intrigued by the fierce mount he rode. From their expressions, KuKas discerned a mix of curiosity. Among those who aspired to knighthood, possessing a horned steed before attaining that status indicated either exceptional prowess or formidable backing. With the horned steed galloping swiftly, KuKas soon arrived at the fortress gates. Dozens of heavily armored warriors stood sentinel at either side of the entrance, their imposing armor obscuring their features, rendering their expressions unreadable. Within the gate, small chambers housed several enigmatic mages seated in meditation. What brings you here? If you wish to enter the fortress, please present your credentials. One of the armored warriors approached KuKas, inquiring. I seek Sir Charlo. He summoned me here. Unfortunately, I lost my proof of passage during an encounter on the road. KuKas peered through the fortress gates, observing the interior where elegantly dressed individuals moved about, some accompanied by numerous servants, others in the company of beautiful companions. I hope you speak the truth. Wait here. I shall convey your message. However, you must pay a fee of 1 gold coin for this service. The heavily armored warrior paused momentarily before uttering a series of statements. A muffled voice resonated through the visor, reaching KuKas's ears, which filled him with profound displeasure. I sincerely apologize, but I came here to assist those within the castle in repelling the rabble. That I ask this how they treat someone who offers them help. Shouldn't I be compensated for my efforts? KuKas expressed his discontent vehemently. This castle is privately owned. Your duty is to protect it from the mob, and thus it is your responsibility. However, you have no right to roam freely within a protected abode, nor should you expect to enjoy its offerings without any cost. Depart from here, squire. The heavily armored warrior dismissed KuKas with a cold chuckle, retreating to his post to quietly collect a gold coin from each mercenary entering the castle. Damn it, KuKas seethed. Watching the scene unfold, he erupted into loud curses at the castle's denizens, condemning their heartlessness and lack of gratitude. Heavens, are you not aware? This castle is the creation of certain nobles within the empire, who hold us mercenaries in utter disdain. Even if you were to rescue their parents, they would still demand payment for entry. A mercenary, just emerging from the castle, explained with a strange grin upon hearing KuKas' tirade. Of course. Had you arrived at this time last year, they would have welcomed you without hesitation. Unfortunately, this year, the castle is under the control of a cadre of antiquated young nobles, devoid of the acumen of their elder counterparts and the vision of the nouveau riches, solely dedicated to adhering to their own rules and expecting others to comply. KuKas cursed for a considerable time at the castle's entrance, receiving only minimal explanations from a couple of mercenaries, while the armored warriors and the mages at the gate paid him no heed. a wretched bunch of money-hungry scoundrels. One day, I shall see you all kneeling before me, begging for my presence in your castle." After venting his frustrations, KuKas felt his anger intensify, that he knew that if he did not leave soon, he might impulsively confront the heavily armored guards stationed at the castle gate. Thus, he consoled himself and turned his horse towards the nearby barracks, hoping to seek assistance and meet with Sir Charlo. However, matters did not unfold as he had anticipated. Upon his arrival at the barracks, an officer informed him that Sir Charlo had departed 3 days prior with a few knights in tow. Seated in the vast tent, surrounded by several officers, KuKas still felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if he had been casually discarded. "I came here under orders to slay the rabble, yet before I could even set foot on the battlefield, I have been forsaken by my superior. Perhaps this is for the best. At least I am spared the oversight of others." Holding a goblet of crimson wine, KuKas's mind wandered aimlessly. "If you wish to continue fighting on the battlefield, we will provide you with the items Sir Charlo left for you." An officer turned and exited, soon returning with a small box in hand, unadorned and simplistic in appearance. "What lies within?" KuKas squinted at the box, inquiring with curiosity. "Elixirs, products crafted by physicians and alchemists in collaboration. You may find them of interest or perhaps not." The officer nonchalantly tossed the box to KuKas, gesturing for him to open it. After a brief hesitation, KuKas opened the box to reveal 5 thumb-sized spheres of beeswax. Despite their waxy exterior, a faint medicinal aroma wafted towards him. These are substances designed to suppress the eruption of fighting spirit. Though they are the lowest grade, they are treasures for someone like you. Noting KuKas's continued confusion regarding the purpose of the pills, the officer elaborated. These pills were specifically intended for knights and squires who had yet to unleash their fighting spirit. Upon ingestion, they would delay the onset of such an eruption. The most basic of these pills could postpone an individual's eruption by a year. That higher-grade elixirs, combined with specialized techniques, could allow the user to briefly unleash their fighting spirit in dire situations, thus escaping peril. After consuming these pills, while the eruption of fighting spirit would be delayed, the user's potential achievements post-eruption would far surpass those who had not consumed them. Historical accounts have noted instances of squires consuming these elixirs for over 20 years, only to erupt with fighting spirit in their 40s, their bodies as robust as those of 20-year-olds, even surpassing the strength of their youthful counterparts. The purity of their erupted fighting spirit rivaled that of individuals who had trained for decades. The knight who had consumed these elixirs ultimately achieved greatness, far exceeding the accomplishments of his contemporaries, to the extent that chroniclers of history could scarcely envision that on one hand, there was the imminent explosion of fighting spirits spurred by life-threatening stimuli. On the other, the suppression of that eruption, laying a strong foundation for the future. KuKas found himself ensnared in a dilemma. What he desired most in this world was immense power to protect himself, especially after his encounter with the mage and the events at the castle gate. His yearning for strength intensified. If I possessed formidable power, would that mage dare to assault me repeatedly? If I were strong enough, upon my arrival in this region, would the rulers hold up in the castle, not grovel before me, begging for my respite? Gazing at the pills within the box, KuKas found himself at a crossroads that he had heard of such pills from the old knight, who had warned that consuming them necessitated engaging in conflict to stimulate the body, thereby purifying and strengthening the latent fighting spirit within. Of course, one could also seek a safe haven for self-cultivation post-ingestion, but this would significantly diminish the ultimate effectiveness. Years ago, someone offered me such pills, but I declined, fearing the inability to unleash my fighting spirit for an extended period, which could lead to my demise at the hands of others. The words of the old knight echoed in KuKas's mind, filled with regret whenever he recounted the tale. If granted another chance, I would undoubtedly accept those pills, even if it meant not erupting for 10 or 20 years. Had I consumed those suppressants, I would not find myself in this predicament now, unable to advance beyond a second-tier knight. Investing 3 to 5 years to establish a solid foundation is not a loss. Rather, it is the best assistance one could receive. Do not fear death. In this world, everyone faces mortality. Even the divine, that it is merely a matter of time. Since death is inevitable, why not strive to become stronger before it arrives, to acquire the capability to postpone death? Chapter 24. The Desolate Ice Field. Only 5. After connecting various threads of thought, KuKas abruptly inquired of the officer, "Is it possible to obtain more? I regret to inform you that the military only provides 5, that should you distinguish yourself in battle, you may qualify for additional supplies." The officer appeared astonished by KuKas's request, for it was common for squires to decline such offers upon realizing their purpose. Yet here was KuKas requesting more, which left the officer feeling somewhat awkward. "Is that so?" KuKas felt a blend of disappointment and elation. Disappointment at the lack of additional pills, yet elation that the time before he could unleash his fighting spirit would not be excessively prolonged. "Sign this contract, and you will become an official member of the military. For the time being, you shall not return to your previous knightly estate. Rest assured, we will send word to your estate to reassure your mentor." The officer retrieved a document from a nearby cabinet and placed it before KuKas. The sheet was densely packed with thousands of words that as KuKas perused the contract, the officer stood by patiently, awaiting his review. The terms were quite straightforward, consisting of simple stipulations, for instance, as the signatory of the contract. KuKas is compelled to serve in the military for a decade following its ratification, after which he may extricate himself from military service. Naturally, should he breach the contract prematurely, the military retains the right to execute him without facing any repercussions. During the tenure of the contract, the military is obligated to furnish him with ample resources for training, including sustenance and equipment. Even the arcane techniques of martial energy will be provided unconditionally. In return, KuKas must submit to the military's commands without reservation for the entirety of those 10 years. KuKas toyed with a quill adorned with a golden nib, his large hands nearly damaging the exquisite pen on several occasions. Ultimately, he inscribed his name upon the document. "Trust in your choice. I believe that in 10 years, you will proudly declare to your former comrades, 'My achievements today are solely due to my time spent in the military.'" The officer carefully stowed away the contract KuKas had signed, beaming as he spoke. "Perhaps a decade hence, my erstwhile companions will point at a gravestone and say, 'Look, this fellow fancied himself important, only to perish, at the hands of the military's machinations.'" KuKas shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Perhaps so, but you cannot deny that the formidable professionals emerging from the military are unparalleled by any other faction or organization. Moreover, the support you receive from the military is beyond what any other establishment could offer." The officer burst into hearty laughter, lifting his toes slightly as he clapped KuKas on the shoulder, stating, "Only your own efforts can dictate your fate. Assistance from others may offer slight improvement, but it cannot determine everything." "Thank you. What should I do now?" KuKas inquired, scratching his bald head and grinning. "Should I continue my search for the Knight Charo, or comply with your orders here? Had you not signed this contract, you would be obligated to seek out Knight Charo and engage in various skirmishes under his command. However, now that you have entered into this agreement, your duty is to consume that pill and then rest for a month. After this period, orders will arrive for you, and I hope you will accept them and fulfill the tasks assigned by the military perfectly. I believe you are capable of this, do you not?" The officer straightened his attire and spoke earnestly to KuKas. "Indeed, everything shall proceed as you have indicated." KuKas mimicked the officer's demeanor, adjusted his tattered clothing, and then performed a courteous bow before departing. Outside the tent, a soldier guided him, presenting KuKas with a clean military uniform and a substantial amount of food. Under the soldier's direction, KuKas quickly arrived at his designated tent. This tent was solely his own, of course. He could only reside here for a month. Hence the simplicity of the tent did not trouble him. That a large platter of monster meat, weighing about a pound, was laid out before him. Additionally, there was a small jar of honey, some white liquor, and a few meat pastries accompanied by butter and vegetables. "Is this the food provided by the military? Damn, this must be more sumptuous than what the old knight consumes," KuKas exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the meal after donning his military attire. That a pound of monster meat, even of the lowest grade, left him utterly astounded that he recalled that at the old knight's estate, They would only receive half a pound or a pound of monster meat on 3 to 5 specific occasions each year from the knight's secret cellar. Perhaps staying in the military is indeed a wise choice, KuKas mused, shaking his head before ravenously devouring the food laid before him. That as he ate, his mind wandered through various thoughts. Once the last drop of white liquor slid down his throat, the chaotic thoughts finally settled. The soldier cleaned up the remnants of the meal, and upon KuKas's request for solitude, he assured that no one would disturb him. KuKas then sat on his bed and prepared to take the pill given to him by the officer. Breaking open the wax seal revealed 5 smooth, jade-like pills, each the size of a baby's fingertip. Upon opening the wax seal, a rich fragrance instantly filled the entire tent. For the sake of my future. What is 5 years of endurance? KuKas resolved, gritting his teeth as he swallowed all 5 pills in one go. After the pills settled in his stomach, the intense pain coursing through him began to gradually diminish. In merely the span of a magical hour, the discomfort vanished entirely. Rising to his feet, he instinctively practiced a knight's training technique, and the sensation of pain did not resurface. It seems the effects of the pills manifest quite swiftly. 5 years. And I shall be akin to any ordinary retainer. KuKas thought idly while seated on his bed. Days passed, and within the vast military camp, soldiers reported for duty and departed daily. Some soldiers perished, while others enlisted. Yet, KuKas paid little heed to these happenings. After consuming the pills, he dedicated himself to relentless training. With the military's substantial resources at his disposal, his training regimen intensified with each passing day. Today, he wielded his spear 1,000 times. Tomorrow, he would strive for 1,010. That every day, he donned a training armor weighing 400 pounds and engaged in various drills that in the past. Under such considerable weight, he would last only for the duration of an incense stick before succumbing. However, here, he managed to endure intense training for an entire magical hour each day, done on one hand. The martial energy that should have erupted was suppressed by the pills, not vanishing entirely, but rather slowly refining his body, enhancing his strength, and fortifying his bones and muscles. That on the other hand, the military provided various precious medicines. After every high-intensity training session, KuKas applied an entire jar of ointment to his body, leveraging its restorative properties to heal internal injuries swiftly. More importantly, he received ample monster meat daily, which, despite being of the lowest grade, consistently restored and strengthened his physique, preventing his body from breaking down due to the rigorous training that a month swiftly elapsed. While KuKas's strength did not experience a significant surge, he nonetheless made progress. One day, while KuKas was having soldiers strike him with sticks to build his resilience, a soldier approached to relay orders from the military. Join the cavalry unit and proceed to the desolate ice plains. The command was straightforward, yet KuKas perceived the task as formidable. The desolate ice plains? What manner of place is that? It served as the dumping ground for criminals from 7 or 8 empires, a final refuge for countless nefarious individuals. Not only would a mere knight retainer like him be at risk, but even a large contingent of professionals could vanish entirely in that expanse. That he was uncertain why the military had issued such orders. But under the contract's binding nature, KuKas hastily donned his armor, polished his weapon, and proceeded to the designated reporting point. His armor remained intact, albeit less refined than that which Knight Charo had provided him. Upon donning steel gauntlets, feeling the intricate patterns meld with those on his bullhorn battle axe, KuKas swung the axe with vigor before mounting his steed to set off. That a battalion of 1,000 cavalrymen gathered in the northern part of the camp. Among the ranks, KuKas spotted a horse-drawn cart, pulled by 4 horned horses, surrounded by dozens of professionals. Heavily armored warriors, elusive infiltrators, mages cloaked in black robes, and pristine clerics and alchemists. After a brief survey of these figures and the cart, KuKas was summoned by an officer. Command 100 cavalrymen as the vanguard. I trust you understand your responsibilities. The officer handed KuKas an order, inscribed on a specially crafted parchment, adorned with the military seal and protective enchantments set by mages. This ensured that the parchment would withstand fire and water, remaining untainted by dirt or blood, thus preserving its legibility. Chapter 25. The decision to depart. I must confess, I am not fully aware of my mission, KuKas remarked, taking the parchment and shrugging nonchalantly. Am I to eliminate all enemies, or scout their positions, or selectively eliminate certain foes? I know not, and I fear that executing the mission may lead to unforeseen complications, potentially jeopardizing the entire squad's objectives. Very well. It seems prudent for you to confer with the mage there. She possesses knowledge far beyond my own, and she may guide you on how to effectively serve as a vanguard in the desolate ice plains. The officer chuckled at this, casually gesturing towards the black-robed mage near the cart, indicating that KuKas should seek her counsel. Is she the commander of this unit? KuKas inquired, furrowing his brow, but he was reluctant to engage with mages, especially after the harrowing encounter with that enigmatic sorceress, which left him with an indescribable apprehension towards them. In a certain sense, perhaps she is. There are certain matters that elude my understanding, yet she seems to grasp them effortlessly. You ought to be aware that within the military, practitioners of arcane arts, such as mages, invariably receive preferential treatment, and their influence tends to be somewhat greater. As the officer uttered these words, a hint of awkwardness crossed his countenance. Fortunately, KuKas refrained from pressing further, allowing the officer to exhale in relief. Nodding in acknowledgement, KuKas lowered his visor to obscure his face and tightened his grip on the horned battle-axe before hastening towards the vicinity of the carriage. Surrounding the carriage were dozens of practitioners, among whom were 3 or 5 mages, leaving KuKas momentarily at a loss regarding whom to consult. Just then, a practitioner noticed him and, after inquiring about his intentions, guided him to a petite figure clad in a black robe. "What is it that you seek, Squire?" A melodious voice resonated from beneath the black cloak, instilling in KuKas an inexplicable sense of relaxation. "Esteemed mage, I have been appointed as the vanguard of the troop, yet I am uncertain of the direction we should take upon reaching the desolate ice plains, nor do I know how to confront our adversaries." KuKas promptly dismounted his steed. Despite the cumbersome armor he donned, he performed a knightly gesture of respect towards the mage. After a silence that seemed to stretch for 7 or 8 breaths, the black-robed mage finally spoke. "In the past, how did you confront your foes? Speak the truth, Squire. I have always believed that everything before me must be eradicated, never allowing for even a moment of leniency." KuKas replied without hesitation, articulating his response to the black-robed mage's inquiry. "Even if faced with another practitioner, I would not succumb to fear or retreat. Is that so?" "Indeed," KuKas affirmed vigorously, a flicker of discontent breaching his composure at the mage's tone. Yet he recognized that he was not on the same level as her, and thus stifled his grievances deep within. Having survived in this world for over 20 years, he understood the necessity of respecting the strong, no matter how arrogant or reckless one might appear. As long as they wielded greater power, and as long as he wished to live, he must accord them due reverence. "Go forth, scout along the route indicated on the map, aside from the marked locations. Anyone you encounter elsewhere shall be deemed your enemy. You know how to deal with these foes." The clear voice emerged once more from beneath the black robe, accompanied by a delicate, pale hand. This hand was so small and white that KuKas, with his keen eyesight, could discern the veins tracing across its surface. In that small hand rested a silver-colored parchment, depicting their intended marching route. As he reached out to accept the parchment, whether by design or happenstance, the black-robed mage lightly tapped KuKas's gauntlet with her fingertip before swiftly retracting her hand into the folds of her robe, disappearing from sight. "Proceed. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the map quickly. We are about to set off." The mage's melodious voice echoed once more. Though her visage remained unseen, KuKas found himself envisioning the delicate lips that uttered such words. "As you wish, esteemed mage," KuKas replied, bowing once more. Stealing a glance at the central carriage, he mounted his steed with utmost haste, preparing to select his subordinates. For most, the task of selecting companions might pose a challenge. Yet for KuKas, it was hardly a concern that he adeptly maneuvered his steed through the ranks of cavalry, keenly sensing the bloodthirsty aura emanating from them. Whenever he detected a particularly strong scent of blood, he would select them without hesitation. Ultimately, he chose 100 of those with the most potent bloodlust to serve as his subordinates. The vanguard consisted of the elite of the army, and though KuKas' selection caused a minor disruption within the cavalry, the officers paid it no mind. While KuKas had previously mingled with the military, he was not well versed in its intricacies. Thus, this erratic selection came to fruition. After assembling his contingent, they acquired sufficient supplies from the logistics department. And KuKas led his troop forth on their expedition. The distance to the desolate ice plains was merely a span of 10 days, yet KuKas's unit was compelled to reach their destination within that time frame, necessitating their hasty departure. Each cavalryman carried provisions for 10 days, but as for where to procure food after that, the military had not informed them, nor did KuKas possess that knowledge. He merely understood he must adhere to orders and arrive at the desolate ice plains within the stipulated time. Comrades, I believe it is time for us to depart, and I hope that a significant portion of you will return with me from the desolate ice plains, KuKas proclaimed, removing his helmet to reveal a scarred visage as he bellowed fiercely. Under my command, I expect you to follow my orders to the letter. I require soldiers capable of slaughter, not those who would defy my commands. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, he brandished the horned battle axe, slicing through the air in an effort to intimidate the cavalrymen. In unison, we shall heed your command, the 100 cavalrymen shouted in unison. The majority hailed from the region of Castor, fully aware of the significance of the horned battle axe. And thus, without hesitation, they subconsciously chose to comply. Onward! With that command, the 100 cavalrymen set forth. KuKas led the charge on his steed, with the others trailing closely behind in a formation resembling arrows. This squire is rather intriguing. I wonder if he will survive the desolate ice plains, remarked the black-robed mage with a soft sigh to a priestess clad in pristine white robes who stood beside her after KuKas and his troop had departed. The priestess, enveloped entirely in her robe, bore a striking contrast to the mage's dark attire. I believe he shall manage. His robust physique is replete with bloodlust, and he has undergone rigorous training in the military. All these factors contribute to his survival. Moreover, I have heard he has consumed a pill that suppresses fighting spirit. How many individuals possess such resolve? The white-robed priestess whispered with a few light chuckles, leaning closer to share her insights with the mage. Without delving into the discussions of the practitioners or their leisurely journey, we turn our attention to KuKas and his 100 cavalrymen. The journey of over 10 days was condensed into a mere 10-day expedition. Throughout the journey, the men spent all their time atop their steeds, allowing only brief moments for their horses to rest and feed when necessary. As they approached the desolate ice plains, the cold intensified. The accumulation of snow upon the ground increased, and the flora and fauna typical of the southern regions began to dwindle rapidly. In their stead, vast expanses of snow moss and scattered patches of needle-leaf shrubs emerged. Sparse Arctic creatures traversed the thick snow, and upon spotting prey, they would charge forth with astonishing speed, bringing down their quarry and tearing it apart to devour. A herd of snow deer grazed leisurely in the snow, voraciously consuming delectable snow moss, tugging at the morsels exposed upon the surface of the ground. Not far from them, a few aged snow wolves circled nearby. The leader of the snow deer cautiously observed the old wolves while simultaneously bending down to feed. Frequently glancing at the wolves' positions, should they draw too close to her kin, she would emit a series of sharp cries to alert them to retreat. Though the aged snow wolves were ravenous, they remained patient, fixating their gaze upon the tempting meal. They believed that even the most cautious would inevitably err, and seizing upon that singular mistake would render them victorious. As time passed, the snow deer were only halfway through their meal when the distant sound of heavy hooves resonated ominously. The urgent and dull thud of hooves prompted both species of Arctic creatures to become instantly alert, their ears swiveling and nostrils flaring as they sought the source of the sound. In an instant, all the snow deer ceased their feeding, turning their gazes towards the direction of the approaching hooves, their ears twitching restlessly. The old wolves crouched low, camouflaging themselves within the snow as they prepared for the impending unknown. The thundering sound grew ever closer until a troop of cavalry emerged into the snow deer's dining area. At the forefront of the cavalry was a towering figure, fully encased in heavy armor. With only a scarred, bald head exposed, that a glimmer of ferocity danced in his eyes, as though all creatures in sight were his enemies. Comrades, food has presented itself. Ready your javelins and spread out, the imposing cavalryman bellowed. Despite the biting wind that threatened to invade his belly, he raised his voice with fervor. Oh, the delectable snow deer and snow wolf meat. It is my favorite, one knight exclaimed joyfully, drawing a javelin from the satchel on his horse and scanning the herd for a target. At last, I can indulge in a hearty meal. The knight mused to himself that as the cavalry drew nearer. The scent of blood on them wafted into the air, prompting the herd of snow deer, led by their leader, to flee the scene. Regrettably, they discovered their peril too late. The sharp javelins appeared around them like a tempest, mercilessly skewering the unfortunate, while the fortunate managed to escape. The trio of famished wolves was not so lucky. As they fell under the watchful gaze of the cavalry leader, three javelins, akin to lightning, pierced their bodies with such force that they were instantly impaled. The remaining snow deer fled in a frenzy, despite the cavalry's relentless hunting. Over a dozen still managed to evade capture. Though it was a lamentable loss, the remaining prey elicited jubilant cheers from the cavalrymen. The leader, dismounting from his horned warhorse, approached the most formidable-looking snow wolf. The creature, pierced through the neck by a javelin, struggled helplessly on the ground, its blood staining the surrounding snow, emitting mournful cries. "I apologize, but I am in dire need of sustenance." Observing the frenzied gaze of the old wolf, KuKas could not help but chuckle, but he felt a peculiar kinship with the old wolf's predicament. The creature had failed to secure its prey, while he had fortuitously obtained resources for survival. With a swift motion, he withdrew the javelin, lifting the old wolf effortlessly and delivering several blows to its head with his iron-clad fist. Each strike echoed dully against the beast's skull, and the old wolf twitched feebly, exhaling a reluctant sigh. Without employing any methodical approach to processing the prey, the robust cavalry leader directly sank his mouth into the wolf's neck, greedily drinking its blood. Meanwhile, most of the cavalrymen dismounted to butcher the carcass, slicing off the most succulent morsels to pile for the mounted sentinels. The rest ravenously devoured every bit of flesh and blood, sparing only a few entrails. Even the tiniest shreds of meat clinging to the bones were torn away and swallowed whole. Raw flesh and blood constituted the best nourishment for these cavalrymen, who, just days prior, had subsisted on mere snow moss and the foliage of shrubs to stave off hunger. "My lord KuKas, how long until we reach the next gathering of brigands?" one cavalryman inquired, hurriedly slicing meat as he turned to the leader, indulging in the old wolf's blood. "In 3 days' time, we shall arrive there," KuKas replied, tossing aside the wolf's carcass once he could no longer savor its blood, and hastily stuffing himself with the prepared meat. The morsels, cut to finger thickness and palm length, were gratifyingly satisfying. Almost a single bite each. Blood trickled from the corner of KuKas's mouth, staining his armor and rendering him even more fearsome. "Damn it! Once we arrive, I shall ensure my brothers have a grand time." Gazing at the meager 30-odd cavalrymen, KuKas felt a pang of unease. Over 3 months prior, he had led a 100-strong cavalry contingent onto the desolate ice plains, where they had found no food. However, following the map's guidance, they had raided a brigand stronghold, securing sustenance to survive. Now, under orders, they pressed deeper into the barren expanse, seeking a special gathering of brigands to ensure its security. After which they would collect unique items or individuals before embarking on their next journey to another such stronghold. "Damn it, this food won't sustain us for 3 days," one cavalryman spat vehemently, stomping his foot to warm his numbed extremities. "If we travel another 30 miles, we'll reach a grove that we can rest there for a day, and when the main force catches up, we can procure supplies before setting off again." After consuming nearly 5 pounds of blood and flesh, KuKas finally paused. Having gone 2 or 3 days without sufficient food, he was wary of gluttony. Moreover, with limited provisions, he needed to conserve some for the following day, uncertain if the grove depicted on the map still existed or how many beasts lurked within. "I doubt the main force will supply us. Those professionals are a bunch of damn miserly Scrooges," a cavalryman grumbled softly. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sounds of horses munching on moss and knives slicing through flesh. Not a soul, including KuKas, responded. The cavalrymen soon filled their bellies, discarding the inedible entrails. Packing the remaining portions of the prey onto their mounts, including bones and pelts that in dire circumstances, they would even grind the bones and hides into powder, mixing it with snow to swallow. though this practice might affect their health. It paled in comparison to the ravaging effects of starvation on their combat prowess. Rest well. In half a magical hour, we must be on our way, that we must reach that grove before nightfall, KuKas declared, retrieving a magical timer from his satchel to examine. This timer had been acquired from a dark-cloaked sorceress after they had decimated a brigand stronghold and rejoined the main force. The magical timer resembled an hourglass from a previous life. Though its internal mechanics were far more intricate, that as the final grain of sand fell, the bottom would instantaneously refill, defying the laws of gravity. That, of course, this was merely one of the timer's external phenomena. In this world, magical timers came in countless shapes, some hanging on walls, others placed in carts, on shields, or even worn on arms. Yet they all shared a common trait. They were crafted using magical forces. A faint glow of magic accompanied the flowing sand, and as KuKas touched the timer, he couldn't help but recall the delicate hands hidden beneath the dark robe. The remaining 30-odd cavalrymen organized their supplies. Then huddled together, wrapped in thick pelts, resting on the ground. KuKas, however, did not rest. His robust physique rendered him impervious to fatigue as he wielded his battle axe and spear, patrolling the perimeter to guard against any ferocious beasts lured by the scent of blood. The heavy boots crunched through the thick snow, creating a series of cracking sounds. The snow lay over an inch deep, and prolonged pressure on any one spot gradually compacted it into ice. The ground trembled slightly, jolting the slumbering cavalrymen swathed in pelts to their feet in swift motion. They donned their armor, grabbed their weapons, and leapt onto their steeds. Meanwhile, KuKas remained calm, lying flat on the ground, straining to discern the source and number of the sounds. Over 300 cavalrymen. Prepare for battle, he assessed, his countenance paling. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable force here. The mere thought that these cavalrymen might be dispatched by the indigenous inhabitants of the wasteland sent a shiver down his spine. As he pondered whether he could survive this impending skirmish, it had been 3 months since they had arrived in the desolate ice plains, during which the 100-strong cavalry had once clashed with a 100-man contingent of the indigenous folk. Though they had ultimately vanquished the Ice Plains cavalry, they had also suffered over 40 casualties. This was primarily due to KuKas's might, which had repeatedly thwarted the enemy's fierce charges, recalling the savagery of the Ice Plains cavalrymen. KuKas's heart raced anew. Under KuKas's command, the 30-odd cavalrymen formed a wedge. They could not flee. After a taxing march, neither their steeds, nor they had fully recovered. To flee would be to die like hunted dogs. But to confront the adversary, while still perilous, offered a chance to slay a few and thus mitigate their losses. Before long, a cavalry contingent emerged in the direction from which KuKas and his men had come. Prepare to charge, KuKas bellowed, raising his battle axe high. Charge, no, wait, stop, it's our own. As the distance between them shrank, KuKas's keen eyes discerned that this cavalry unit was indeed their own. If he was not mistaken, the leading officer was the one commanding the main force. What transpired? The two groups quickly converged. We were ambushed by the locals here. So we sought refuge, the commanding officer replied, a bitter smile etched across his pale face. His heavy armor was battered and broken, and despite being wrapped in beast hides and a military cloak, KuKas could still detect a strong scent of blood emanating from him. This sanguine aroma was not from the slaughter of others, but rather the blood seeping from his own wounds. Commander, how many are pursuing you? There is cover at least 30 miles ahead. How long until they catch up? KuKas inquired, his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing the officer's words. That it was crucial to note that within this large force, there were dozens of professionals and 1,000 cavalrymen. To have them in such disarray must mean the indigenous forces were exceptionally formidable. The thought of the frenzied Ice Plains cavalrymen closing in sent another shiver through KuKas. The officer shrugged his shoulders with a look of exasperation and said, "Is there anything to eat? I believe we could all use some sustenance." "Well, there's only a meager amount of meat, and I fear it may not suffice for all of you." KuKas mimicked the officer's gesture, directing his subordinates to stack the freshly processed meat together. "Are they the cavalry from the ice fields?" "No. They are a band of wandering mercenaries. Alas, we have encountered misfortune. We unwittingly slaughtered a village that housed dozens of such professionals, which was truly unexpected." The officer took a piece of meat and swiftly shoved it into his mouth, indifferent to the fact that it was raw. Over 300 cavalrymen and dozens of mercenaries each received a bloody chunk of meat. And even the priestess clad in white did not refuse this fare. They devoured the meat with utmost speed, seeking to regain their strength. The two groups merged into one, and KuKas relinquished his command. As there were only a little over 300 of them left, there was no longer a need to form a vanguard of more than 100, but the others resumed their normal activities. After a brief respite, they set out once more. The cavalrymen roamed the periphery while the mercenaries gathered in the center of the formation. KuKas intended to approach one of the knights to discuss matters of cultivation. But the officer dispatched him to lead a small scouting party of 7 or 8 men. The desolate night of the ice plains arrived earlier than in other locales. However, KuKas and his group successfully reached a small grove before sunset. The warriors used their combat blades to sever logs thick as a man's torso, erecting rudimentary fortifications around them, while a handful of mages and some scouts set about establishing a perimeter of vigilance. With nothing pressing to occupy him, KuKas dismounted his steed, shed his armor, and donned a thick cloak to observe the mage's arrangements. His imposing figure traversed the dimly lit grove, the heavy crunch of his footsteps echoing in the deep snow. "Hey, what do you intend to do? Are you not going to assist with the fortifications?" As KuKas attempted to maneuver around a pile of obstacles, a soldier wielding a battle axe blocked his path. "Could you help me stack these logs over there? I could certainly use your assistance." I apologize, but I wish to observe the mages. I find their mystique utterly fascinating." KuKas gazed at the heap of logs on the ground, realizing that if he agreed to help, he would need to position the logs between the towering trees and perhaps bind them with vines or ropes to form a simple barricade. "Very well. I suggest you exercise caution. Those mages are all rather peculiar, and a moment's inattention could prove fatal." The soldier, undeterred by KuKas's refusal, bore no ill will, acknowledging that the task at hand was not within KuKas's purview. KuKas chuckled heartily, expressing his gratitude before circumventing the timber obstacles to approach a nearby mage. This mage was busy on the ground, accompanied by 4 robust cavalrymen, scattering a fine powder that resembled sand to create intricate patterns. Various shapes coalesced into a pentagram. Finally, the female mage retrieved a gem the size of an infant's fist from her pouch and tossed it into the center of the pentagram. Strange incantations flowed from her lips, enveloping the area in a mysterious aura that extended several paces. The cadence of her unfamiliar language was measured and deliberate, and at last she pointed at the design on the ground. A burst of light emanating from her fingertips, resting upon the pentagram, that a dark halo radiated from the star, spreading outward. As the shadowy aura brushed against him, KuKas felt a chill seep into his bones, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. "What brings you here?" The voice of the black-robed mage reached KuKas's ears. "Please move along. Do not disturb my work." I merely wish to witness the enigmatic nature of mages. I know little of them and seek to learn through you, lest I find myself unprepared when encountering a mage on the ice plains." KuKas rubbed his hands together, taking a few steps closer to the black-robed mage, who instinctively took a step back. "What would you like to know?" "After dinner, I can regale you with tales." The mage paused, then softly replied to KuKas, "I believe you may leave now. Do not interrupt my efforts." "Very well. I shall seek you out after dinner to inquire further." Sensing the black-robed mage's displeasure, KuKas decided against lingering and turned to return to the campsite. As he passed by the soldier, still hauling logs for the fortifications, the warrior suddenly gestured to him, indicating a challenge. KuKas merely smiled, choosing not to respond further to in his view. Approaching the mage and gleaning insights about their combat methods would yield far more authentic knowledge than any book could provide. For KuKas, daring to converse with the mysterious mage was a small price to pay for the chance to enhance his chances of survival. Within the confines of the grove, spanning no more than 7 or 8 miles, the cavalrymen captured numerous prey, slicing off generous portions of meat. Some of it was left out in the snow to freeze for easier transport, while the rest was placed on a spit to roast. Lacking any seasoning save for a modicum of salt carried close to their bodies, the roasted fare was still devoured with gusto. Had it not been for those damned rabble attacking us so suddenly, we would not have fallen into such dire straits. one cavalryman exclaimed, tearing into a strip of meat with fervor, the cook's skill evident in the unevenly cooked portions. Tell me about the situation at that time. KuKas leaned against a tree stump, a fire crackling before him. He preferred to prepare his own food rather than rely on others. Drippings fell into the flames, causing them to roar to life. The flickering light cast eerie shadows across the soldiers' faces, rendering them somewhat grotesque. After we had slaughtered a few villages, we encountered another, but just as we began our assault, a horde of mercenaries surged in from outside. Among them was a formidable mage, I swear. With a single fireball, over 10 of my comrades perished. From a distance, I could smell the aroma of roasting meat that I wanted to flee, but several warriors even larger than you blocked our path. No one could break through. Had it not been for the strength of the mercenaries among us, we would have surely been slaughtered by that rabble. As he recounted the events, the cavalryman's expression grew increasingly grim. He clenched the meat strip tightly, his fists flailing in agitation, his emotions visibly stirred in such dire circumstances. His words became jumbled and unclear, and KuKas could only grasp the vague outline of what had transpired. Silence hung heavy, as the sorrow of lost comrades and the fear of a strong enemy permeated the air among the cavalrymen. KuKas sat quietly, observing without offering any sage advice to alleviate the somber mood. "Good evening, everyone. I hope I am not intruding," a melodious voice chimed in as a black-robed mage and a white-robed priestess approached their campfire. "Not at all. We welcome the esteemed mage and priestess." KuKas promptly rose to his feet and offered a respectful greeting upon their arrival, with the other cavalrymen following suit. However, KuKas soon returned to his original spot, while the others shifted their food to another fire. "They are quite afraid of me," the black-robed mage remarked sadly, casting a glance at the departing cavalryman before settling onto a patch of animal hide. Silently watching the flickering flames, KuKas grinned, hastily stuffing a piece of freshly roasted meat into his mouth. Eager to finish his meal and engage the enigmatic mage in a discussion about combat techniques. "Everyone feels a sense of fear towards the unknown," the white-robed priestess interjected, her voice as clear and sweet as a lark song. "Even we, when confronted with powerful professionals, seek to avoid them and feel trepidation. What difference does it make? Only those who dare to explore and approach the unknown will remain unafraid." Suddenly, the white-robed priestess thrust her hand into the flames, the fire crackling fiercely, yet her delicate fingers were enveloped in a soft white glow that parted the flames. Something akin to fighting spirit. KuKas's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a display from the priestess. "Indeed. What would you like to learn? Do you wish to know the precautions to take when battling mages?" The priestess chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand and sitting down in silence, her words inviting further inquiry. Meanwhile, the black-robed mage took a small handful of powder from her waist and scattered it into the fire. The powder ignited violently upon contact, sending flames leaping into the air that a towering inferno, more than 3 feet high, erupted into the sky, its flames sustained and astonishing, leaving KuKas utterly astounded. Chapter 28. The Mage's Discourse. "This is even more formidable than the gasoline I encountered in my previous life. Such a small amount of powder can burn for such an extended period," KuKas thought to himself as he swallowed hard. The black-robed sorceress, perhaps sensing his astonishment, began to explain, "This is merely a type of magical material utilized by us mages. In larger cities, you can easily encounter such materials on the streets. Could you enlighten me about the combat techniques employed by mages?" After a moment of contemplation, KuKas offered a piece of freshly roasted meat to the black-robed sorceress and the white-robed priestess. "As a gesture of sincerity, I would be most delighted," the black-robed sorceress chuckled inwardly at KuKas's offering. Nevertheless, she accepted the meat, tearing it into small pieces and savoring them delicately. The sorceress's explanation was straightforward. She merely outlined some of the taboo combat methods among mages, while the priestess added insights into the common tactics utilized by mages in battle. The discourse lasted about the duration of a spell, and whether by design or coincidence, as the black-robed sorceress concluded her narration. The raging flames abruptly diminished. The firewood, once ablaze, instantly turned to charcoal. The black-robed sorceress and the white-robed priestess departed together, leaving KuKas alone by the fire, reflecting on their recent conversation. The cavalrymen, who had shared their meal here, did not return. They merely observed from a distance, whispering about the mages and KuKas's quiet discourse. It turns out mages are not so extraordinary. They appear mysterious, yet they are merely ordinary individuals wielding special powers. KuKas suddenly chuckled in a conspiratorial tone. During their conversation, he sensed the solitude of the black-robed sorceress and the curiosity of the priestess towards him. Even if I do not become a knight and fail to unleash my fighting spirit, I can still contend with you professionals with sufficient strength. Reflecting on the words of the two female professionals, KuKas continuously redefined his own power. As night deepened, over 300 cavalrymen fell into slumber, leaving merely 20 or so to stand guard. KuKas was among the guards, responsible for the latter half of the night. Promptly, he was awakened by others. Emerging from the rudimentary tent, he felt the chill of the night air and shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, after years of rigorous training, he quickly acclimated. He donned his armor with haste, then hefted his heavy horned battle axe, beginning a mechanical rhythm of movement within the makeshift defenses. After a while, KuKas would abruptly halt to listen intently, the duration of each pause varying. This method was imparted to him by an old knight that, of course, due to his considerable size, he was tasked with a more overt watch, had he been assigned covert duties. The approach would have differed that as dawn broke. Several professionals emerged from their tents early. Their tents were far more elaborate than those of the cavalrymen, and among them, the tents of the spellcasters and priestesses were the most sophisticated. The professionals engaged in their customary routines. Some strolled leisurely through the woods, others darted swiftly, and a few manifested in and out of sight in the air, all to restore their vigor in preparation for potential combat. Squire, I believe you should take a moment to rest. It's brightening, and you need not continue your patrol. A knight suddenly intercepted KuKas during his rounds. This knight was notably taller than average, yet still shorter than KuKas by half a head. With dark hair, pale blue eyes, and thin lips, he bore a resolute expression. His tall, muscular frame donned armor that rendered him quite handsome. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to spar with you to gauge your combat skills. I've heard you wield a horned battle axe, the knight remarked, inhaling deeply with a smile. Ha! KuKas erupted into laughter at the knight's suggestion. Rubbing his bald head, the coolness of his gloves against his scalp invigorated him. Of course, but I believe I need the captain's consent. If he agrees, I shall gladly duel with you. Wait here. I shall inquire with your captain. The dark-haired knight's eyes brightened at KuKas's response, and he nodded before striding toward an officer engaged in low conversation with several professionals. Meanwhile, KuKas, filled with excitement, stretched a bit and gripped his axe, preparing for the impending duel that he sought to enhance his strength through this contest. However, disappointment soon followed. The dark-haired knight returned shortly, his expression one of dejection. I'm afraid there will be no opportunity. They said enemies are pursuing us from behind, and we must adhere to the orders from the military command. So we have to depart. Upon hearing this, KuKas felt powerless to protest, merely shrugging in resignation. The knight smiled, turned, and walked away. After gathering their minimal belongings, the group set off once more. Because KuKas had performed guard duties the previous night, he would not serve as a scout during the day. The sturdy horned horses ambled along the edge of the procession, and to conserve energy, KuKas wore only spiked riding boots and steel gloves. Leaving the remaining armor pieces on the warhorse, beside him rode the black-robed sorceress, her face still concealed, deftly guiding her horse to keep pace with KuKas's left. Could you share a bit about yourself? After a prolonged silence, the black-robed sorceress initiated conversation with KuKas. For instance, what is your full name? Where do you hail from? Why do you take those potions to suppress your fighting spirit if you ascend to knighthood? What kind of fighting spirit do you intend to cultivate? Have any families sought to recruit you? A barrage of questions emerged from beneath her voluminous cloak, leaving KuKas feeling quite flustered. I come from the small town of Shirai, which is rather tranquil. Aside from the occasional passing vagabonds and brigands, nothing of significance has transpired there for years. KuKas rubbed his bald head, quickly glancing at the black-robed sorceress before declaring, I have a dream, to become a powerful knight and to have a mysterious sorceress as my wife. Upon uttering the latter, He couldn't help but burst into laughter. A sorceress as your wife. Do you truly believe that is attainable? The black-robed sorceress was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom KuKas's sudden declaration. Why should it be unattainable? KuKas grinned, his scarred face appearing particularly fierce in his delight. With prominent veins bulging on his thick neck, he exuded an aura of robust strength. You ought not to speak such things in the presence of a sorceress. The black-robed sorceress chuckled softly. Though her laughter was brief, soon giving way to silence. KuKas nonchalantly shook his head and swung his battle axe with vigor, the weapon slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. What prompts such thoughts? If you aspire to be a formidable knight, your primary focus should be on training, rather than on romantic pursuits. The sorceress inhaled deeply, finally questioning KuKas after a long pause. What are your dreams? Share your aspirations with me. Rather than responding to her query, KuKas redirected the conversation back to the sorceress. To become a powerful spellcaster, so that my name resonates among all professionals. The black-robed sorceress spoke without hesitation, articulating her dream at great speed. If necessary, I shall construct my own tower of sorcery, establish my family and castle, that if possible, I aim to attain legendary status, leaving my name inscribed in the annals of history. A truly formidable ambition. KuKas laughed heartily at her words. If one day you become a legendary figure, will you still remember someone like me? Of course, I shall remember that in my memoirs I will write. In my youth, I encountered a squire who harbored a dream of marrying a sorceress. I wonder if he ever fulfilled that dream. Do you think that would be fitting? The sorceress giggled as she spoke. Not quite, KuKas replied, adjusting his axe and affixing it to his belt with a grin. You should amend the last line to read. He ultimately won the heart of a beautiful and kind sorceress as his wife, and they bore many children. I think that revision would be splendid. Thus, the two engaged in quiet conversation as they followed the procession deeper into the desolate ice plains, ready to fulfill the mission assigned by the Imperial Command. Time passed incrementally as the group traversed various encampments of brigands, engaging in battle at nearly every location. The officer commanding the troop bore a parchment made of sheepskin, according to the inscriptions upon it. They were to either forcibly execute an individual or seize an array of bizarre items. Thus, half a year has swiftly passed. Out of the 300 knights that once constituted the company, fewer than 50 remained, many of whom had lost their steeds. Among the professional fighters, only a mere handful endured, with scarcely a dozen still standing. Chapter 29. The planned KuKas wrapped himself in a heavy hide, draped a black cloak over it, and wielded a bullhorn battle axe to clear the way ahead. Trailing behind him were over 10 professionals, followed by several dozen cavalrymen who had lost their mounts. In just a moment more, we shall reach a gathering of ruffians. When we arrive, I implore you all to adhere strictly to the plan, that do not let personal emotions lead our entire company into unnecessary calamity, the officer called out. His head bowed against the fierce winds that tossed the snowflakes about, rendering him hesitant to speak. Commander, are you truly planning to depart after we arrive at that gathering? KuKas turned and inquired loudly. Indeed. Once you are settled, I shall escort the others away from this place, the officer shouted back, maintaining his focus. Remember, do not disclose your identities there. If you serve the Empire faithfully for 3 years, the military will send replacements for you. Surely, it won't be like last time, where they send someone to eliminate us and then rearrange the personnel. KuKas laughed heartily. Over the past 6 months, they had decimated more than 10 such gatherings, encountering numerous formidable ruffians. Some even employed certain combat techniques of the Empire, thus sowing seeds of doubt in his mind. Some individuals have sold out their own nations for riches, serving other empires. Should you choose that path, when the time arrives, only slaughter awaits you. Serve the Empire faithfully, and you shall not be punished like those traitors. Do not forget, many have survived in the gatherings we have cleared. The officer quickened his pace, drawing nearer to KuKas. Very well. I trust your words, KuKas replied, glancing back at the black-robed sorceress trailing closely behind him. Noticing her lack of reaction, he continued on. Throughout their journey, the officer diligently reiterated the precautions necessary upon reaching the gathering. Though he repeated himself ad nauseum, none grew weary. understanding that it was for their own good, especially for KuKas to him. The officer's insistence was merely to ensure he remembered the critical points, as he had often stirred trouble along the way. For instance, passing a ruffian gathering, they would typically just stop briefly for provisions before departing. Yet KuKas frequently instigated conflicts over trivial matters, inciting battles. After what seemed like a spell of magic, their destination loomed before them. The dark, muddy earth, saturated with melting snow, had formed a low wall over 10 feet high. Though modest in size, stretching only a few hundred feet, it was patrolled by armed sentinels, with lookout towers positioned behind them. The mere appearance of KuKas and his company immediately drew the attention of the gathering, that a cacophony of metal rang out as those atop the lookout towers struck their iron bells, warning the ruffians within. "Who are you? Depart at once. You are unwelcome here." Before long, a middle-aged man, cloaked in heavy furs, approached the wall and bellowed at KuKas and his party. "Halt at once, or you shall face the savage wrath of our town of Carter. We are wanderers from the south, hoping to settle here." The officer adjusted his attire and stepped forward, brandishing a battle-scarred weapon as he raised his voice. 100 gold coins per person, though we shall accept only 5 settlers." The man retorted after scrutinizing KuKas and his companions and conferring with his associates. At this moment, a band of marauders is rampaging through the plains, and only by accepting more allies can you hope to resist their encroachment. KuKas began to interject, but the officer swiftly turned to silence him. "Those foolish marauders are entirely vanquished. My town is utterly secure," the man scoffed, dismissing the officer's request without hesitation. "Only 5, no more. You may seek refuge in other towns." Thus, the officer and the man atop the wall engaged in negotiations for over an hour. Yet the latter remained obstinate. Finally, the officer resigned. "5 it shall be. What conditions must we meet for you to truly accept them?" The middle-aged man, now somewhat relieved, responded, 100 gold coins per person per year, whether they be professionals or commoners. As the leader of this gathering, he remained indifferent to the identities of the newcomers, aware that settlers in such places were often either ruthless criminals or their descendants, or spies for various empires. His singular focus was on acquiring wealth, ample wealth. With sufficient funds, he could abandon this desolate wasteland at any moment and choose to live a comfortable life in any empire of his choosing. However, to prevent other factions from seizing control or outside forces from overpowering his gathering, he restricted the number of new members that he believed this would mitigate the risk of rebellion. "You will need to construct your own shelters and procure your own food," he added as a final stipulation. "Very well. We shall confer among ourselves, and you should prepare as well." The officer nodded, returning to gather KuKas, the black-robed sorceress, the white-robed priestess, the dark-haired knight, and the frail infiltrator before him. "Settle here with peace of mind, and endeavor to seek out those with special talents, that if all goes according to plan, I assure you that upon your return to the military, the rewards awaiting you will be unparalleled, ones that will be etched in your memories for a lifetime, perhaps even chronicled for your descendants." The young officer inhaled deeply, regarding KuKas and the others with earnest intent. "Rest assured, everything will proceed as planned. Should anyone obstruct our course, I shall sever their head and freeze it into a sphere of ice, leaving it on the plains for those foolish bears to play with," KuKas boisterously declared, brandishing his axe with a fierce grin. According to the plan, he would assume the role of a brutish, foolish, self-important commoner upon entering the gathering. He was now fully immersed in his character. The dark-haired knight cast him a disapproving glance and distanced himself, signaling their lack of acquaintance. The surrounding cavalrymen and professionals erupted into laughter. "Off you go. I hope to see you again in the military." The officer embraced the dark-haired knight, KuKas, and the white-robed priestess vigorously, yet refrained from embracing the elusive infiltrator and the black-robed sorceress, aware of their aversion to contact. After a brief exchange, a substantial sum of gold was entrusted to the dark-haired knight for safekeeping, with over 300 coins reserved for KuKas and his companions. That a jumble of materials was left behind at the request of the dark-haired knight and the black-robed sorceress. Some intended for magical experimentation, others for training in martial arts. The parting was devoid of sentiment, occurring just outside the town of Carter. KuKas and his group slowly approached the town, which possessed a singular entrance and exit. barred by a heavy wooden door studded with large iron nails. Should the need arise, they would fortify a temporary wall with earth and snow to deter any intruders. Upon passing through the narrow entrance, KuKas turned back to glance outside. Did I in his view? Dozens of cavalrymen and some professionals, clad in thick cloaks, were retracing their steps that if all went as expected, they would leave the icy plains and return to the empire within half a year. Perhaps then they would be greeted by endless women, fine wines, soft bread, and fragrant hot soups. Yet there was also the possibility of cold, despairing dungeons awaiting them. I always feel as though we have been abandoned, KuKas shrugged, turning his gaze towards the interior of the gathering. Remaining here in tranquil solitude for 3 years yields a multitude of benefits. How can one possibly deem this as abandonment? The seldom-speaking lurker suddenly interjected, countering KuKas's words. Now let us keep our voices down. Those people are observing us closely. The cloaked sorceress whispered, clearing her throat as she deftly twirled her intricately patterned staff, emanating waves of magical energy that instilled a palpable fear in the surrounding mob. Let those schemers retreat into their filthy corners. I shall establish my own sanctuary here, becoming the foremost priestess. Let these wretched sinners witness the glory and compassion of my Lord. The white-robed priestess chuckled softly, though her laughter struck KuKas as decidedly unsettling. Chapter 30, KuKas's Battle. The moment they depart, you abandon your original intent. Should they discover this, death awaits you in 3 years' time. KuKas narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the onlookers surrounding them, while his battle axe whirled rapidly in his grasp. Surely, you ought to bide your time before revealing your true thoughts. Perhaps I may not survive until 3 years hence, the white-robed priestess replied, momentarily taken aback, instinctively rubbing her head. In that case, why should I continue to endure? Hey, everyone, 100 gold coins. If each of you pays us 100 gold coins, we shall officially welcome you here. Otherwise, you shall be forever ostracized. At that moment, 7 or 8 burly youths blocked the narrow streets of the town. Clad only in fur-lined garments and wielding clubs, their expressions fierce. The leader possessed disheveled black hair that obscured his eyes. His chest exposed and scarred, he wore iron gloves adorned with strange symbols. Unmistakably the work of alchemists. Are you the rulers of this town? If memory serves me right, the true authority lies with that individual. The black-haired knight scoffed, leaping from his steed and unleashing the latent energy within him. A torrent of white energy surged forth from his pores, coalescing into flames that leapt into the air, shattering the frozen ground beneath him, scattering debris in all directions. Do not presume that your status as a knight grants you audacity. In this Kent town, there are at least 7 or 8 practitioners who have met their demise at my hands. Hand over your gold obediently, or face my wrath. The young man with the iron gloves stepped forward, his muscles swelling, as a crimson glow erupted from his gauntlets. This strange fire cascaded down his arms, coiling behind him into a sun-like orb. What is that? KuKas inquired, perplexed that he had encountered exquisite iron gloves before. Yet never had he seen ones that could emit flames. Driven by curiosity, he turned and called out to the cloaked sorceress. A relic of the Carmen dynasty, a long-lost alchemical artifact. Now only a few alchemists possess the knowledge to craft such items. Who would have thought one could encounter it in such a place? The sorceress replied calmly, then addressed the black-haired youth. State your origins. If you comply, we may grant you a chance at survival. Ah! Sweetheart, if you would share a bed with me, I might just reveal my story. What do you think? The black-haired youth grinned wickedly. KuKas could not contain his laughter, covering his bald head with one hand while pointing his axe at the audacious youth. You're quite bold, daring to flirt with a spellcaster. Be wary, for in the next breath, you might find yourself reduced to mere flesh by a fireball. Of course, he refrained from voicing this thought, as just then the sorceress's voice pierced through his musings. KuKas, go teach him a lesson. Let him know that sorcerers are not to be trifled with. But do be cautious, do not take his life. I have some inquiries I wish to resolve. Do you understand what you are saying? You are insulting my companion. KuKas abruptly ceased his laughter, obeying the sorceress's command, for he believed himself no match for her unless he unleashed his own fighting spirit and truly embodied a knight. Are you referring to me? My goodness, I have insulted your companion. And what of it? Can you truly defeat me? The black-haired youth, a native of the icy plains, had grown up in that harsh environment, completely unaware of the significance of the horned battle axe. The surrounding mob reacted to KuKas' axe with mixed expressions. Some turned pale and fled, while others watched with glee, eagerly anticipating the misfortunes to befall the black-haired youth. You seek death, KuKas roared. Casting aside his axe, bending low, and employing the techniques taught by seasoned knights to generate explosive power, charging like a tempest towards the black-haired youth that in mere breaths, he closed the distance, his explosive speed akin to that of a world-class sprinter. Perhaps even swifter, his powerful arms reached out, seizing the black-haired youth by the shoulder. Only then did the black-haired youth react, frantically twisting his body in an attempt to strike KuKas. However, with his shoulder firmly grasped, he found himself unable to summon strength, resorting instead to unleashing the flames that enveloped him upon KuKas' hands. KuKas bellowed, his voice resonating louder than a bear's roar, as he propelled the black-haired youth away and crashed him into a mud brick house. The impact reverberated through the air, the youth's back colliding violently with the wall, leaving him dazed and disoriented, blood spurting uncontrollably from his mouth. Simultaneously, the tremendous force scattered the flames from his iron gloves without inflicting any harm upon KuKas. Sensing the youth still breathed, KuKas did not relent. He hoisted the black-haired youth aloft and slammed his bald head into the youth's gut. The painful blow elicited a pained cry from the youth, his body curling instinctively. Following the headbutt, KuKas did not cease his assault. He wrapped his arms around the youth's waist, tightened his grip, and leaning back, executed a wrestling technique from his past life, forcefully throwing the black-haired youth behind him. After tossing the black-haired youth, KuKas swiftly turned, seizing the youth's ankles and spinning him around before hurling him into the crowd. The onlookers were caught off guard, with 3 or 4 who had been engrossed in the spectacle stumbling back and collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, the black-haired youth lay on the ground, twitching weakly, blood flowing from his mouth. Without uttering a word, KuKas charged once more towards the fallen youth, intent on ensuring his complete annihilation. His heavy footsteps left shallow impressions in the frozen earth. As he approached, an emaciated elder suddenly leaped from the crowd, positioning himself before KuKas with an outstretched hand, seemingly attempting to impede his advance. KuKas roared, his rage surging at the interference that he bellowed, his body swelling in size. His already formidable arms growing even larger, muscles bulging as they surpassed the girth of an average person's thighs. Raising his right arm high, palm outstretched like a battle axe, he brought it crashing down towards the frail elder. The elder, unfazed, extended his hand to block the blow. Thud. KuKas' momentum slowed, while the elder was sent hurtling backward, blood splattering through the air. The blood was not KuKas' own, but that of the elder whose hand was severed by KuKas' strike. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, as the warm blood splattered upon him. KuKas felt a surge of fury rise within him. "Who dare stand in my way?" he shouted, reaching the black-haired youth, his fist raised and ready to strike the youth's head. Had that blow landed, even with the black-haired youth donning a heavy helmet meant for a shield warrior, KuKas' fist would have reduced him to a pulp. Regrettably, the strike never connected, as a rope suddenly ensnared the youth's ankle. Pulling him back into the crowd, that KuKas' fist crashed down onto the ground, creating a shallow crater in the frozen earth, injuring his own hand in the process. His fist was a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh mangled, with even the bones of his fingers laid bare, a testament to the tremendous force he had just exerted. KuKas half-crouched on the ground, gazing in the direction the dark-haired youth had departed. But before he could discern the situation, a burly figure suddenly leapt out beside him and charged forward. This man was also unarmed, his expression a mask of ferocity, that he rushed up to KuKas and, without hesitation, aimed a kick at his head. Roar! The continuous interruptions fueled KuKas' fury to its zenith. He made no attempt to evade, allowing the man's foot to collide with his skull. The thug's kick struck KuKas' head, only to feel as if he had kicked a solid rock. Instantly realizing that the man crouched before him had cultivated a martial prowess superior to his own. without a moment's pause. He quickly retreated, seeking an opportunity to attack once more. However, at that moment, he felt something suddenly latch onto his leg. Looking down, he was met with KuKas's savage visage and the gleam of his menacing eyes. KuKas had firmly grasped the thug's leg. With a sudden surge, KuKas stood upright and lunged forward, seizing the man's shoulder. Before the thug could react, KuKas hoisted him high into the air and violently hurled him to the ground. The thug, a robust individual, attempted to grasp KuKas's head as he fell, hoping to halt his descent. Unfortunately, KuKas was bald, and apart from leaving a few red marks on his scalp, it did nothing to slow his fall. KuKas then thrust his knee into the thug's lower back, and a sickening crack echoed as the man's spine shattered like decayed wood, leaving him contorted at an unnatural angle across KuKas's legs. After a few feeble convulsions, he succumbed to death. This fellow appears even more formidable than that dark-haired youth. Yet why does he lack the latter's physical prowess? Discarding the lifeless body, KuKas once again scanned the area where the dark-haired youth had vanished. But aside from the varied expressions of the surrounding mob, there was no trace of him. Even the elderly man who had intervened earlier had disappeared without a trace. Enough, KuKas, that I hope that young man has not perished, the black-robed sorceress conveyed through a magical technique. Summoning KuKas back to the group. A bunch of worthless scum. Do any of you still wish to provoke the esteemed spellcaster? If you lack the ability, do not prattle on like that last piece of trash. I have not killed anyone in 2 or 3 days, and am parched with thirst for blood. KuKas laughed maniacally, casting a fierce glare at the surrounding mob before leisurely returning to the ranks. Perhaps I should let the knight take action. At least he possesses a modicum of restraint. After KuKas rejoined, the black-robed sorceress murmured softly, "That young man is somewhat peculiar. Should the knight intervene, he would merely inflict minor injuries and not cause the severe internal damage that KuKas does." A shadowy figure materialized beside the black-robed sorceress. It was the reclusive infiltrator who rarely spoke. "Did you follow them just now? Where did they go?" "I will go and eliminate that young man," KuKas declared, hefting his battle axe and twisting his thick neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. The black-haired knight, observing KuKas's neck, which was thicker than his own thigh, swallowed hard, repeatedly pondering what kind of extraordinary mother could have birthed such a creature that, of course, he had entertained doubts regarding KuKas's lineage. But considering the circumstances in their region, such speculations were quickly cast aside. You would do well to refrain from approaching. The young man's residence is guarded by no fewer than 5 professionals. I can assure you that if you charge in, within 3 breaths, you will be torn to shreds by them. The infiltrator's cold voice echoed once more before he vanished from sight. "Very well. We are not here to discuss this, but rather to consider where we shall establish our dwelling, that I have no desire to sleep in that beast-hide sack any longer," the white-robed priestess interjected, clapping her hands to draw KuKas's attention. "I trust the local authorities will assist us in finding a suitable location." At that moment, the black-haired knight also sheathed his burgeoning aura, casting an odd glance into the distance. Following his gaze, KuKas observed a middle-aged man descending from the walls. This man had a common face, making it difficult for anyone in the crowd to recognize him. However, he wore a robe distinct from the others and sported a peculiar cotton cap atop his head, thus making him easily identifiable. 500 gold coins. I trust you shall not resort to violence against me." The middle-aged man stood not far off, turning to gesture at the 7 or 8 professionals behind him with a smile. "As long as you do not provoke me, I will not expel you, nor will I take action against you." KuKas paid no heed to the middle-aged authority figure, instead scrutinizing the 7 or 8 professionals behind him. Among them, for were clearly clad as warriors. While one, shrouded in a gray robe and lacking a staff, was difficult to categorize by profession. The remaining 2 appeared to be mercenaries, presumably also melee combatants. While KuKas assessed these professionals, the black-haired knight had already tossed a bag filled with gold coins to the middle-aged man. The latter, still smiling, handed the knight a piece of leather parchment, which detailed the available spaces in the town and some basic information about the surroundings. Once the transaction concluded, the middle-aged man said nothing further and turned to lead his subordinates away. "Let us go. We must construct a sturdy dwelling. We should prioritize building for the ladies first," the black-robed sorceress declared, waving her staff, from which a wisp of emerald dust fluttered and landed precisely on the leather parchment held by the black-haired knight. The parchment ignited instantly, a plume of emerald flames crackling against the frozen earth before gradually extinguishing. Why must we prioritize your dwelling? Do you possess architectural plans? KuKas muttered discontentedly. Combat is the purview of men. We should construct our houses first, and then invite some women to warm the hearth. This way, we can maintain sufficient strength and spirit to face the imminent battles. As he spoke, he swung his battle axe vigorously, the fierce weapon slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. If you are certain your strength surpasses mine, I believe everyone would be more than willing to construct your dwelling first, the black-robed sorceress retorted, turning sharply to glare at KuKas. Just then, a gust of wind swept her hood away, revealing cascading golden curls and pale blue eyes. The sharp bridge of her nose and her petite, rosy lips ignited a warmth within KuKas's heart. However, this black-robed sorceress abruptly extended her free left hand, uttering a few strange words. Then she cupped her palm, facing upwards, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from her hand. The flames shot skyward, reaching a height of over 3 feet, quickly coalescing into a fireball the size of an adult's head. The rapidly spinning crimson orb radiated such heat that even KuKas, several paces away, felt the chilling air transform into an oppressive warmth. Yet, the black-robed sorceress seemed unfazed by the scorching wave emanating from the fireball. KuKas swallowed hard, remembering the events from over half a year ago at the Tulip Manor, where a young servant had attacked him with a scroll containing a fireball. Very well. Your power is formidable. I suppose my dwelling must be constructed behind yours, KuKas replied. Swallowing again, his expression strained. The black-robed sorceress smirked slightly before leading the way towards the outskirts of Kent Town. The fireball still held aloft. She had already examined the map and knew where the open spaces were located. Along the way, some wary mobs cautiously followed behind, while others merely stood at their doorsteps, observing with indifference, displaying no signs of fear in fact, some even wore expressions of disdain. Nevertheless, none of this affected KuKas and his companions. After traversing several hundred meters, a vast expanse of open land appeared before them, situated near a low wall, with few mobs residing nearby. KuKas calculated that if they occupied this space entirely, it would suffice to build several spacious dwellings. If they slightly reduced the area of the houses, they could even construct a church for the white-robed priestess that, of course, KuKas was unaware of the deity the priestess worshipped. Throughout the journey, the priestess had only cast a few healing spells and had not engaged in combat. The fireball in the black-robed sorceress's hand suddenly soared into the air, following the motion of her arm, trailing a flame tail over 10 feet long as it flew toward the center of the open space several dozen paces away. As the fireball struck the ground, it unleashed a violent explosion, creating a deep pit measuring around 3 to 5 zhang in size and over 3 feet deep. Within this pit, flames roared fiercely, igniting the scattered frozen earth around it. The once solid frost was rapidly transformed into a glimmering glass-like substance. This will serve as the hearth within my abode. Yes, not too large, not too small, just perfectly suitable, the dark-robed sorceress remarked with a narrowing of her eyes and a smile gracing her lips. What do you intend to do with such a large hearth? He inquired, observing the rosy hue on the sorceress's cheeks brought on by the cold. He swallowed hard, adding, If your hearth is of this size, the area of the house will be considerably larger, complicating construction. Surely, you understand that none among us are carpenters, and we cannot possibly erect a grand dwelling. Rest assured, as long as you comply with my instructions regarding the transportation of timber, I alone can manage the construction of the house, the sorceress retorted with a dismissive glance at KuKas, before striding towards the fire pit, where she scattered abundant magical powder to sustain the flames. Perhaps we ought to seek some assistance, suggested the dark-haired knight, as he forcibly removed a shovel from KuKas's horse and struck it against the ground. Though his strength proved insufficient, dislodging only a small amount of frozen earth. I believe our retinue could handle the frozen earth on their own. Given that it is not yet noon, I think you should set aside your battle axe and focus on excavating the foundation. It would be best to complete this before nightfall, the dark-robed sorceress stated, pursing her lips as she pulled out a blueprint from her satchel and examined it with a pleased smile directed at KuKas. Actually, I concur with the knight's suggestion. We should seek additional hands to assist us in excavating the foundation. KuKas replied with a resigned roll of his eyes. When the sorceress had been perusing the blueprint moments ago, he had taken advantage of his large stature to glance at it, only to discover the intricate designs depicted were far too numerous. If you are certain you can find help, the sorceress raised an eyebrow, showing no rejection of KuKas's proposal. Trust us, many would be more than willing to lend their assistance, the dark-haired knight declared, abruptly discarding the shovel and turning towards the town. KuKas followed closely behind after retrieving his battle axe and mounting his steed. As the dark-haired knight had suggested, numerous individuals were indeed eager to assist them. Of course, this willingness was largely contingent upon KuKas having dispatched 2 men beforehand, which had led to their agreement. A dozen or so burly men, under the command of the dark-robed sorceress, obediently brandished iron stakes and picks, commencing their excavation of the foundation. The hardened frozen earth was gradually scraped away by these robust men. Whenever someone slacked off, KuKas would brandish his blood-stained battle axe before them, and they would redouble their efforts, fueled by renewed vigor. This method certainly contravenes the chivalric code that I believe I should seek out a church to offer a prayer, the dark-haired knight observed, diligently supervising the laborers that he had deliberately selected these individuals, noting their solitary existence in the town, devoid of friends, which emboldened him to bring KuKas along to enlist so many for labor. Come and pray with me. Though I lack a church, you should not be constrained by such superficial matters. What do you think? A white-robed priestess chimed in, playfully grasping the knight's arm and chuckling softly. Very well, KuKas, you ought to procure some provisions. I believe we will require a considerable amount of food to sustain these men through midday, the dark-robed sorceress remarked, glancing at the sky before turning to KuKas to address their most pressing concern. As you wish, KuKas replied with a shrug, casting a regretful glance at the sorceress, who had once again concealed her youthful visage beneath her cloak. Much to his discontent. Alone, the knight and the infiltrator must remain to protect both me and the priestess. Do you believe there is anyone else who could accompany you? The dark-robed sorceress laughed softly, extending her delicate hand towards the center of the town. Fear not, for you need not venture out alone just yet. Go there where the tavern lies. Should you offer sufficient gold, they will deliver the food you require right here. Very well. KuKas scratched his bald head. Realizing the sorceress's assertion was entirely accurate, it appeared that the task of procuring food would fall solely upon him. He replaced the shovel that the dark-haired knight had discarded on the ground back onto the horse, then seized his battle axe and made his way toward the heart of Kent Town. Along the way, many unruly individuals glared at him with malice, and some even brandished bows and crossbows from rooftops, instilling within KuKas a profound sense of danger that he vigorously shook his head, gripping his battle axe, preparing for an imminent confrontation. However, upon arriving at the only tavern in town, he encountered no aggression. The tavern, though modest in size, was situated at the very center of Kent Town. From time to time, variously attired ruffians entered or exited, some inebriated, while others carried an assortment of food. Naturally, many were there to sell their catches to the tavern. Dismounting his steed, KuKas stepped into the dimly lit establishment, where only 2 oil lamps flickered, casting a gloomy atmosphere throughout the enclosed space. Some patrons lay sprawled across tables or the floor, repeatedly pouring drinks down their throats. Largely ignored by others, only the tavern staff would engage with them when they shouted for their bills or requested drinks. Hey there, big guy. Care for a game? Just 1 gold coin. A petite woman emerged from the shadows, blocking KuKas's path. She possessed large silver eyes, a head of light silver hair, a few freckles on her cheeks, and a slight pout that rendered her quite endearing under the dim light. After brushing past her, KuKas directly approached the tavern staff to request his desired provisions. Although he was ordering a considerable amount of food, the tavern worker displayed no surprise. The young lad meticulously recorded KuKas's order, then called out loudly through a small door behind him. Do you want beast meat? We have beast meat here. After sizing up KuKas, the young worker's gaze landed on the pouch of coins hanging from his waist. How much? KuKas's eyes lit up at the mention of beast meat. During his 6 months traversing the desolate ice plains, Aside from plundering a few encampments for some beast meat, he had not acquired even a sliver of it for consumption. A 500-pound ice bear. I doubt you possess enough gold to take it all, the young worker replied, grinning as he scrutinized KuKas's coin pouch once more. Leave it all to me. Bundle it with the other provisions. I'll return shortly with the money, KuKas declared without hesitation, resolute in his determination to procure the beast meat at any cost, as it would bolster their strength that I end the chaotic wasteland. Strength was far more precious than gold. 500 gold coins? You must have just arrived in Kent Town. Here, beast meat is significantly cheaper than in other regions, the young worker said, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, as though contemplating something. Leave it to me. I trust you wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics against us simply because we are newcomers. Would you? KuKas responded, grinning upon noticing the worker's shifty gaze, that he grasped the young man's shoulder with a firm grip, producing a series of cracking sounds from the lad's shoulder. Indeed, you make a valid point, the worker grimaced, his expression twisting in pain. Please, release me. I cannot endure any longer. As you wish, KuKas chuckled heartily, leaning forward and seizing the young worker's chest with a commanding tone. We have spellcasters among us, and I do not wish to find anything untoward in our meals. Remember, have the food delivered to the northernmost part of the town. We are constructing our dwelling there. Ensure it arrives before noon. With that, KuKas exerted his strength, tossing the relatively frail worker into the counter. After discarding a pouch of gold coins, he departed without a backward glance. Damn it. Threatening me? I will ensure you regret this, the young worker muttered under his breath, carefully rubbing his shoulder once KuKas had exited. Despite his curses, he was well aware of the morning's events. He would not recklessly provoke the ruthless giant, especially after witnessing the dark-haired youth from Kent Town being bested. He dared not use his authority against KuKas and his companions. Should he truly attempt to retaliate, he was certain his employer would be more than willing to replace him with a more sensible worker. The mere thought of being replaced sent a shiver down the young worker's spine. Chapter 33. The beginnings of indulgence upon KuKas' return to the clearing at the northernmost edge of Kent Town. He beheld the sight of the unruly mob, whom he and the dark-haired knight had brought along, having excavated a substantial foundation. According to the design of the dark-robed sorceress, her residence was to occupy an expansive area of nearly an acre. The entire edifice contained no more than a single bedroom and a living room, leaving him to ponder the daunting task of construction. Damn it. I shall leave this matter be for now and allow these individuals to continue the work. Should they refuse, I shall simply eliminate a few more. KuKas mused, scratching his bald head absent-mindedly. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had witnessed many villagers senselessly slaughtered by various perpetrators, with the assailants rarely facing consequences. This harrowing reality had gradually shifted his mindset. After becoming a knight squire and participating in the slaying of even more displaced souls, his heart had grown colder. It was precisely because of those earlier acts of violence that he came to believe many issues could be resolved through bloodshed. Either the foes you deem adversaries bleed, or you find yourself bleeding that do not harbor illusions of peacefully resolving matters. For when you hold the upper hand, you will never forgo your own interests to share with your opponent. Likewise, if your enemy gains the advantage, they shall not willingly divide their spoils with you. Peaceful resolutions, merely a diversion for the bored aristocrats. Remember, that which can be resolved through blood must never be approached with so-called peace, for such notions may leave you perceived as weak, especially among professionals. KuKas retained the old knight's words in his memory, and under their influence, his disposition grew increasingly ruthless and extreme. How goes the endeavor? The dark-haired knight inquired as he wielded a knight's lance, patrolling the construction site. Despite the lance having sustained damage from numerous battles, in the hands of a true knight, it still radiated a menacing glimmer, exuding an aura of lethal intent. I anticipate that sufficient provisions will soon arrive. Indeed, there is good news. A tavern has procured a piece of monster meat weighing 500 pounds, which should suffice for several meals. That has been far too long since I last indulged in such fare. Damn it, I feel the toll of my past injuries accumulating within me. KuKas extended his tongue to moisten his lips, savoring the memory of the exquisite taste of monster meat. Once you grow stronger, you shall regard such things with disdain, The dark-haired knight laughed heartily. "Have you arranged for the delivery of such an abundance of monster meat? Do you possess enough gold to pay for it?" "I do not, but I trust that you will," KuKas replied, shaking his head that he grasped his battle axe and continued his inspection of the site, while the dark-haired knight returned to safeguard the white-robed priestess, with the lurking figure standing silently behind the dark-robed sorceress, remaining as quiet as a shadow. "I possess ample gold, rest assured," the dark-robed sorceress stated as she removed her hat, revealing a cascade of golden, curly locks. Her pale blue eyes scanned KuKas' face. "Why do you always stare at me?" "You are quite beautiful," KuKas replied with a nervous chuckle, stealing glances at the sorceress while surveying the mob's labor. "What color of eyes do you prefer?" the sorceress suddenly inquired. Taken aback, KuKas had not anticipated such a question from her. He inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing chaotically, but he envisioned the color of her eyes shifting, each iris being vividly inserted into her eye sockets and magically fixed in place, a notion that made him feel nauseous. "This color is particularly lovely," KuKas replied with difficulty. Swallowing hard, "She possesses a magical lens embedded above her iris. With but a thought, the color changes." The previously silent figure suddenly spoke, explaining to KuKas. Clearly, he had sensed KuKas' earlier discomfort. "I see," KuKas murmured, secretly relieved by the explanation, while the dark-robed sorceress, her eyes twinkling, discerned his earlier thoughts and covered her mouth, giggling softly. Embarrassed, KuKas chose to refrain from further conversation with the sorceress and the lurking figure, continuing his diligent inspection of the site. After several laps around the construction area, he noticed the white-robed priestess was closely following a member of the mob, chattering incessantly, while the dark-haired knight stood behind her, seemingly exasperated, occasionally sighing. Upon approaching the white-robed priestess, KuKas brought his steed to a halt. "Sinner, you ought to worship the great war goddess, Lady Isur. If you were to devote yourself to her, you would no longer endure oppression and would be granted formidable strength. Spiritually, you would find solace, and no longer would you awaken from nightmares in the dead of night, nor would you be intimidated while walking, for you would be under the protection of the great war goddess, Lady Isur, and under her guardianship. Nothing would instill fear or confusion in you. You would forge ahead on the path you have chosen until you realize your dreams," the white-robed priestess proclaimed, her voice urgent beneath her wide-brimmed hat. "If I were to worship the great war goddess, Lady Isur, would I then escape this wretched labor? My dream is to traverse this vast land, amassing wealth and women, not to be coerced into digging this accursed trench with an axe and lance," the man retorted immediately after the priestess finished her speech. "I am afraid your current dream must be to become a builder, completing the tasks we have assigned to you. Only once you fulfill our demands may your dreams shift towards the pursuit of freedom," the white-robed priestess responded, her laughter ringing out as she shattered his aspirations. "If you were to become a fervent devotee of the great war goddess, Lady Isur, I believe you could alter your dreams at any moment. At that point, could I cease this dreadful labor?" the mob member replied weakly. "No, not unless our house is completed." After a brief silence, the white-robed priestess, seeing that he remained unresponsive, reiterated her plea, hoping to persuade him to become a follower of the war goddess, Lady Isur. The mob member repeated his earlier retort, and silence fell once more, followed by a new round of inquiries. "Squire, would you like to exchange tasks with me? You seem quite eager to listen." The dark-haired knight cast a teasing glance at KuKas, who lingered nearby. "No, I am merely curious about what has transpired with the priestess. She was not always this way. Could it be that she has encountered something hard?" KuKas shook his head vigorously, rubbing his bald pate, signaling the dark-haired knight to elucidate the priestess's peculiar behavior. "Perhaps she is on the verge of acquiring her own chapel, or has escaped from another's oppression, or perhaps she is simply relishing a rare moment of ease, or engaging in mischief that in any case, I have no inkling of what has transpired." The dark-haired knight shrugged helplessly, expressing his own ignorance. Upon hearing this, KuKas felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Knight, the task of protecting the priestess rests solely upon your shoulders. I cannot undertake that duty." Without waiting for a reply, He promptly turned his steed and resumed his patrol of the construction site. The dark-haired knight shrugged once more, offering a wry smile as he continued to guard the white-robed priestess, listening to her repeat her strange, nonsensical and contradictory entreaties. After KuKas had circled the site several dozen times, the tavern staff arrived with provisions. Exquisite roasted meats, barrels of inferior white wine, heaps of bread, the unique snow peak honey from the icy wilderness, sausages, roasted chicken, flatbreads, and pickled vegetables, all arranged according to the dark-robed sorceress's demands around the ever-burning fire pit that, of course, the massive chunks of ice bear meat were carefully skewered and placed over the flames for roasting. Initially reluctant to cook, the staff yielded to the sorceress's imposing presence and took up the tasks that rightfully belonged to KuKas. The aroma of the food quickly wafted over the construction site, invigorating the temporary workers. Particularly as KuKas's battle axe swept above their heads, they dug into the frozen earth with renewed vigor and purpose. The food was soon arranged, and under the dark-robed sorceress's command, all the mob members settled obediently on the ground, awaiting the tavern staff to distribute the meals. "Squire, it is lunchtime. You should dismount that wretched steed and assist in preparing the food." The sorceress's voice rang out once more, beckoning KuKas with a gentle call. "Certainly." The priestess in white temporarily set aside her exhortation duties and gathered around the fire pit with the dark-haired knight, preparing for a sumptuous lunch. "This is a robust antelope capable of carrying 1,000 pounds and running tirelessly for 5 magical hours," KuKas retorted loudly, rolling his eyes. Chapter 34. The Temptation of the Dark-Robed Mage. Regardless of whether it is an antelope or its utility, I must inform you that it appears quite unsightly. The dark-robed sorceress gestured for KuKas to step forward. After KuKas prepared some food for his warhorse, the dark-robed sorceress suddenly waved her staff. Following a series of peculiar incantations, a green beam of light emerged from the gem atop her staff, swirling in the air and gliding over the neatly arranged food. Finally, after hovering over the grill, it dissipated into thin air. "What is this?" Although KuKas had witnessed the sorceress casting spells during their more than half a year on the desolate ice plains, he had never seen her perform such magic before, hence his curiosity. "It detects any harmful substances present in the food." The dark-robed sorceress glanced at KuKas with her striking blue eyes, then retrieved a set of silver cutlery from her satchel. This silverware had been meticulously preserved, and even when she lost some spoils in battle, she had never let go of this precious set. "This is the first time I have seen you use it," KuKas remarked, turning to glare at the tavern staff, fiercely waving his hand to signal them to leave. "My lords, you have yet to pay us the remaining gold coins. We are still short 420 gold pieces." One of the staff gulped nervously, recalling his past transgressions with a spellcaster, thus acutely aware of their power. Had it not been for the tavern owner's intervention when he was young, he would have long been slain by that mage. Yet today, driven by the need for the compensation owed to him, he suppressed his fear as he nervously addressed the dark-robed sorceress. "Knight, you have money. Give it to him." The dark-robed sorceress was not unreasonable, cutting a small piece of meat with her knife, dipping it in a special tangy sauce before savoring it delicately. "Take the money and depart. Remember, by dinner, you must bring a sufficient quantity of food. Any excess gold will serve as a deposit." The dark-haired knight lacked the sorceress's elegance, crudely slicing large chunks of meat and tearing into a piece before tossing a few coin purses tied to his warhorse at the staff member. Upon receiving the adequate payment, the staff quickly led his companions away at the fastest pace possible. "We also need stones and dirt, and a small amount of wood." KuKas's eating manner was even more uncouth. He never brought cutlery, simply grabbing whatever he desired and shoving it into his mouth with haste, predominantly feasting on the meat of magical beasts. "We require a significant amount of wood and a minor quantity of stones and dirt. My dwelling should be wooden." The dark-robed sorceress sipped a bit of red wine, then licked her lips softly as she spoke. "Of course, you may choose to construct a sturdy stone house. There is hardly any wood here," KuKas exclaimed, pulling a barrel of inferior white wine closer as he ate and drank, resembling a famished barbarian. 10 miles north of this small town lies a vast forest. The magical beasts slain in this town were sourced from there, You could rally some manpower to assist in harvesting logs. However, I suspect there are no more scattered barbarians left in this town, so you may have to undertake the timber gathering alone for the time being. The dark-robed sorceress cast a glance at the dark-haired knight and KuKas, ultimately focusing on KuKas, who was rubbing his greasy hands over his bald head. I have not practiced knightly training for quite a while. I fear that if this continues, my strength will not only fail to maintain its current level, but may even diminish. Upon hearing this, KuKas shook his head vigorously, puzzled as to why houses could be constructed from earth and stone rather than wood. It was common knowledge that Kent Town was perilous. They had already offended certain individuals upon their arrival, and if they resided in wooden houses, a sudden ambush would leave them utterly defenseless. There exists a local specialty in this desolate ice plain known as barbarian grass, whether one is an ordinary person or a professional. Consuming this grass significantly enhances one's innate strength. However, this grass appears indistinguishable from regular grass, and only a spellcaster can locate it. Of course, seasoned physicians and priests knowledgeable in certain arcane arts can also find it. The dark-robed sorceress merely chuckled softly at the mention, unhurriedly stating her terms. "Can you provide me with that grass?" KuKas's eyes brightened at the inquiry, that he was quite familiar with barbarian grass, having come across its mention in the books at the old knight's estate, although the source was not indicated. "If this grass is found in the desolate ice plain, why have you not mentioned it over the past 6 months? Had you discovered it sooner, we might not have incurred such losses." The knight beside them abruptly set down his utensils, panting heavily as he glared at the dark-robed sorceress with displeasure. Why should they be given any? They have received what they deserved, and those who must perish should meet their fate. I am no knight. I do not concern myself with notions of aiding the weak. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the dark-robed sorceress, causing the flames in the fire pit to flare violently in response to her aura. Tongues of fire erupted from the pit, bursting in the air before plummeting back down, while the other patrons observed apprehensively. "Remember, do not address me in such a tone. You lack the standing to do so." The dark-robed sorceress huffed coldly, her silver knife piercing a piece of bread with force, swiftly reducing it to shambles. Truly impressive, KuKas thought to himself. Perplexed, over the past 6 months, he had witnessed the dark-robed sorceress engaging with others in a calm manner. He could not fathom why she reacted so vehemently over such a trivial matter today. Moreover, it was even more bizarre that the dark-haired knight, designated as the local authority by the officers, dared not speak freely before her. According to KuKas's understanding, in previous instances, if anyone had spoken to the dark-haired knight in such a manner, he would have unsheathed his knightly sword to duel. Yet, during their time traversing the desolate ice plains, no one had ever dared to address the knight in such a manner. "Squire, after lunch, prepare the wood for me. Bring me back a log, and I will give you a piece of barbarian grass. How does that sound?" The sorceress paused briefly before raising her gaze to KuKas. "I would be most honored to serve," KuKas promptly agreed. The dark-robed sorceress's earlier display of power filled him with a sense of awe, one that he could hardly comprehend. After her display of energy, he felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased beating, his blood having congealed. Moreover, the prospect of receiving the precious barbarian grass made this arrangement highly favorable for him. After consuming several pounds of magical beast meat and washing it down with a barrel of mediocre wine, KuKas finally felt satiated. He was the first to depart, organizing his essential gear before mounting his warhorse and heading north toward the forest, perhaps due to the abundant game in that area. The barbarians frequently traversed there, creating a well-trodden path. Following this path, KuKas swiftly arrived at the forest. The woods appeared vast, at least in KuKas's eyes. The trees formed a horn-like shape, the tip facing Kent Town. And the further north he ventured, the wider the forest became for its extent that was beyond KuKas's knowledge. Following the dark-robed sorceress's specifications, KuKas sought the logs he needed. A tree with a girth sufficient for a person was her request. Though the area was frequented by barbarians, the trees had not suffered significant damage. Soon enough, he found a tree that met the sorceress's criteria. With a sharp battle axe, he swiftly felled the tree, clearing away the branches and securely binding it with rope. Utilizing his considerable strength, he extracted the 7 or 8 foot log from the woods with relative ease. after repeating this process to locate 3 logs. He prepared to return to the town. The antelope whinnied as KuKas urged his warhorse to pull the 3 logs, trying to maintain a brisk pace. Fortunately, the thick layer of snow cushioned the ground, and KuKas had slightly trimmed the logs with his axe, preventing them from rolling chaotically. Upon returning to the town with the 3 logs, he found that the foundation, occupying roughly an acre, had already been excavated by the powerless barbarians. It was certain that by nightfall, they would complete the groundwork that, of course, by that time, they would be obligated to undertake the construction of the house. Upon witnessing the materials brought back by KuKas, the black-robed sorceress appeared exceedingly pleased. She paid no heed to the dark-haired knight beside her, who wore an expression of deep discontent, and immediately lauded KuKas, expressing her intention to hand over the bullgrass after dinner. I have imbued it with certain spells. If I were to give it to you now, and you chose not to consume it, the latent power within would swiftly dissipate, and you would claim I had deceived you, the black-robed sorceress elucidated to KuKas. Very well, I merely wish to experience the potency of this substance sooner. But I can endure a slight delay. KuKas shrugged nonchalantly, albeit harboring some dissatisfaction within. Yet he recognized his inferiority in the face of the knight's prowess, as evidenced by the latter's demeanor. He had no desire to brandish his battle axe and threaten for the items, only to be quelled by the overwhelming aura, rendering him utterly incapable of action. After stacking the first batch of logs beside the foundation, KuKas felt no need for rest and once again set forth towards the lumberyard. This time, he departed without noticing the elusive figure stealthily trailing him to the logging site. His steed galloped swiftly as KuKas fantasized about the strength he would gain from the bullgrass. In his excitement, he could not help but laugh aloud. I have heard that each stalk of bullgrass significantly enhances the strength of its consumer. If I were to consume a dozen or even 100, I would surely find no rival in terms of might. But wait, if I can consume that much, so too can others, perhaps even more than I can. Damn it. Why am I indulging in such fanciful thoughts? Lost in his ruminations, KuKas soon reached the forest, which he privately dubbed the Horn Forest, due to its pointed shape resembling a horn. He swiftly swung his battle axe to chop the thick logs, clearing away the branches and repairing the bottoms before binding them to his steed with ropes. Ready to haul them back, he bent down to secure the last log. A piercing whistle erupted from the woods, hurtling towards his back. Simultaneously, a figure sprang down from a nearby sapling, wielding 2 short spears crossed like a viper's fangs, viciously lunging towards his shoulder. Roar! KuKas bellowed, rolling over to the other side of the log, and with all his might, he shoved the massive log towards the source of the whistle. In doing so, he not only evaded the aerial assault, but also used the enormous log as a shield against the attack from behind. A resounding thud echoed as the cold flash struck the log, creating a hole the size of a bowl. The cold flash pierced through the log, continuing for several steps before crashing to the ground. That moment, the figure's spears missed their mark, revealing a young silver-haired boy standing atop the log, his expression one of cold severity. Why did you attack me? KuKas growled softly as he steadily approached the fallen cold flash, that he dared not return to the steed where he had left his battle axe, for it lay too far away. The cold flash that had ambushed him was a short spear of fine steel, which he easily picked up without obstruction. Had you chosen to retrieve your battle axe just now, I would not have impeded you. Alas, you opted for this spear, the silver-haired youth sneered, regarding KuKas with disdain. Bring out your other companion. My time is too precious to waste discussing life with you. As he spoke, KuKas swaggered towards the silver-haired youth, brandishing the spear. His enormous frame swayed with each step, causing the ground within an arm's reach to tremble slightly. You should be asking me why I intend to kill you, the silver-haired youth faltered, evidently taken aback by KuKas's audacity. And then I shall answer you. If you wish to kill me, then do so. What purpose does inquiry serve? It is akin to my desire to kill, which is simply a primal urge devoid of necessity for justification. As he spoke, KuKas was merely a dozen steps away from the silver-haired youth. Just as he took another step forward, a shrill sound erupted from the woods, piercing towards him. With no intention of retreating, KuKas surged forward, propelled by the instinct acquired through bloodshed. His massive form swayed left and right, deftly evading the short spear hurled from the woods foremost. A distance of a dozen steps might seem considerable, yet for the explosively agile KuKas, it was but the blink of an eye. With a mighty roar, even before his voice faded, he was upon the silver-haired youth. The sharp spear of fine steel struck like lightning, aimed directly at the youth's chest, while his left hand reached out, poised to seize the youth's head. "Get away, you hideous barbarian!" the silver-haired youth cried out, retreating swiftly as he wielded his two spears, transforming them into a myriad of stars, forming a barrier before him. KuKas retracted his left hand, instead swinging the spear with force against the barrier of stars. The clashing sounds of metal echoed violently as the silver-haired youth felt the ugly brute's strength intensifying with each successive blow, almost causing him to lose grip on his weapons. "Damn it! With my brother's assistance, I have endured so much hardship and consumed rare herbs to enhance my strength. Yet how is it that I cannot gain an upper hand against this wretched barbarian? Perhaps I should heed my brother's counsel." As he pondered, the silver-haired youth let out a long howl. Accompanying his cry, a robust young man emerged from the woods. This long-limbed youth, with arms reaching down to his knees, bore several short spears on his back and held two more in hand. Seeing his companion struggling, he offered no words, instead launching into action, his two spears transforming into streaks aimed at KuKas' side. "Roar!" KuKas bellowed once more. The silver-haired youth's combat skills were already nearly on par with his own, and now with the addition of another, KuKas felt his confidence wane. "Even if I must sustain injuries, I will slay them both. If they dare come to kill me, they shall pay the price." With this resolve, KuKas quickened his pace, charging fiercely at the still-retreating silver-haired youth. This ferocious advance left the long-limbed youth behind, while the silver-haired youth felt the intensity of KuKas' assault escalating, his hands nearly devoid of strength. "Had I unleashed my fighting spirit, I would have dispatched this hideous barbarian long ago. How did it come to this?" Realizing his companion was falling behind, the silver-haired youth steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he slowed his retreat, concentrating all his strength into his spear to halt KuKas' charge. Observing this, KuKas felt a surge of triumph. He let out a wild yell, exerting even more force and increasing his speed. The long-limbed youth, understanding his companion's intent, hastened forward, wielding his spear like a tiger descending from the mountain in pursuit of KuKas. KuKas pivoted sharply, using all his strength to lunge at the pursuing long-limbed youth. The youth never anticipated KuKas' sudden offensive, nor did he foresee the brute's ability to pivot and charge with such swiftness. Shock and fear engulfed him, leaving no time for reaction as KuKas closed the distance. Mechanically, the long-limbed youth adjusted the angle of his spear, hoping to pierce KuKas before the collision. However, KuKas wore a menacing grin as he swung his spear, deflecting the youth's weapon aside. Then, with his massive frame, he crashed into the long-limbed youth's chest with all his might. The impact sent the youth hurtling backwards several steps, collapsing onto the snow, twitching feebly. "Ha, a bunch of little brats, not even fully grown, daring to kill me. Truly, their ignorance knows no bounds." KuKas laughed maniacally, once more lunging towards the silver-haired youth. Witnessing his companion's defeat ignited a frenzy within the silver-haired youth. Having grown up together in this desolate wasteland, they had wandered through many towns before being taken in by their current leader. Now, with their leader injured, they sought revenge, only to have lost a brother instead. "I will kill you!" The silver-haired youth's eyes widened in fury, his body surging with newfound strength. His spears whirled like a cascade of stars, hurtling towards KuKas' lower body. "No one can kill me," KuKas sneered, once more swinging the slightly bent spear with ferocity against the youth's barrage of stars. A violent collision ensued, causing the silver-haired youth's short spear to slip from his grasp and fly away, while KuKas' spear became bent and rendered useless. However, the ferocious bald man appeared utterly unconcerned by these events. He discarded his long spear and, with a feigned grip, seized the silver-haired boy by the throat. "I shall end your life," he declared. The silver-haired youth wore a fierce expression, yet his eyes were tightly shut and his entire body trembled violently. Clearly a victim of overexertion and rage. After being forcefully struck by KuKas, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "No one can kill me," KuKas growled softly, gripping the boy's neck with renewed vigor, violently slamming him against his knee. A sharp crack echoed as the silver-haired youth's body collided with KuKas' knee, the sound resounding loudly in the now quiet battlefield. He carelessly tossed the unconscious, convulsing silver-haired boy aside, and then KuKas brutally kicked him in the chest, shattering several ribs before nodding in satisfaction. The boy's silver hair obscured his face, and his feeble, twitching form gradually stabilized. "You are all too young, having never tasted the horrors of slaughter. You are no match for me." KuKas spat contemptuously and turned to deliver a few more blows to the long-armed youth lying incapacitated in the distance, intent on eradicating them completely. Chapter 36. Injuries. Just as KuKas turned, a figure suddenly leaped from the woods, appearing like lightning behind him. "You may be young, but your murderous intent runs deep. I suspect you hail from the military," the figure calmly stated. Standing behind KuKas, upon hearing the sudden voice, KuKas tensed up, his heart racing, muscles coiling tightly, ready to pivot and strike. Yet he dared not turn, knowing that anyone capable of silently appearing behind him could easily extinguish his life in an instant. To turn now would mean certain death. To remain still might afford him a chance to survive. "Indeed, I previously served in the military," KuKas replied, swallowing hard. "What? Are you not going to strike me? Our time is precious. Do not waste it." "Ha, you are quite amusing," came the aged voice again. "Remember, you cannot provoke these two children, especially that dark-haired lad. The next time you see them, keep your distance. Hide as far away as you can." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than KuKas felt a sudden, intense pain in his back. As if he had been rammed by a heavily armored warhorse, he was propelled through the air, crashing heavily into the snow, and blood gushed from his mouth. His insides burned with pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing him. "Damn it. One day, I will break every bone in your body with my fingertips, making you live like a dog for the rest of your days. I will not spare any of those three brats." KuKas cursed inwardly. After catching his breath, he managed to prop himself up from the ground, only to discover that the snowy surroundings were now devoid of any presence, including the two young men who had once been there. "Bah!" KuKas spat blood onto the ground, glaring menacingly toward Kent Town that he believed the one who had harmed him was undoubtedly within that town, likely residing with those three young men. "I shattered 7 or 8 of their ribs. They must be puncturing their lungs by now. I am eager to see what abilities you possess to save them. How dare you tell me to keep my distance next time? Huh. Let's see if they even survive to hear such nonsense." KuKas rubbed his bald head, dismissing the earlier warning entirely that he had previously quelled many a rabble on the battlefield, and countless had perished from shattered ribs, unable to survive. Moreover, when he attacked those two, he had exerted all his strength. Even the strongest body could not withstand such an onslaught that, of course, if they managed to enlist a third-tier priest for treatment, there might be a chance for survival. However, this was a desolate, icy wasteland, a place scorned by practitioners, not to mention third-tier priests. Even first-tier priests would only venture here as a last resort, often losing their healing abilities within a year or two due to crises of faith. Thus, in KuKas' eyes, those two were already sentenced to death. That it was not until over half a magical hour had passed that KuKas felt the pain within him subside slightly. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and climbed onto his warhorse, ignoring the wooden debris scattered around him as he urged the steed to gallop swiftly back toward the town. The horse neighed, seeming to sense its master's plight, and its speed increased dramatically, reaching its limits as it raced through the town. Many rabble looked on with glee at KuKas' disheveled state, clearly having heard the news. Yet, KuKas paid them no mind. He only wished to reach a safe place to recuperate, hoping to avoid any lingering consequences that could hinder his future ascension to knighthood. "What did the person who injured you look like?" Upon returning, KuKas found the black-robed sorceress standing with her eyes closed, facing him directly. "I do not know. I dared not look back at him, that he appeared behind me without my noticing, and there was no sound of any kind when he attacked," KuKas replied, forcing a smile despite his bloodied visage. "You should rest properly by the fire, and let a priest attend to your injuries." The black-robed sorceress suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a fleeting glimpse of 2 golden triskelions within her pale blue irises, which vanished just as quickly, leaving KuKas to wonder if he had imagined it due to his injuries. With her staff igniting in a flickering blue flame, the sorceress strode toward the town center, her flame unwavering despite the biting wind. Without further ado, she departed, followed closely by a lurking figure at her side. That person is formidable. Be cautious, KuKas thought, feeling a surge of gratitude for the sorceress seeking vengeance on his behalf. It is nothing to worry about. She is a powerful sorceress. And she has a lurker accompanying her, the dark-haired knight, who had appeared by KuKas's side, explained in a low voice. You are fortunate. According to the lurker, your assailant is a third-tier warrior. For some reason, he chose not to kill you. Otherwise, you would never have returned. Now, let the priest treat your injuries. I believe some beast meat will suffice for recovery. If I cannot endure it, I shall seek the priest's assistance. KuKas inhaled sharply, the stinging pain within him leaving little energy for conversation. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at him, and he struggled to ask, did the lurker follow me to the forest? Of course. If he hadn't, how would I know such intricate details? Regardless, since you wish to endure it on your own, I shall not dissuade you further. However, if your condition worsens, do not hesitate to seek the priest's help. We are currently in dire need of personnel. The dark-haired knight gently patted KuKas' shoulder before guiding him to a fur blanket to rest. He then returned to the fire to slice a generous portion of beast meat and broth for KuKas. After consuming the meat and soup, KuKas, adhering to his customary practice, lay on the ground to regulate his breathing, facilitating the recovery of his injuries. Though refusing priestly treatment would significantly slow his healing, by dozens or even hundreds of times, it would gradually enhance his physical constitution that if he could abstain from priestly aid until he became a true knight, his recovery abilities would substantially increase thereafter. This enhancement could be a fraction of what an ordinary knight possessed, perhaps even a multiple of it, all contingent upon the extent of injuries sustained prior to knighthood. In the ancient tradition of knightly training, there existed a unique breed of knights, those who engaged in vigorous combat daily before attaining knighthood, intentionally inflicting injuries upon themselves and relying on their bodies to heal, thereby acquiring remarkable recovery capabilities. Although these knights emerged immensely powerful, their journey was fraught with hardship, and as time progressed, many could not endure the rigors, leading to a decline in the practice. Nevertheless, upon discovering this method, KuKas resolved to adopt it, aspiring to surpass ordinary knights in strength post-initiation. Thus, his refusal of treatment was born. If I had possessed your tenacity back then, perhaps I would not have feared that golden-haired girl, the dark-haired knight lamented, sitting beside KuKas. You seem quite afraid of her, KuKas remarked, taking a deep breath and wearing an odd smile. I am but a novice knight. How could I not feel trepidation when standing before a peak-level sorceress? It is merely that I have spent a bit more time in her company, which has endowed me with an edge over the average person. The dark-haired knight shook his head and offered a bitter smile. The blonde girl is, in fact, quite easy to get along with. If it weren't for my somewhat brusque tone today, she would not have engaged in an argument with me. Do you harbor resentment towards her for concealing the means to enhance the strength of ordinary soldiers? It is not resentment, merely dissatisfaction. The dark-haired knight cast a glance towards the center of the town, and then, with a slight grin, remarked, These sorcerers are all rather peculiar, yet they share a common trait. They refuse to allow anyone, even those in power, to arbitrarily control their possessions. KuKas responded weakly, closing his eyes to employ a special breathing technique to alleviate the stabbing pain within him. The discomfort he felt was unlike ordinary pain from impact. It surged within him like a tide, alternating between intensity and weakness, rendering it exceedingly strange. Moreover, as time progressed, the intensity of the pain escalated. According to the dark-haired knight, the warrior who inflicted this harm must have practiced a unique method, as such bizarre injuries would not occur otherwise. After being harmed by such a peculiar force, it is often in the final stages of expelling it that the power erupts violently, resulting in pain that could be tenfold or even 100-fold of what one feels now. The dark-haired knight furrowed his brow as he spoke. Chapter 37. Transformation time passed swiftly, and as night fell, the rioters who had completed the foundation stood restrained at the command of the dark-haired knight. That moment, the dark-robed sorceress returned to the camp with the infiltrators. The sorceress appeared quite pale, her body trembling slightly as she walked. "After they have dined, have them set up my tent," she commanded loudly. Seated beside the fire pit, which burned fiercely thanks to magical materials, KuKas once again expressed his gratitude to the sorceress. She merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further, as she lowered her head to eat her food in small bites before instructing the dark-haired knight to keep watch. She then sat in meditation to replenish her energy. After consuming sufficient food, KuKas cautiously moved his body. Though the stabbing pain persisted, he had grown accustomed to it, and it no longer hindered him. He directed the riders to construct a massive tent, which would serve as the shared abode for the sorceress and the white-robed priestess. Subsequently, 3 smaller tents were erected around this large one. Designated for himself, the dark-haired knight, and the infiltrators at AS for the riders. After taking the pills provided by the dark-robed sorceress, they returned to their lodgings in the town, heads hung low, under the influence of the medication. They understood that if they wished to avoid death, they must return the next day to continue their labor as builders for KuKas and his companions. Once the riders departed, the camp fell into a profound silence. Observing that both the priestess and the sorceress had retreated into their tents and the infiltrators had vanished, KuKas willingly assumed the duty of watch. "You should actually take a moment to rest. There is no need to keep watch any longer." The dark-haired knight emerged from the sorceress's tent, holding a small wooden box which he handed to KuKas. Inside are over 100 stalks of bullgrass. You might want to try consuming a few, but do not overindulge, as excessive intake can lead to negative effects. At the very least, it will increase your height while slowing your speed and significantly diminishing your agility. "Perhaps I shall try a small amount." "Yes, that way I can acclimate to the changes in my body," KuKas replied, licking his lips in anticipation of the power-enhancing substance. In truth, there is a limit to how much bullgrass each individual can consume. Some may only be able to take 1 stalk. Any additional would yield no effect. The record for consumption belongs to a barbarian who managed to ingest over 100 stalks, the dark-haired knight mused, gazing longingly at the box before tossing it to KuKas. "I see no significant difference between your physique and those of the barbarians. I dare say you might be able to handle around 100 stalks as well. If any remain, I shall return them all to you," KuKas declared, grasping the box tightly in his hands that he was eager to return to the tent at the fastest pace possible to consume these items and enhance his strength. "Huh? Very well, but I do not place much value on such things. I have already become a knight, and the tempering through my fighting spirit has proven effective." The dark-haired knight shrugged nonchalantly. "Remember, being a knight demands more than mere strength. Agility, speed, and coordination are all crucial, as they will greatly influence your future battles. Do not pursue strength in a one-dimensional manner. If you become too fixated, you may find yourself at a disadvantage against infiltrators and even warriors." After further discussion, the dark-haired knight relayed all the knowledge he possessed to KuKas, unwilling to see him suffer any detrimental effects from consuming the bullgrass that could diminish his combat efficacy. After all, they were in the perilous, desolate ice plains, where at any moment, someone could stealthily infiltrate their camp and attack them all. Once KuKas expressed his gratitude for the dark-haired knight's assistance, he hurried back to his tent. Holding the unadorned, dark box in his hands, he felt his heart racing with anticipation. It took him over an hour of meditation to calm himself. After a prolonged period of specialized breathing, he finally adjusted his physical condition to its peak state. Opening the box, he discovered a handful of bullgrass lying inside, pristine and devoid of any mud, indicating it had been meticulously cleaned. This was the bullgrass, indistinguishable from ordinary wild grass, that could enhance the strength of its consumer. Without hesitation, KuKas plucked a stalk and began to chew. The bitter juice flowed down his throat, and before he could swallow the grass, a wave of fiery energy erupted from within him. This warmth spiraled through his body, and he felt it surging into his bones. For a moment, every bone in his body felt as though it were being gnawed by ants, accompanied by both pain and itchiness. "Damn it. This is far more uncomfortable than what the books described." KuKas clenched his fists and let out a low growl, gritting his teeth as he awaited the prickling sensation to subside. After a brief interval, the fiery energy began to dissipate, leaving KuKas with only a slight itch in a portion of his spine, as the sensation had not yet spread to other areas. He grabbed another stalk of bullgrass and, Estimating that the warmth would soon fade, he quickly swallowed it down. This pattern repeated until he had consumed several stalks of bullgrass. The fiery energy not only coiled around every bone in his body, but also enveloped his muscles entirely. Perhaps due to the continuous ingestion of bullgrass, this time the warmth lingered for nearly half an hour before it finally dissipated. The intense stabbing pain rendered KuKas utterly exhausted, beads of sweat streaming from his pores and pooling on the ground. After lying on his bed and struggling to catch his breath, KuKas attempted to move. Clenching his fists, he noticed that his strength felt somewhat enhanced, albeit not dramatically, so that, of course, this was entirely normal. It would take some time for the power gained from the bullgrass to gradually manifest. After consuming a bit of food and water to replenish his energy, KuKas once again began to ingest the bullgrass. This time, he devoured stalk after stalk until none remained. The prickling and itching sensations ensnared him for over 3/4 of an hour. Had it not been for the rigorous training he received from the old knight, bolstering his formidable willpower, he may have succumbed to cries of agony as a means to vent the pain coursing through him. As the stabbing and itching gradually subsided, KuKas eventually succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Even in his sleep, his body occasionally twitched uncontrollably, a clear indication of the effects of consuming excessive bullgrass. When KuKas finally awoke from his slumber, he found that the sky had yet to brighten. Clenching his fists, he could not help but let out a quiet cheer as he realized that even a casual grip felt nearly equivalent to the strength he had possessed at the peak of his former abilities. Such a dramatic transformation could not help but fill him with joy. Rising to his feet, he moved his body, and the sound of popping joints echoed throughout his tent. After some movement, he discovered that the injuries he had sustained had completely vanished. To his astonishment, he had gained more than an inch in height. Such a significant change occurring in the span of mere hours left KuKas both elated and concerned. He rejoiced at the surge in his strength, feeling more assured in future confrontations with adversaries. Yet he worried about the potential severe side effects of consuming too much bullgrass that he attempted to throw a punch, and the size of his fist, comparable to a bowl circumference, sliced through the air rapidly, creating a flurry of shadows. After practicing for a while, KuKas could only smile wryly at the situation, that as he discerned that his arms had grown considerably heavier. The speed of his punches had diminished by more than a fraction compared to his prime. Every gain comes with a loss. Perfection is an elusive concept that survive in this world. One must continually strive for strength. The power I have acquired is merely a form of fortification, and the speed I have sacrificed pales in comparison, he reassured himself. With this thought, KuKas rose and exited the tent, eager to converse with the dark-haired knight about the transformations he had undergone. The side effects appear to be significant. Your footsteps are noticeably heavier, more than twice their former weight, and your body seems somewhat uncoordinated. Come dawn, you should engage in rigorous training to adapt as swiftly as possible, remarked the dark-haired knight, scrutinizing KuKas upon his emergence, without waiting for him to speak. How many have you consumed? All of them, KuKas replied nonchalantly, shaking his head with a smile. I feel absolutely fantastic now. I believe we could engage in a test of strength. As he spoke, he swung his fist, demonstrating the impressive girth of his newly developed muscles to the knight. You truly are a madman. Consuming so much in such a short span. Good heavens. I can already envision what you will become, the dark-haired knight exclaimed, covering his forehead in exasperation, worried for KuKas' future. If I had only eaten a little. The strength from the bull grass would have dissipated before enhancing my entire body, that I cannot allow part of my body to grow powerful while the rest remains weak, KuKas retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain at the knight. As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to pay a small price. Moreover, the things I have lost can be gradually restored through training, but my body has reached its limits in terms of strength. I cannot afford to lose any more, he declared. This is your choice. I suspect that regardless of whether you regret it in the future, the outcome is already predetermined, the dark-haired knight replied, recognizing the finality in KuKas' tone, that he was neither a true friend nor a relative of KuKas, and thus did not genuinely concern himself with KuKas' future prospects. In the early morning, after indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, KuKas did not lead the gathered mob to chop wood, but remained at the camp to continue his training, striving to swiftly master his altered physique. The dark-robed sorceress's injuries had yet to heal, as she remained hidden within her tent. The white-robed priestess also stayed inside that as for the infiltrator. After breakfast, he had vanished without a trace, leaving the entire weight of the camp resting on the dark-haired knight's shoulders. Nevertheless, the knight approached his responsibilities with utmost seriousness, appearing quite content with his bustling life. KuKas wielded the knight's lance, swinging it repeatedly to help coordinate his body. The heavy iron spear felt as light as a withered branch in his grasp, moving with an unyielding fluidity. According to the dark-haired knight, if he could master a spear technique, its power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Although lacking formal training, KuKas diligently practiced the basic spear techniques imparted by the old knight. Despite the limited number of moves, they effectively engaged every muscle and bone in his body. The spear danced through the air without pause for an entire day, pacifying the restless mob simmering with resentment and poised for rebellion. As time passed, under the vigilant supervision of the dark-haired knight, over a dozen members of the mob hastily constructed the residences for the sorceress and the priestess. Following that, under the knight's whip, they successfully erected 3 small houses for KuKas and his companions. The dwellings of the sorceress and the priestess were quite exquisite by the standards of Kent Town, constructed primarily of wood with smooth planks. Polished windows, sturdy tables and chairs, and even beds fashioned by the mob. In contrast, KuKas' residence was far more rudimentary, built from coarse stones and thick logs, appearing rather crude and lacking in detail compared to the sorceress's abode, which had no gaps whatsoever. KuKas' dwelling, however, was riddled with spaces between the wooden beams, hastily sealed with mud to ward off the cold winds. Fortunately, KuKas and his companions had modest expectations for their quarters. Otherwise, constructing a proper home would have required at least 3 to 5 times longer. After the completion of the houses, the sorceress was not yet finished with the mob. After a lengthy absence, she produced a new blueprint, instructing the mob to construct a church dedicated to the war goddess, Izar. Naturally, the future owner of this church would be the white-robed priestess. Following her suggestions, the entire edifice was to be built from stones of varying sizes, significantly enhancing its sturdiness. However, KuKas estimated that with only a dozen individuals, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete the church, given the enormity of the blueprint and the lack of construction skills among the mob. KuKas, you ought to seek some assistance from the town. It would be best to find a genuine builder. I do not wish for my church to be haphazardly constructed by these uncouth brigands, only to collapse at an unforeseen moment. The white-robed priestess suggested as everyone gathered in the dark-robed sorceress's chamber for dinner. Priestess, do you believe I am in a condition to venture into town in search of help? KuKas cautiously pinched a piece of meat and swiftly swallowed it, the nearly 1-pound chunk disappearing in a single gulp. We are out of money, and you are consuming more and more. I believe you must contribute some labor to earn your suddenly increased rations. Don't you think? The priestess chuckled softly, adjusting her cloak. Since you began consuming the bull grass, it has been 100 days, and you have not contributed anything to the camp. Now is the time to prove your worth. You wouldn't genuinely refuse, would you? KuKas nearly burst into laughter to mock the priestess's words. However, upon seeing the sorceress's captivating blue eyes fixed upon him, he stifled the urge. Go! Your body has reached its optimal state. It is no longer possible to adjust it further in such a short time. You must venture outside and engage in combat to realize your ambitions, the sorceress advised, delicately sipping a glass of red wine. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded over half her face, and her rosy lips resembled fragrant blossoms, irresistibly drawing KuKas' gaze. With a gulp, KuKas swallowed hard, realizing that after consuming the bull grass, his energy surged. The impulses that frequently overwhelmed him now felt even more intense, a strange heat urging him to release pent-up energy. Yet, in his effort to coordinate his dramatically altered body, he had postponed this urge until now. The consequence of this delay was the growing intensity of his desires. Is it appealing? The dark-haired knight inquired quietly, noticing KuKas' audible gulp. Very much so, KuKas replied instinctively, only to realize the awkwardness of his response. Embarrassment flooded his face, even reddening his bald head. Enough, KuKas. Your body has been optimized. There is no further adjustment possible in the short term. So you need not continue your training, the sorceress said, sweeping her hair aside to reveal her stunning features. Very well, but I do not know whom to approach for construction. KuKas replied, casting a quick glance at the sorceress before rubbing his bald head with a nervous chuckle. While others have been idle, here is a list. Capture everyone described on it. Remember, not a single one should escape. The more you capture, the safer we will be, the sorceress smiled. The knight and the infiltrator will accompany you. Proceed cautiously. There will be no issues. We have been silent for far too long. It is time for the people of Kent Town to recognize our might. Using force to make others submit? I find that agreeable. KuKas laughed in response. Though he tried to keep his voice low, even so, his laughter resonated throughout the large room. Indeed, employing force is the simplest and most pragmatic approach. Throughout history, those who wish to compel others to submit have invariably resorted to power. This holds true for nations and organizations alike. It has never changed, the sorceress remarked, rubbing her alabaster forehead, appearing somewhat fatigued. By the way, perhaps you should seek out a woman to relieve yourself. The side effects of the bull grass can be quite potent, she added, causing KuKas to feel even more embarrassed. Fortunately, aside from a few chuckles from the knight and the priestess, the others feigned ignorance and continued to eat their meals that on the following morning. The ruffians vacated their chambers early, either to attend gatherings organized by their respective factions, venture outside the town in search of sustenance, or arm themselves for a confrontation with rivals. The thin morning mist had yet to dissipate, yet the town was already abuzz with activity. The bustling ruffians and merchants who had journeyed through the night began their industrious day that a series of heavy thuds heightened the alertness of the ruffians. After discerning the source of the sounds, they curiously made their way towards it. Upon arriving at the origin of the commotion, many drew in sharp breaths of astonishment, for they beheld a giant, one towering over 3 meters in height. This giant, bald and bare-chested, wore only a strip of animal hide around his waist and stood barefoot and unarmed. His exposed skin was marred by scars of various sizes, and his eyes, resembling copper bells, glinted with a fierce light that compelled most who met his gaze to involuntarily retreat. It's one of those who settled here recently. This giant is called KuKas, a knight squire. Damn it. Wasn't he resting in their camp? How has he suddenly appeared in town? The ruffians, long accustomed to the presence of KuKas, were particularly aware of him after he had consumed a considerable amount of barbarian bullgrass, which had caused his stature to balloon to over 3 meters. Paying no heed to the murmurs of the ruffians, KuKas strode with a grim countenance, following the knight towards a specific house. This is the place. Within this dwelling resides a ruffian who can forge iron if he has ore. Our builders are in dire need of his services, the dark-haired knight cheerfully announced, gesturing towards the house. KuKas, glancing at the structure which was only slightly shorter than himself, scoffed disdainfully. Even in his former state, prior to consuming the barbarian bullgrass, he could have easily toppled such a structure. Now, it was a trivial matter. Listen, I know you're still inside, and I present you with 2 choices. Either I demolish your house and you perish within, or you obediently emerge to serve us. The choice is yours. You have 10 breaths to decide, KuKas bellowed, his hands resting firmly on the house. However, KuKas did not wait for the full 10 breaths before commencing his actions. With a powerful push against the wall, the stones beneath his palms emitted a series of creaking sounds. Behind him, the dark-haired knight observed KuKas's display with an amused expression. If he puts forth his full strength, he could easily demolish this house. His current strength is likely comparable to that of a siege engine, he whispered to a nearby infiltrator. Regrettably, the infiltrator paid him no mind. You must promise not to harm me, came a deep, robust voice from within the house. That it was evident that its owner was also a man of considerable strength. Of course, as long as you come out immediately, the dark-haired knight replied, unhurried, that he was genuinely curious to see if KuKas could indeed topple the house, hoping it would instill a sense of caution among the ruffians in Kent Town. The heavy door creaked open, and a burly man, standing around 2 meters tall, stepped out, wielding a massive iron hammer and regarding KuKas and his companions with suspicion. Yet, the most captivating sight remained KuKas, transformed by the barbarian bullgrass. Very well, I trust you are aware of our rules. Consume this, gather your belongings, and report to our camp that I assure you the master mage there will make suitable arrangements for you." The dark-haired knight produced a handful of gold coins from his pocket and tossed them to the middle-aged man. "I wish to accompany you," the man declared, hastily stuffing the coins into his pocket before accepting the pill offered by the knight and swallowing it. "I have heard rumors of an impending attack on your camp, and I do not wish to be killed on the way there." The middle-aged man had only 3 or 5 companions, none of whom dared to provoke KuKas and his cohort, hence his decision. "Who intends to confront us?" KuKas inquired, lowering his head to fix a piercing gaze on the middle-aged man, his booming voice resonating throughout the town. "Damn it, I am not entirely sure. I merely heard that a few young men are seeking trouble with you. They are cunning, and the townsfolk of Ken have suffered at their hands," the man replied, swinging his hammer forcefully while cautiously retreating a few steps to guard against KuKas's massive hands. "Enough. We need to find others. We cannot afford to waste time here," the dark-haired knight interjected, taking a deep breath to stifle KuKas's further inquiries. At that moment, they had learned the identity of their potential adversaries. Under the guidance of the infiltrator, KuKas and his companions proceeded to a dozen or so more isolated houses, successfully locating various skilled individuals, including masons, stonecutters, and excavators. Although these individuals lacked combat prowess, each possessed unique abilities, whether it be excavating hidden chambers or constructing wells. Every one of them could find a place within KuKas's camp. After a busy morning, the dark-haired knight tossed a substantial amount of gold coins at the tavern entrance, beckoning robust men to join their camp as the most affordable laborers. Naturally, many ruffians drifting from other towns, lacking livelihood and shelter, chose to enlist. By the time lunch was about to commence, KuKas's contingent had swelled to several dozen members. After escorting these ruffians back to the camp, KuKas took up the knight's lance as a makeshift staff, patrolling to prevent any conspirators from sabotaging their camp. Meanwhile, the dark-robed sorceress began briefing the newcomers about the upcoming project as lunch began. This endeavor was monumental. A church spanning 30 acres and towering 10 stories high would become their collective task. Yet it was evident that merely this number of individuals could not accomplish such a grand undertaking, necessitating further recruitment by KuKas or the dark-haired knight. Even those forcibly conscripted would suffice. "May the great war goddess bless you. If you assist me in constructing the church, I shall surely beseech the great war goddess, Lady Isser, to find you a strong female barbarian as your mate, perhaps even establishing your own lineage here. Furthermore, should you become a true knight, you could erect your own knightly manor here. I am convinced that having a female barbarian as your partner would fulfill your desires," the white-robed priestess intoned, bowing her head, her shoulders trembling with anticipation. "Enough, priestess. I believe there is no need for mockery. If you wish to laugh, do so openly. There is no need to suppress it," KuKas replied, crouching down to catch a glimpse of the priestess beneath her cloak. Unfortunately, as he bent down, the priestess turned and retreated to her quarters shared with the dark-robed sorceress, murmuring, "I am not mocking you. I merely question what you will do in the future, that I doubt any female sorceress could match your stature." As she spoke, she could no longer contain herself and erupted into a melodious laugh. "Ha! So long as I possess formidable strength, even if such women do not exist in this world, I am certain someone will find a way to transform into such a woman to entice me," KuKas remarked, fixating on the swaying form of the priestess until she stepped into the sturdy wooden structure. "My lord knight, I am heading to the tavern in town," KuKas announced after dinner, realizing he had no tasks at the camp. The dark-haired knight was taken aback by KuKas's sudden suggestion. However, upon seeing KuKas, clad mostly in bare skin in the frigid wasteland, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "I understand. The barbarian bullgrass contains a great deal of vigor. Perhaps you should relieve yourself. Yet, I wonder if any woman would dare to entertain you." KuKas replied unabashedly. Since consuming the barbarian bullgrass, he had spent over 100 days training within the camp, and now his physique had become remarkably well-coordinated. Unable to suppress the fiery urge within, he sought to unwind. Of course, had the female sorceress or priestess been willing to accept him, he would not have ventured to the tavern. However, while the sorceress had grown increasingly close to him, No particularly intimate encounters had transpired as for the white-robed priestess. Her mind seemed somewhat preoccupied, obsessively contemplating the construction of her own church, engaging the ruffians daily in discussions of her doctrines in hopes of cultivating followers. Leaving KuKas little opportunity to pursue her. After confiding with the knight, KuKas seized the knight's lance and set off towards the tavern, his earlier bullhorn battle axe now stowed as a hand axe on his back. The robust and towering antelope effortlessly hoisted KuKas, galloping with unrestrained vigor, the heavy thud of its hooves resonating against the hard, frozen ground, producing a series of muffled sounds. Other patrons observed normally. "Ah, Lord KuKas, we welcome your arrival." As KuKas appeared at the tavern entrance, the attendant stationed at the door greeted him with palpable enthusiasm. "Take good care of it. I trust that after my departure, it will face no issues that do you comprehend my intentions." KuKas leapt down from his warhorse, the weight of his body striking the ground with a dull thud. "Rest assured, my lord, even if you were to leave for 10 days, it would encounter no unforeseen circumstances." The attendant carefully licked his cracked lips and hastily took the reins with a smile, adding, "A few young ladies have arrived at the tavern recently. I believe you will find them to your liking. By the way, your friend, that knight, frequently seeks their company. Damn it, take this and leave." KuKas tossed a gold coin to the attendant and then lowered his head, stepping into the dimly lit tavern. Once KuKas had entered, the attendant swiftly pocketed the coin and, after finding another staff member to take over, hurried toward the residential area to the south of the town. "My lord, for just 3 gold coins, you may enjoy my company at your leisure." As KuKas settled into a corner, a petite silver-haired girl appeared before him, holding a tray. Given KuKas's imposing stature, he was indeed a singular presence in the quaint town of Kent. The silver-haired girl bore a weary expression, yet her smile remained intact. She stood quietly before KuKas, her large round eyes glimmering as if in eager anticipation or waiting for something. "I can employ other means. Ha! I shall grant you 100 gold coins to keep me company this night." KuKas laughed heartily at the suggestion, lifting the girl into his arms, discarding her tray as he made his way outside. "3 gold coins will suffice. I must return later." The silver-haired girl stiffened momentarily before struggling vigorously. "We can manage here. Others do the same." Chapter 40. A confrontation. "I am not accustomed to this. I propose that you simply stay here and engage me in conversation." Feeling the unique chill of her presence, KuKas noticed the heat within him notably dissipating. Yet even so, he still felt a burning intensity, as if in need of release. However, considering the delicate frame of the silver-haired girl in his arms, he refrained from further actions. Glass after glass of inferior white wine was served by the attendant and consumed heartily by KuKas. Noticing the girl's fatigue, he ordered a glass of red wine for her. Initially resistant, she eventually succumbed to KuKas's insistence and drank a glass. After lingering in the tavern for over an hour, a few more patrons entered. Damn it, how could it be them? Upon recognizing the newcomers, KuKas clenched his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "It was sheer luck that I did not dispatch you before. Tonight, I wonder if you shall have the chance to leave this place alive." As KuKas pondered how to deal with the newly arrived individuals, he scrutinized them intently. There were 7 or 8 patrons, the leader being a young man with black hair and dark eyes, the very same who had impeded their entry into Kent previously. Behind him stood a tall youth wielding a short spear, alongside a blonde youth similarly brandishing 2 short spears. Following them were a young man and woman clad in noble attire. The noble young man sported a thick hat, draped in a half-cloak, and held a silver scepter that in the dim tavern. Only the silver glow of the scepter was discernible, obscuring the young man's features. The noble girl, dressed in a simple yet elegant robe adorned with intricate designs and peculiar patterns, exuded an air of mystery. 2 warrior-like young men flanked the noble pair, and upon entering the tavern, KuKas immediately caught the pungent scent of blood emanating from them. "Damn it, this place is truly filthy. I cannot fathom why there are no better establishments here," the noble young man exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust and waving his scepter in frustration. "A den of savages. What more can you expect? Let us not forget, we did not come here for leisure." The noble sorceress stepped forward, selecting an unoccupied table without regard for its cleanliness, and took a seat. "Attendant, bring us 2 candles. I have ample gold." As she spoke, the noble sorceress retrieved a purse from her satchel and tossed it to the attendant. Seeing the gold, the attendant eagerly expressed his gratitude, oblivious to the sorceress's true identity. Merely appreciating her fine and costly attire, he promptly returned with 2 honey candles. The black-haired youth seated himself at the table with the 2 nobles while his companions occupied a nearby table with the warriors. Having effectively driven away the initial patrons, the latter, upon witnessing the black-haired youth, offered no resistance, merely muttering complaints before relocating to another table. Once seated, KuKas attentively listened to their conversation, despite the tavern's chaos. His keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl in his arms, after sipping her red wine, succumbed to slumber, observing the fatigue etched on her face while listening to the black-haired youth regale the nobles with jokes. KuKas's already fierce countenance grew even more menacing. Who would have thought to encounter such individuals in this place? Perhaps it is fate's design. KuKas tightened his fists, feeling the weight of his battle axe on his back. Resolved to seize an opportunity to eliminate the black-haired youth, that as time passed, the black-haired youth ceased his jesting and shifted to discussing serious matters. These matters revolved around the 2 nobles' need to venture out for training due to family obligations. They were required to establish one or several factions in the desolate ice plains to serve their families, even seeking to amass substantial wealth from the barren expanse. The black-haired youth aimed to leverage this opportunity to collaborate with the nobles, promising immense benefits. Transporting snow peak honey. Not only is this highly profitable, but it is also the most abundant specialty found in the entire ice plains that if we can deliver it to your family, you are guaranteed to reap significant rewards. The black-haired youth fervently persuaded the nobles to partner with him. In that case, you could even transport your Stuyavet dynasty's illusions here, and I will arrange for them to be sent to the Latour Empire, thus maximizing our profits. What else do you propose? The noble sorceress's face glowed in the candlelight, her delicate features captivating as she spoke softly, her voice melodious. Beyond that, I have no other business to offer. KuKas gently laid the silver-haired girl on a chair and abruptly rose to confront the group. "Who are you?" The 2 nobles gaped in astonishment at KuKas, having never encountered such a towering figure in the desolate ice plains. "A barbarian? You are a barbarian? Damn it. Have you forgotten? From now on, wherever I appear, you shall retreat. Depart quickly, losers, unless you wish to remain bedridden for several months." The black-haired youth and his companions sprang to their feet, pointing at KuKas and shouting vehemently. Their previous encounter with KuKas had left them feeling humiliated, a mix of resentment and fear festering within them. Now, confronted by him again, they lost control. "Ha! You 3 worthless wretches, having been left on the ground to bleed, dare to act so brazenly before me. Are you courting death?" KuKas, seeking conflict, spared no words, swinging his fist with fierce intent toward the black-haired youth's head. As he moved, the 2 young men, the blonde and the long-armed youth, brandished their spears like venomous serpents, lunging at KuKas's ribs. The black-haired youth, donning a pair of flaming gloves, retaliated fiercely, aiming a strike at KuKas's fist. "Stop!" The noble sorceress waved her scepter, a yellow aura emanating from the gemstone atop it. The aura flickered between the 2 parties, effectively separating them. KuKas's fist, the spears, and the flaming punch collided against the yellow shield, shattering it with a single blow. Nevertheless, both sides temporarily ceased hostilities. "Kill! Why halt? Quickly kill! If you wish to continue your stay in this quaint little town of Kent, then I suggest you silence yourself. Haha! Others may fear you, but we do not. Young man, if you possess any courage, you shall never set foot outside of Kent. Otherwise, I shall be the first to emerge and reduce your head to a pulp. We are here to seek partners, not to witness your brawls." The noble sorceress seemed oblivious to the gaze of the middle-aged man, elegantly twirling her staff before settling into her chair, sipping delicately from her glass of red wine. "Greetings! Are you a barbarian? From that tribe? I have conducted business with several barbarian tribes in the past, and I might say I have had dealings with yours." The young nobleman gently waved his staff, inviting KuKas to sit beside him. "Haha, I believe we have no such connection. KuKas grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he menacingly remarked, "However, I advise you not to engage in business with this fellow. He is inadequate. As you heard, he has many enemies here, and should he venture beyond Kent, I fear half of those present would seek to slay him. To have attracted so many adversaries only speaks to his capabilities. Moreover, to have survived thus far amidst such enmity, and to do so with such flair, is even more commendable." The noble sorceress licked the wine stains from her lips, gazing at KuKas with a smile. "He merely relies on a few professionals for protection. Without their shelter, before you even arrived, I would have dispatched him long ago." KuKas, eyes fixed on the sorceress's lips, swallowed hard and replied. Chapter 41. Each with their own schemes, having support is certainly preferable to being utterly alone. Any backing he receives constitutes a part of his influence. The young noble sorceress chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "The forces behind him have aided him in times of trouble. Will your backing do the same for you? Whether they assist or not is of no consequence to me," KuKas retorted, his expression darkening upon hearing her words. With a sneer, he pointed at the dark-haired youth, saying, "I recall you being quite arrogant. Why don't we step outside and settle this? Fate be damned. I am engaged in business and have no time to converse with a brute like you. Vanish from my sight at once, or I shall not hesitate to be uncivil." The dark-haired youth, despite his fear of KuKas, tightened his fists, the flames entwined around his knuckles crackling ominously as flickers of fire erupted from his hands, dissipating into the air. "Cowardly trash!" KuKas spat vehemently, turning to the noble sorceress. "Esteemed sorceress, it is an honor to encounter you this evening that, if possible, I would like to explore a collaboration with you on behalf of my faction. Though I am uncertain if you would grant us this opportunity. Opportunities must be seized. It appears you have already begun to do so." The noble sorceress extended her delicate hand, tracing the contours of KuKas's abdominal muscles. "Pray tell, how did you cultivate such a physique? I recall many warriors and knights lacking your impressive build." As she spoke, the noble sorceress's eyes seemed to glaze over, revealing her evident attraction to muscular men. "Ah! Through relentless training, one can achieve such results. With steadfast will, anyone can accomplish it." Feeling the sorceress's fingers glide across his abdomen, KuKas felt a surge of impulse. He subtly flexed his stomach muscles, attempting to capture her undivided attention. "Let us reconvene here tomorrow night to discuss matters of collaboration in earnest," the noble sorceress suddenly whispered. "I would be delighted." Upon hearing this, KuKas felt a surge of excitement. He cast a glance at the dark-haired youth, who appeared visibly uncomfortable, which only heightened KuKas's delight. "Young man, should I find an opportunity, you shall be the first to meet your end," KuKas mused. Thus, the three factions conversed for an extended period within the dilapidated and grimy tavern. As the number of patrons continued to swell, though it was night, many in this town of Kent remained restless, seeking refuge in the tavern for drink and chatter. "Noble lords, we ought to depart. Those loathsome ruffians are multiplying, and I suspect you do not wish to linger here." The dark-haired youth seized the moment, stepping closer to the noble sorceress with a smile. "Why leave? The night has only just begun. This place is only now becoming lively." KuKas guffawed from the side, twisting his neck, which emitted a series of cracking sounds from his disproportionately thick neck. "I believe the two nobles are quite eager to witness the unique nightlife of this desolate tundra," KuKas remarked with a sinister grin directed at the dark-haired youth. "Well, it is prudent for us to linger here a while. Look, the atmosphere is becoming increasingly vibrant, far worse than the banquets we host, yet infinitely freer that I quite enjoy it here." The dark-haired youth's expression soured at this spectacle. Yet after glaring fiercely at KuKas, he settled down across from the noble sorceress, engaging her in conversation about wondrous tales. Enchanted by the peculiar stories spilling from the dark-haired youth's lips, the noble sorceress momentarily forgot her earlier fascination with KuKas's physique, leaning forward with curiosity and admiration for the young man. "I have listened to countless bards sing their tales, yet I have never encountered such narratives that do enlighten me on how you conjured such stories," the noble sorceress inquired, her curiosity piqued. The dark-haired youth smiled slyly, his grin fueled not solely by the sorceress's attention, but also by the knowledge that his enemy's demise was imminent. That as he spun his tail, the long-armed youth discreetly handed him a compact crossbow, cleverly concealed within the dark-haired youth's grasp, unnoticed even by the ever-watchful KuKas. Clutching the weapon, the dark-haired youth contemplated striking KuKas several times, but ultimately restrained himself. To avoid exposure, he returned the crossbow to the long-armed youth, instructing him to find another ruffian to replace them in their assault on KuKas. The new assailant soon appeared behind KuKas, indifferent to the latter's past actions, solely focused on the fact that this colossal brute was destined to perish by his hand. Thus, as the noble sorceress continued her inquisitive pursuit of the dark-haired youth's stories, the assailant released the bolt from the compact crossbow. The arrow, no longer than a finger, shot forth like lightning toward KuKas's back, expected to pierce the heart of the behemoth from a distance of mere 7 or 8 paces. However, reality proved cruel. The arrow embedded itself in KuKas's back, only partially penetrating, leaving the majority exposed. Roar! Only upon feeling the arrow lodged in his body did KuKas comprehend the ambush. Without hesitation or intent to look back, he surged to his feet, extending a palm the size of a fan toward the dark-haired youth's head. Were he to grasp it, the robust giant would undoubtedly crush it into a pulp. The dark-haired youth was prepared. With a fierce shout, he swung his flaming fists toward KuKas's hand. "Damn it! Why did you ambush me?" he bellowed. "The one ambushing you is that filthy trash, not I." KuKas replied with a savage grin, his focus solely on annihilating the dark-haired youth, using this incident as his justification. "Here, you and I are the only ones with a grudge. Why would anyone else ambush me?" As he spoke, KuKas lunged forward, toppling the table before him, his massive form bearing down upon the dark-haired youth like a mountain. Flames coiled around the dark-haired youth's fists, transforming into fiery tongues that surged toward KuKas. Though KuKas intended to shatter those flames with his fists, his speed had diminished significantly, rendering his efforts futile. Several tongues of fire struck KuKas, igniting upon his flesh. "What a vile little wretch! I shall see to it that you perish today." KuKas roared, seizing a table to shield himself, then retrieving a bull-horned battle axe to cleave at the dark-haired youth. At that moment, the long-armed youth and the blonde youth both brandished their spears, thrusting toward KuKas, their strikes more cunning this time, aimed directly at his groin. "Cease this at once. I have already stated that I am not here to witness your quarrels." The noble sorceress's countenance grew increasingly grim as she witnessed the conflict unfurling before her. She had not anticipated 2 clashes occurring in her presence, a notion she found difficult to accept. Once more, the golden aura enveloped the noble sorceress's staff as she sought to isolate KuKas and the others once again. The young man with raven hair and his 3 companions glared furiously at KuKas, who let out a thunderous shout and swiftly retreated, suddenly appearing before a nearby ruffian, with a powerful grip. He seized the ruffian by the chest and unceremoniously hurled him into the open space among them. "Pray tell, who instructed you to ambush me? Do not attempt to feign innocence. You were the sole figure standing behind me moments ago, armed with a crossbow capable of launching such projectiles." Ignoring the barbed arrows protruding from his back, KuKas forcefully yanked them free and cast them down at the ruffian's feet, roaring with indignation. The patrons of the tavern regarded the ruffian with disdain, while the previously jovial attendants turned pale, for it was strictly against the tavern's rules to engage in ambushes. Only challenges were permissible. After all, no one wished to be stealthily attacked while enjoying their drink or reveling with companions, risking their lives in the process. Eliminate this assailant. Slay the one who orchestrated this attack. After a brief silence, the tavern's occupants erupted into fervent roars. The cacophony roused the slumbering silver-haired maiden from her dreams. Upon awakening, the silver-haired girl sprinted to KuKas's side, her small hand clutching his fur cloak tightly. "My lord," she called timidly, "depart now. This matter does not concern you. You may return home." KuKas gently patted her head with his large hand, gesturing for her to leave. Sensing the dire situation, the girl cast a grateful glance at KuKas, kissed his cloak, and departed with the coin pouch he had bestowed upon her. As she turned to leave, KuKas's gaze lingered on her. That moment, the long-armed youth brandished 2 steel short spears. striking the ruffian KuKas had cast aside with blinding speed. The sharp spears met no resistance, piercing through the ruffian as effortlessly as a child would pierce a doll with a needle, pinning him to the hard floor. The ruffian let out a pained scream, his face twisted in resentment as he gazed upon the trio of black-haired youths, regretting his greed for silver that had led him to violate the tavern's rules, ultimately sealing his own fate. To kill and silence. What a cunning scheme, KuKas remarked, narrowing his eyes at the writhing body on the ground, before suddenly breaking into a grin at the trio. Do not think this brings an end to the matter. You shall all perish today. Those who disrupt the rules must face death. Ecstatic, he shouted, brandishing his axe in one hand and lifting a table with the other, charging once more at the black-haired youth. The sharp axe traced a peculiar arc through the air, aiming to sever the youth's head. However, the noble female mage intervened once again. Without any evidence, one cannot casually accuse others of breaking the rules based on mere conjecture. You must remain calm, giant. The noble mage positioned herself between KuKas and the black-haired youth, hoping to avert the impending clash. Step aside, my lady. This is none of your concern, KuKas retorted dismissively, taking a step forward to circumvent her. Just then, a middle-aged man pushed through the tavern's door, a gust of cold wind swirling in behind him, causing the candles within the tavern to flicker erratically. You all may leave. I shall handle this, the man declared, appearing unarmed, his upper body exposed while clad only in leather trousers. His skin was marred with scars of various sizes. The black-haired youth was about to speak, but upon witnessing the man's serious demeanor, he shot KuKas a fierce glare, nodded apologetically to the noble mage, and turned to lead his companions out of the tavern. Stay right there. KuKas was unwilling to allow their departure. He hurled his axe, which soared through the air like a hurricane, aiming for the black-haired youth's back. The youth cried out, flames erupting from his gauntlets, enveloping him, that he swiftly pivoted, his fists moving in a defensive arc to counter KuKas' axe. The axe, weighing over 30 pounds, bore the force of 1,000 pounds as it crashed against the flames, producing a violent metallic clashing sound, yet it was forcefully suppressed by the two fiery arcs. Ignorant barbarian, you have yet to master your own martial skills. You rely solely on brute strength and the most rudimentary knightly techniques. You stand no chance against me. The youth scoffed, flames surging from his gauntlets. Should you survive today, let us meet again in the northern woods 3 days hence, that I hope you find a deity to protect you well. The venomous words stung KuKas, igniting his fury. With a thunderous roar, he leaned forward, charging like a tank. Yet the middle-aged man leaped forward to intercept him, standing resolutely as KuKas bore down upon him, arms crossed in a cruciform stance. Suddenly, white light emanated from his arms, coalescing into a thin shield before him. The invisible force collided with the shield, shattering it instantly, sending the unprepared man staggering back as if struck by a galloping warhorse. KuKas bellowed, refusing to halt his advance, that he lunged forward, discarding the table, claws outstretched as he aimed for the man's shoulders. This time, the man evaded rather than confronting the onslaught directly, initiating a frantic chase within the confined tavern, further escalating the chaos. Patrons cheered raucously, toasting to either the middle-aged man or the giant KuKas, unafraid of collateral damage, even narrowing their circle to intensify the brutality of the conflict. Kill him, slay him, echoed through the tavern, while attendants gleefully served drinks to the excited crowd. Profiting from their enthusiasm, after several rounds of pursuit, KuKas finally seized an opportunity. As the middle-aged man evaded KuKas' grasp, he retaliated, striking KuKas' arm with both hands glowing with white light that he had hoped to inflict pain. But instead, his hands rebounded as if striking a solid wall. Without time to ponder the reason, the man retreated, only to find the surrounding onlookers blocking his path. Get out of the way! Having spent over a decade in this den of ruffians, he quickly realized that the gathered crowd had taken the chance to impede his escape. Hoping to facilitate KuKas' victory, in desperation, he unleashed all his fighting spirit, retreating, yet he felt as if he were moving through molasses. His speed reduced drastically despite his fervent effort. With just a slight aberration in the situation, KuKas' massive hand reached out. His palm, the size of a grinding wheel, gripped the middle-aged man's shoulder with a force akin to iron, the fingers tightening resolutely, effectively immobilizing him. This middle-aged man had engaged in countless skirmishes, and although he found himself ensnared by KuKas, his arms rendered powerless, he still fought back. In a swift motion, he coiled his legs and, like a bolt of lightning, aimed a kick at KuKas' groin. Roar! KuKas bellowed once more, hoisting the middle-aged man high into the air, causing his feet to merely strike against KuKas' chest and abdomen. Despite KuKas' attempt to contract his torso and evade the assault, the opponent's legs were too swift, and he felt a searing pain radiate from his midsection, as if his very insides were churning violently. Ignoring the agony in his chest, KuKas exerted his strength, tearing at the man with the ferocity of an eagle seizing a chick. Crack! In that instant, the middle-aged man sensed an immediate loss of sensation in his arms, as he helplessly plummeted to the ground. Where are my hands? What has happened to my hands? The man, now on the ground, attempted to rise, yet failed to realize that his arms had been brutally wrenched from his body by KuKas after several futile attempts to stand. The realization dawned upon him, and he erupted into a frenzied roar, baring his teeth in a savage snarl directed at KuKas.